Right, so we got a really, really kind of fantastic 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. It's a Saturday afternoon and a happy Saturday it's going to be as well. Lots of great shows to come, lots of great guests to come as well. Amazing deals right the way through until 9 o'clock tonight on this Saturday afternoon. Let's have a look and see what you can look forward to between now and 9 then. I'm with you till 5. Then the lovely Hayley is along to see you through until 9 o'clock tonight. So Dreamees, first of all, lovely Hayley's here. Brand new, well not brand new, but back in stock, the gatefold dies that I know you've loved previously. They're in the show coming up in a minute and lots more besides. Sanntangle, Sandra is here with the butterfly starter collection. So if you've never done Sanntangle before, there's a kit in there that's perfect for you as a beginner and also things for you if you've done it before. Studio Light, lovely Sheila Halliwell is back with us. Love Sheila, she's here at 3 o'clock with a brand new A Cat's Secret collection. HIMI, that means Sharon will be here a bit later on showing you the gouache paints. Then more from Hayley and the Dreamees at 5, more from Sandra and Sanntangle at 6, more from Studio Light and Sheila at 7, and then HIMI and Sharon at 8 o'clock. So that's your delights for the rest of the day, the 17th of May. Great to have you with us. Lovely Hayley's here. Hiya.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Are you?
Yeah, good, good. Now, we've got lots to come from Dreamees. Obviously, Dreamees is one of our fantastic family businesses. Hayley and Jimmy work tirelessly to bring you amazing things, including dies. We've got stamps. We've got the Dreamees paper pads. We've got some floral dies back in stock. The return of the lights, the little lights. Great deal on those coming up in a minute or two. Lots in the show though, jam-packed.
Yeah, lots to share with you. And we've got our compact pearls back in stock as well from last time.
We have. The pearls are in the show too. What we're going to start with though is, I still don't know how you do these prices, Hayley. Every time I see you, we've got a choice of either going for them individually or we've got a bundle as a set of 3. Now, if you buy the set of 3, that's where you're going to save the most money. Okay, now these are great. These are gatefold die collections. They're beautiful.
Yeah, so you've got 3 different designs there. You've got obviously your decorative element in the centre, and then it gets slightly larger, so you've got an element that will cut that out. That will stay within your cardstock, the decorative part, if you want it to.
Yeah.
And then right up to kind of a card size sort of style. Do you want some samples?
Yeah, I've got some boards here as well.
Oh, yeah, you've got the boards, yeah.
So if I just show you these to give you an idea of the sort of potential, these are the big boards that Hayley's done for me. That's the first one. So those are the big outline shapes that you've got.
Yeah, so obviously you get the half element in there as well that you can see just down the side there, which makes it so that you can do a gatefold, so it'll either meet in the middle or you can do a fold back card with it as well.
So that's what they will do, and then this is the sort of thing that they can create. There's a gatefold, look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah,
Lovely
so you can do
decorative
it
edge.
really nicely shaped, yeah. And then these ones are kind of just fold back cards, so you can see how they've all been layered up, just literally black and white.
So it's all about versatility, basically. That's what the die set's going to give you. Really, really striking. There we go. And then this one. I mean, that works that way. It works that way as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice element in the centre of that one, the damask, and think about stenciling through it as well.
So let me show them to you individually. If you're liking the look of this one, this is the one that's called damask, okay? So that's got that beautiful kind of flourish in the centre of it. Then you've got this one, which is the petal. And then this one is your rose dies. And there's a lot of metal for your money. And they should be basically $24.99 a set, which is amazing. Now it's YD2740, that's the product code. Now we've got our first clock of the afternoon coming up on the screen, which means that something special is going to happen to the price, which is going to probably make you want to go for all 3 of them. But you can go for them individually. If you do want them individually, they are $24.99 normally. Today we'll do a deal on the individuals too. But for the set of 3, you can get the best saving. And again, it's all about, you know, you can do so many types of cards with these dies, can't you?
Yeah, that's it. So you've obviously got your just basic shaped cards, so you can do that as an easel, just as a normal standing card. Then you've got the half element for the gatefold part, and then obviously the smaller decorative panel, so great for your stamping of your images, or if you do just want a slightly smaller card blank.
Here comes the price. First deal Saturday afternoon, $49.99. So basically one set is completely free of charge, if you want to think of it like that. So yeah, buy 3, only pay for 2. or they're $16.66 each if you go for all three of them. If you buy them on their own, we can do a deal at $21.99 for each set. They're on the website if you want to find those. But if you go for the set of three, you get one set completely free of charge.
Yeah, and they're such a usable set as well. Obviously being quite large, great for your card shapes. And then the decorative element as well, like I was saying, stenciling through or just as a decorative panel, really pretty.
And you're going to use these in the first demo that we got coming
I am,
up in a
yes,
second.
I'm using them in all of them.
Now, before we get there, we've also got the pearls, which are always hugely popular. You get all 4 boxes.
You do, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so these were launched last time that we were on. So you're getting approximately 1,020 per box.
Wow. So
Yeah,
that means you're going to get 4,080 roughly.
Yeah, roughly. So you're getting 4 and 5 mil in the sizes. And I was just thinking, I think I've snatched the box. The essential one looks slightly less full than it does when it's full. I think I've switched it with mine. But yeah, you're getting approximately 100 of the 5 mil and approximately 240 of the 4 mil.
In each of the
in
colours?
each of the colours.
Wow. Now, they come in their own little boxes, like little pill boxes, so you can easily open and close the lockable lid, which is really cool. I've got a little board here. I love the fact you do these little boards for me. But look at the colours you've got. Pastel, festive, essential and metallic in those 2 different sizes in all those different colourways as well. And, you know, they are the kind of icing on the cake with a project, really, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. And quite an affordable embellishment as well. I'm really making it look kind of upper market when you do pop them on there.
Absolutely. 4,080 then, basically give or take 1 or 2, is what you're going to get. Should be £39.96. XN2758. It makes them basically $9.99 per box. And of course, when you've used them all, that's a usable box for other things.
Yeah, exactly. And there's such a nice range of sizes and colours as well.
And they don't take up too much space. Okay, deal price for Saturday afternoon. You're going to get 1 box completely free, like we gave you a free set of the dies a minute ago, or £7.49 a box if you go for all 4 of them. You're getting storage as well long after you've used all the pearls, which will probably take you months and months and months and months to do. But you've got the right colourway for every occasion.
Yeah, that's it. Whatever you're thinking through the year, you've got some pastel tones, you've got your festives, and obviously your essentials and your metallics. You can't go wrong with them.
No, exactly. So these are always a bestseller from the Dreamees. If you would like these today, £29.99 gets you for all 4 boxes, over 4,000 pearls in 2 different sizes in there. Then we've also got the outline flower dies, backed by popular demand. Now, these are absolutely gorgeous. These are the outlines, aren't they?
They are,
These ones
yes.
here. So have a little look at these. And these are the dies you're actually going to get. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 dies in total. You'll use them again and again and again. You can paper piece them if you want to. You can just leave them as the outline. Now, these haven't been in stock since last year.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Nearly 6
yeah.
months.
Yeah, and they look gorgeous if you do them in mirror board or something like that. And they really do look metallic when you layer them up. I think I've got a couple of samples. I'm making them on my first demo.
I've got one here.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see them tied in with the lacy flowers, but they look really pretty once they're layered up.
Layered up, one on top of the other. Beautiful. Or just have them individually like that. It's entirely up to you. The stamens are beautiful in the middle too. You can actually lift those up a little bit if you wanted to as well. NB2702, these are going to be, I think, in one of our first demos. Deal for this afternoon, it's been about 6 months since we've had these, and we're matching the launch price, the low price that we launched them at. They're only £12.99, and I reckon they'll be some of the most useful dies you could ever use.
Yeah, they're ones that have been requested to get back in stock quite a little bit, so that's why they're back, obviously, by popular demand, and I love using them myself, especially with the lacy ones as well.
Okay, well, lots of you are grabbing these. Maybe you've been waiting for them for such a long time. Patricia, Crafter in Fife, Patricia's in Nottinghamshire, Deb in Oxfordshire's in, so is Patricia in Aberdeenshire. Now, we don't have a massive stock, but 10% of that stock is already in baskets and gone. So if you want to add them to your order today, paper piece them. You can put decorative papers behind them and cut those out of decorative papers if you want to, but have that lovely outline. Colour them in with pens and pencils.
Yeah, exactly. And you could fill them in with all sorts of different things. Really nice if you do just put a little bit of gilding wax on the end of the petals as well.
Perfect. Well, here they are. Welcome back, the outline flowers. We've also got your lacy flowers as well, which are back in stock, I believe, as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they teamed up beautifully on that last finished sample I showed you. And we'll do a similar deal with these as well. And look at the amount of detail that you've actually got, the kind of pinprick detail in each petal. beautiful. I don't know how you do these dies for the price. This sold out last time they were on air. We've got them back this afternoon, ML2796. And so many of you are fans of Dreamees and love the fact it's a small family business that's really gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, that's it. We've grown from pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
We started with stamps, CD-ROMs back then, and we've gone into dies, embellishments, all sorts, MDF as well. It's really grown.
And just like the outline dies, I mean, I'd go for both the outline and the actual lacy flowers at the same time because they work together hand in hand. There's a big surge of phone calls and also order on the web, order on the app. ML2796, Sonia's in Cornwall, Rosemary's in the West Midlands, Margaret, Deb, Sue, all coming through for this. £12.99. This is what we do every single day at Hobbymaker, 1 until 9 every day, 7 days a week. We bring you amazing inspirational products like this from all sorts of companies, which is fantastic. ML2796, if you want those, they'll be used in the demos in a second or so. I've got a couple of finished cards here to show you what the lacy flowers look like. And of course, we do have the Dreamees papers in the show as well. 20% of the lacy flowers now in baskets. There they are. Again, different sizes, so you can layer them one on top of the other.
Yeah, so you've got quite a nice big one as like your main rosette there, but then going down to the small ones and not as detailed in the tiny ones, so you can use them for like little butterflies or something like that instead, which we'll be doing in the demo.
And these have all been designed by you?
They have, yes, every last one.
You know who's behind them, you know where they come from, and you can make and sell anything that you want to from the Dreamees products, including the paper pads that we've got coming up later as well. So those are the first few items of the show. ML2796, all about the demo to give you inspiration and ideas. Now, if you check on the website, everything in this show is on the website now, individuals, bundles. Lots of you finding the paper pads, lots of you finding the fantastic stamps we've got, the Binky and Bow stamps. Lots of you are finding the recipe stamps, and we've got the recipe of love, friendship, birthday, and the recipe of a craft. We'll come to those a bit later on, but they're on the website as well. So have a little look at hobbymaker.com or check the app. Check out on all these dies, though. The lacy flowers are in the lead. Nearly 40% of lacy flowers.
Oh, wow.
In literally a minute or two. And the outline flowers, treat yourself to those. That would be less than £26 if you wanted both, with the 1p&p for the whole day's orders of just £4.95. We're busy, Hayley, not surprised.
Right, so this is what we're going to make then. So we're using the rose of the damask, and obviously you can see that outline flower there, the lacy ones. We've used that decorative panel from in the centre. Then we're bringing in the Tranquil Turquoise paper pad as well, which is back in stock.
Yep.
I think it's back in stock. It might have just hung on last time, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But first off then, we'll do a little bit of die cutting. So I just want to show you the centre panel and how gorgeous that is when it cuts.
Okay, and we'll give you a shopping list of what Hayley's using in the demo at the end.
So we've got the inner panel of the rose that we're going to pop on, and then we're going for the outlined one as well. So then I'm just going to flip that over, and then we're going to run it through the die cutting machine. Now, being quite detailed, you might have to run it through a couple of times. It'll just be dependent, obviously, on what your machine is, whether you've got beveled plates or anything like that.
Do you need a certain size of machine for these dies, or not really?
I think you'll be all right with a MIDI or that sort of size, you know, the Spellbinders machine or something like that. Yeah, big shot. Right, so what I'm going to do then is, this is 300 GSM cardstock, so it is a little bit tough anyway. But what I would do is then rotate that round and then run it through the opposite way. Okay. So we have got one pre-cut, so if I do struggle, it's not a problem. And then I've got all of my shapes as well that I've pre-cut out for making my card blank. So we pop this out. But just rotating it round gives it a little bit of different movement, obviously, so you get different pressure points on there. So then if we just take this off.
And there is so much detail in these dies.
Yeah, there really is. Now, if you did want to, and say, for instance, it hadn't cut out, you could then leave it all in one block like that and then back it or something and just ink through. But you can see all these pieces I've cut out, you just need to poke them through. It's no problem. You could paper piece. That's a really nice idea.
I mean, you do need a bit of patience, but you know what? It's so rewarding when you do paper piece.
It is, yeah. So then this is it once it's actually all your bits poked out. Like I say, you can see they've all poked through. They just need popping that through. And if you did run it through maybe another couple of times, they'd probably all just drop straight through anyway.
Now, the die set's always popular, and so this afternoon they're absolutely flying the set of 3. We get one set absolutely free, basically.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm just going to pop a bit of glue on my hand, and we'll just use a little bit of card just to flatten that out a little bit. So then I'm just going to layer this up just onto it's the same rectangle that you get in the set that we cut this outline with. So we're just layering that up just onto some of the teal papers there. So I just wanted to get a nice bit of glue all the way over the back there, just to attach that to. Now you can use your dotty tape pen, that's a really good idea for these just because they're so fine.
Perfect for that.
And then we're just going to layer this up onto a little bit of silver mirror board as well. So if you did catch us in Craft O'Clock this morning, my glue was an absolute nightmare and it's not blocked anymore.
Okay. Craft O'Clock, if you're wondering what we're talking about, every day we are, well not every day, but I think 3 days a week. Adam Humphreys does Craft O'Clock for an hour on our socials, so Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah,
it was a lot of people watching this morning, yeah?
Yeah, it was really busy. Right, so to make the card base then, we've got the largest outline die that I've cut out twice from white cardstock. And then I've just scored across it at this sort of height here. It can be anywhere, but that's just so that then we can attach these two together and that's going to make a freestanding card blank. So I'm just going to add some glue onto here. And then I'm just going to attach that together.
And that outline shape is so attractive.
It is, yeah. It also, you know, landscape, it could look like a book.
Yeah,
you know, if you scored it down the centre.
Definitely.
Now, I actually have to thank Jimmy for this card because I was going to make it upright, like portrait. And I said to him, what do you think looks nicer? And he was like, I think you should do it landscape.
Okay.
So because, same as you said with our flag dies in the past, I just never think of it as landscape.
Right.
So that's why we've gone for landscape on this one. And I think it is quite nice and pretty, isn't it?
And hi to your Jimmy. He's probably watching at home.
I bet he is, yeah. He's not been feeling well today, bless him. So he's sent me down on my own.
He's got the day off, but he's watching you.
Yeah.
Keeping his eye on you.
So just pop in our silver mirror board layer on there. And then we're going to go for one of the floral panels for the background there.
Lovely. And I'll give you details of the pad with those beautiful flowers and those colours in a second or so.
So I'm just going to grab, hopefully, some foam pads because I ran out in my last show. So we're just going to then attach the rose panel just in the centre there, just using some foam pads. And then I'm going to pop that in the centre of the card there. And then we're going to attach this across here as well. I think, in fact, we'll go all the way across.
Is that also from the Tranquil Turquoise as well?
It is, yes. So then I'm just going to roughly measure. I want it about there, and we're going to trim that into a flag shape. So then that is going to pop across there. And just because we've got the raised panel here, just pop in a pad under this end so it's the same height as I attach that there.
Nice.
And then we're just going to add a little dab of hot glue just to secure this end of the flag as well. And then we've got just the sentiment. So this is from the Everyday Sentiment strips. And we're just going to pop this across here just to say, and then I'm just going to line that up. I'm going to trim it slightly shorter so that then when we put our flowers around here, it's going to be concealed.
And the Everyday Sentiments sentiments are like the old-fashioned typewriter font, aren't they?
Yeah. So just popping that onto there as well. And then we're going to attach a little bit of the sisal. So we've got the teal sisal here. So we've got the big bundle on the show again.
Yep.
So just taking a little bit of this, and I'm just going to pop that in this top corner here.
Have you got the sisal with you over there?
I've got it in my basket, yes.
Okay. Because I haven't got it here. And there's a lot of it, and a lot of different colours too.
So we'll just trim that a little bit less. And then we're going to add these flowers on then. So I've got my outline flowers.
I see what you mean when you cut them in mirror card.
Yeah, they're really nice. So I'm just going to give them a little bit of a shape just with my fingers just to lift them up.
Now the outline flowers, half the stock has gone
wow.
just from the little preview we gave you, but when you see them in the card, they do look fantastic.
So then I'm just going to use my hot glue just to attach the two of these together. And we're just going to offset them. And then I'm just going to press in the middle just using my bottle tool.
They look good on their own, but when you layer them up, they look even more impressive.
Yeah, they're really just fancy looking, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna grab my box of flowers. I've got some flowers pre-made, but with these lacy ones, we're just gonna crease the petals in half to make one kind of like this.
And they're not trying to be any type of flower, they're just like fantasy flowers, really.
Yeah, that's it. Just a little bit fancy, just to pop on your cards. So I've got 4 layers, and I'm just gonna crease down the center of each of them. And then we can layer these 4 up. So we'll just split these out again.
What a difference when you actually fold them in the middle.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of detail, isn't it? And it really just gives them some shape. So just hot glue in these together. And we've also got a little hole in the centre, so if you did want to thread stamens through or anything like that, you could do that with them easily. And then also your hot glue presses through the layers through the little hole, so you don't have to have as much on. You can just keep layering and layering.
Quite handy.
So we've got our layered flower there. And then for the last one then, we've just got the smaller, whiter ones. And we're just pressing in the middle with our ball tool. So then we can attach these around the edge over here. So we're going for our silver one. And then the 2 lacy teal ones next to it. So we can pop that one onto there. And then the little single white ones as well, just at this either end.
Isn't that gorgeous?
And then we're just going to use one of the little outline flowers. So the tiniest one.
Yeah.
And we're going to turn these into little butterflies.
Oh.
So I'm just going to trim one petal out. And then I'm just popping it at a little bit of an angle.
I see
as
what
I'm
you mean.
putting
They
it.
are butterflies now, aren't they?
So then just trim it in, and you've kind of because you've got a hole to release this as a die, there's kind of like a little indentation mark in the centre that's a little dot. So I just cut down to the dot and then back up again. And then we can just fold them in half and
I would
create
never have thought of using them as butterflies.
into little butterflies.
Yeah.
And then they're just going to flutter around just at different parts. So I'll put one on there and then the last one down there as well. And then just to finish off, we'll be using the silver pearls.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to trim a little bit more of my sisal away. And then I'm just going to add some glue into the centres of my flowers. And then one on the end of my just to say as well. So we're going for the metallics, so the silver.
And my favourite tool of all time.
Yeah.
The pearl pickup tool.
So
Which you can use for paper, you can use it for, if you're a modeller like I am, tiny little components. It's a wax tip, and it's only $5.99, the best $5.99 you're ever going to spend, believe me. I use this every day, it's brilliant.
It is such a handy tool. So we're just literally adding the pearls into those little dabs of glue in the centre of them flowers. And then there we go.
There it is. First demo of the afternoon, beautiful. And they all go together so well. The flowers go together beautifully well with the actual, the first item of the show, which of course was the gatefold full die collections. Let me show you those again quickly because that was the heart of it. The rose one is what Hayley used in the demo, so that's that one there. They are on the website for $21.99 each. You do get a £3 discount on each one. If you buy the set of 3, and why wouldn't you, you're going to get one set completely free because it's $49.99 for all 3 of them. So you get the rose, which is that one there. You get the petal, which is the one in the middle. And then you also get, of course, the last one, which is the damask. Okay, all 3 for $49.99. Or if you want them on their own, they're on the website for $21.99 each. And they are big dies, but they will still go through a big shop and kind of medium-sized machines as well. Now, the everyday sentiments. Okay, now we've got these here. Everyday strips, basically, these are. So you've got happy birthday, congratulations, just to say, birthday wishes, thinking of you, best wishes with all our love, and thank you so much. And they're all separate stamps. Now look at the price. £5.99 for the old-fashioned typewriter font, which is very, very attractive and very fashionable. OT2789. And you've got every verse that you could possibly wish for every occasion, really. So there you go. With all our love, thank you so much. Thinking of you, best wishes. Dead simple, but a very good size to kind of stand out. And you can, of course, ink them. You can then put your embossing powders over the top of them if you want to as well. $5.99, that was used in the demo. That's OT2789, just to say, is what we used. And this is the thing, if you buy into Dreamees, you can get so much in your crafty stash for so little money, and you know where they've come from, you know Hayley, you know Jimmy, you know exactly the kind of history of the company, and it's just nice to know the products and who's actually behind them, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that's it. It is literally just me and Jimmy that do everything, literally.
Yeah. And there's so much love and support for you, which is fantastic. So the everyday strips, OT2789 if you want those, at just under £6. And we do also have an occasions version, which is here as well. Similar sort of idea, but this time you've got best wishes, new baby, happy Valentine's Day. Can we get a close-up of that? Get in close for you. There we go. On Mother's Day, happy Father's Day, happy Halloween, on your wedding day, happy New Year, and I love you. So if you go for both of them, you'll have change from £12. It'll be £11.98. If you wanted both the occasions ones and the others that I just showed you. That's AG2749, your item number. Again, and the fonts are the same, and also the sizes kind of complement as well. So you can see they're basically the same size, but different fonts. Well, no, same font, but different verses. AG2749 is your item number for £5.99. Now, the papers, which I know this has been one of the most popular because it's one of my favourite colours, I must admit. It's a hobby maker colour, let's face it, the beautiful teal or turquoise. Now, these are double-sided loose-leaf papers, and I love that. I love the fact they're not on a pad, because sometimes if you've got a pad and you want a sheet out in the middle of it, you try and rip it or tear it out, and it rips in half. The designs are gorgeous. You do get multiples of each, but you've got a pattern on one side, and then you've got the floral side on the reverse, so whichever side you want to use is absolutely fine. And you get 48 sheets.
You do, yes, 48 sheets, and they're 120 GSM as well, and uncoated, so really nice for inking and things like that.
So if you want to add your own effects, you can do that very easily. £4 off today. It's £8.99 for 48 sheets, but beautiful colourway. If you've got some of the Dreamees papers before, you'll know the quality is absolutely superb. OD2790, if you want the tranquil turquoise. And lots of you coming through. Let me have another flick through for you. So you've got, as I say, pattern on one side. This one is dotty. You've got the florals with script in the background there as well, which is lovely. 20% of the stock has gone off this. There we go, flick through to the next design coming up now. So this is a mixture of teal and a little bit of green in there, and also a little bit of grey, dove grey in there. And this sheet has got the kind of green stripe on the back. Beautiful. Through to the next design, we've got this one, which is slightly smaller flowers. And this has got a gingham kind of check on the back of it as well, in colours that coordinate. And then the last design in there is this one, which has got a lovely distressed back and a slightly larger floral pattern on the front. There we go. So 48 sheets, £8.99, all loose leaf. Add that to your order. Lots of you coming through for it. Sandy, Jacqueline, Denise, Angela, Christine, Elizabeth, Anne, Susan and Joanna all coming through for that paper pad. And we've also got the Nostalgia. Now, this is something that you don't see often. This is a lovely kind of dusky purple. Now, you found this one on the website already. Lots of you have checked out on this. Remember, with us, just order what you want as you see it. Don't worry about the phone call, it's free. Don't worry about any charges on the website. It's absolutely free to order on the website and the app as well. But it's crucial you check out each order, because all your orders get collated at midnight tonight and an email confirmation gets sent out overnight, showing you what you bought and just charging you the one P&P of $4.95. These are really cool. I love this colour.
Yeah, so this one's not been in stock for a little while. It's, yeah, one of my favourites. Again, the really light pink in there, the purple tones. Such a nice palette to work with, and really nice if you do match it with craft card as well.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, craft card and that marriage made in heaven. Look at this for a beautiful effect. Lovely and light, lots of potential on that one. Loads of you coming through for this, but it's got that dusky kind of vintage antique-y feel about it.
Yeah, that's it. So this was actually with our Precious Puppies card making kit. I don't know if you remember way back when. But yeah, so we've not done a card making kit for a while, but I really loved this pad, so I just thought I'd bring it back because it's one of my favourite palettes we've had.
Well, maybe you bought it before and you're running out of it, or maybe you haven't seen it before and you're thinking, I like the look of that. Nostalgia, loving this one. Nearly 30% of this has gone as well. It is a bit of, there's kind of taupey colours, coffee colours, purple colours in there as well. And it will work with a lot of other collections. There's lots of neutral colours in there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. If you are just putting florals on there, it's a really nice palette to work with. Just a sentiment or something like that. Or if you maybe have got some paper image pads, sorry, either ours or other companies, I'm sure there'd be something that would work well with that.
Perfect. £8.99. Add those to your order. IZ2776. Now the sizzle or sizzle. We've got the big bundle available, and there's a lot here. You saw how little Hayley actually used. Just a few strands is all you need to get that kind of texture into your projects. But we've got a really special deal on it. Thank you, Hayley. Is this all of them?
No, half of it.
Oh, there's more. Now, obviously they come in separate bags, and you can just take a little bit out. That's all you need at a time, and you're going to get all of these colourways. So you've got your natural. You get 9 different colours. Got like a lovely orange. That's a beautiful, rich, almost like a tobacco colour, that, isn't it? Then you've got a dove grey. You've got the red, purple, the black, the turquoise to go with the paper pad we just showed you, and then you've got your beautiful pink as well. But the tiniest amount is all you need. So this is going to last you probably years.
Oh yeah, this is going to last you ages. But thinking back to maybe Easter, this is really nice for those projects. But also having the different colours, so you've got something really for Christmas with your red, your gold and your brown. You've got your pastels, obviously, to match then your pearls, depending on what you're doing, if you're doing like mermaids or something like that. Then your absolute essentials.
It just gives a totally different look to the project or the card you're working on. But also if you've got little jewellery boxes or something like that, you could put some sizzle in that and put the jewellery on top
Yeah, of course you can, yeah. Or if you had some of our little MDF baskets or anything like that, just as a little filler, it's really nice.
Okay, well look at the price. To get all of that, £35.91 should be the price, but you're actually saving more than you're spending. You can have the whole lot, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 packs for £14.99. So you're saving over £20 of what the price should be. And if you've never used it before, just buy it, take our word for it. You'll use it again and again and again. You can use it in place of tissue in little boxes or MDF, like you said before. But when you just want that little bit of roughage on a card to give it a bit more character, a tiny bit of that is all you need. And you stick it with a hot glue gun, don't you, normally?
Yeah, I do tend to. It will work fine with wet glue. It's just you're just going to have to hold it a little bit. So don't think of that as like the only way to attach it.
And you've got every colour you could ever possibly want at a discount price. £14.99 for all of that. That's going to last you a long, long, long time. And it's something a bit different, isn't it? Okay, should we move on to another demo?
Yeah, so we're going to make this card then. So we're using the damask from the designer gatefold now.
Yep.
And this is kind of a reverse gatefold almost, because it's on the two ends. And then this will actually fold flat. So if you are thinking of sending it, you can just flip it to one side and then that's going to re-pop up for if you are...
Now, if you do want the damask one on its own, I'll show you basically all the dies you're going to get with the damask one. That's this one here. If you want it on its own individually, you can buy it on its own for £21.99, special price this afternoon. But of course, the best deal is to get all 3. You get 1 free then, but that's the damask dies you're going to get. Big dies, but they will fit through a MIDI machine. Something like a Big Shot would be no problem at all.
Yeah, that's it. I would definitely say your spellbinders, your midis, things like that, fine.
Good.
This one, to be fair, I would imagine you probably just wouldn't have the full width of this the way that I'm doing it. So you might want an A4 to replicate this card, but obviously you can still use dies individually. So what I've got then is I've got a piece of A4 cardstock that I've already cut one end with my damask. I've scored at 7 centimetres, 9, 17, 19, and then I'm going to cut it, or I would cut it. No, I've put it on the wrong edge. You would cut at 26.
Right.
And then what we're doing is, if you can see this score line there, we're just going to butt this up to the score line, and it's just overlapping slightly either way at the top and bottom. And then we're going to flip that over and run that through, and then that's going to make our two-ended shaped panel. So then if I bring the one in that I've already got done, so what you've done is you've got a mountain, a valley, a mountain, and then this is going to fold in. So you could have it that'll just stand, oh, fell off.
That'll be the plates then?
No, not the whole machine.
The plates
I'll bring it on a little bit. It probably won't tip off then. Yeah, so if we take off the die here, then you'll be able to see how we've got that. I just need to trim that one in a little bit. And then we've got obviously that panel that I just said there. So you just fold in those two inwards at 9 and 17, and then out again at the 7 and the 19 mark to make that card base there.
Nice.
So like I was saying, you could, I'm putting a strip of card across that will then mean that it folds to one side, but you could just leave it like that. You could put a wrap around it, whatever you prefer really.
I mean, with these dies, there's so many different possibilities.
Yeah, that's it. It's just a case of playing and seeing all the different shapes and things that you can come up with. So then obviously the next shape down is your center label. So then I've just cut that in one panel and then just sliced it in half, and that's going to create our two end panels.
And that's from the Nostalgia
It
papers.
is, yeah. So then we're just going to attach these just to the two ends.
Well, Crafter in Leicestershire's gone for 3 of the Nostalgia packs. Joanna in Somerset's gone for 2, because they've been out of stock for quite some time, so grab them if you know you get through them quite quickly. Grab a couple at that price.
So we've got our 2 panels there, and then I'm just going to add some striped into the centre there. So again, all from that pad, and you can see you've got all the different lilacs and pink tones that have been picked out in the generic patterns from this actual patterned floral as well.
And when you look closely, there are so many different colours within the pattern, aren't there?
There really are, yeah. There's so many deep purples, but then you've got some like magenta pinks, some deep dusky pinks. It's so pretty. So then for in this centre then, I've just got, I'm just checking there. I'm just going to add a flag to the top of there. So this is then going to be just kind of the focal point behind where these florals are on the front. So just going to fold that over. So I've gone halfway, trim, and then we're just trimming back to the centre. And then this is going to pop in the middle there. I think I'm just going to attach it with glue at the bottom, and then we'll add a foam pad under the top part. So we pop that just into there. And then we've just got, I'm just going to use my fingers to just roll that a little bit and make it stand up.
And like you said, Hayley, the paper is uncoated, so if you wanted to add any other effects, distress effects and things like that, you could do that.
Yeah, really easy to do. So then I've stamped a sentiment from the, it's in the latest show, this one, Uplifting Sentiments, or it was in Craft O'Clock as well, but we'll pretend I've not used that stamp.
Your second show's 5 o'clock, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I'm just adding then a foam pad, a piece of dog hair with me then.
They do like to travel with you.
Yeah, the big dog, Dexter. So then just pop in that onto the centre there. So then that is going to be in the background there.
That's a good name for a dog, Dexter.
It was named after the TV show.
I thought it might be. Good TV show.
Oh, I've not watched the prequel yet. Is it? Oh, does it?
We're having a discussion about when the new series is coming out of Dexter next month.
So when I'm attaching my strip across the centre, I'm making sure that the panels are kind of stood up as if I want them to stand when it's upright. I want to make sure that it's stuck at the level so that it'll fold flat as well. So I've just made sure it overlaps on one side, and then we're just going to make sure that it overlaps on the other as well. And then when that folds flat, make sure that it's going to pop back up. Yeah, we'll make sure that that's in the right place there. And then I'm just going to trim this to the shape of the card on either end.
Perfect.
And then that is going to be where our flowers sit, just to add that embellishment to the card. So I've just got, again, the lacy flowers. So I've die cut these from the spotty Nostalgia paper. And again, just going to
The spotty design really works with those flowers, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Now, the lacy flower dies, half the stock, I believe, is gone of those, only £12.99. The lacy flowers are these. Yep. They're the ones with all that decorative detail in the middle of each petal. There you go. There they are, ML2796 for £12.99.
So I've just stuck 2 together there, and then we're just adding the third one in. And I just push in the centre there just to pick up those petals. Looks like I've missed folding one there. And you'll be able to tell if they don't pick up as you press in them.
I suppose you can have as many layers on that flowers you want.
Of course you can, yeah. You could do them back to back and make kind of like a little pom-pom. You know, if you think about this, it doesn't necessarily have to just be every day. It could be quite a Christmassy flower. So if you did it back to back and had them as little baubles and hung on your tree, that'd be really cute.
Yeah.
So then we're just going to pop these across this strip. So I've already pre-done my next few flowers. So we're going for the large one in the middle and then just go in either side. Popping that one either way. And then we've just got little stripy ones for on the ends. And then most of the time, we're just going to use pearls to finish off this. So
Such a classy card.
it really is, isn't it? So you could have obviously made a few more of them little butterflies or something like that if you wanted to flutter around. But we're just going to fill plenty of this space with different pearls. Oh, flinging them everywhere. So I'm using the AB white. So I've got some of the 5mm and I'm going to have some of the 4mm as well. So if you do struggle flipping them over like this, the little gem art trays are really good for it. So you can just empty a few into the tray and then it'll probably just, well, it won't probably, it will definitely flip them back over.
You don't need to be frugal with the pearls because you've got over 4,080 approximately pearls in those 4 boxes.
Yeah, there's so many. So I'm just adding a couple of lots of 3 on either side. So just pop in my 4mm just on either side there. And then we can pop some across the top and in the centres of the flowers as well. So we'll go for our 5mm. Now if you feel like your flower is a little bit too big for just one single 5mm, you can put a cluster of 3, which I did on the original card, which is perfect for filling that out. So we'll just go for a 5 and 2 4s either side there. And there we go.
What GSM cardstock did you use for the card base?
300.
Okay. Nice, good, strong card base to support everything.
You could probably get away with about 250 and it wouldn't be too flimsy or anything.
Isn't that lovely? I mean, the first thing that catches the eye, apart from the shape of the card, is the nostalgia papers, which are gorgeous. Now, this is absolutely flying. Remember, you've got 48 sheets, all loose leaf. Over half the stock has gone. It's not been in stock for quite some time. So if you're looking at this thinking, that's what I've been after, something that's got a bit of character, something that's got maybe a little bit of an antique-y feel to it, that looks like Hessian, doesn't it? Or burlap. But it's beautiful. Smooth paper, uncoated. But everybody loves Dreamees paper pads, although they're not really pads, they're loose leaf. IZ 2776, £8.99 for your nostalgia. And yes, pop that in your basket and check it out. Many of you going for more than one. Okay. Now we've got another few bits that are coming up in the next demonstration. Now the recipe stamps, let's have a little look at these. These are always popular. These are, rather than recipes for something to eat or a meal or something like that, these are recipes for love, friendship, a recipe for a birthday, and a recipe of a crafter. So if I just show you, these are so cool, they're so clever, and they're very, very different. The recipe for a crafter, by the way, first ingredient is a shelf of glitters and powders, 4 drawers of special card with a tub of offcuts to the side, 5 binders or so of dies and stamps, 3 jars of butterflies, brads and bows with a 10-inch square to work in. That's the recipe for a crafter. Recipe for a birthday is a handful of family, 4 helpings of birthday cake, 1 large cup of cards, a pinch of presents on the side and a shower of appreciation. I love these. Recipe for friendship, 3 teaspoons of laughter, warm glass of fun, 2 teaspoons of trust with 1 cup of understanding, and a handful of encouragement sprinkled with a million memories. Love these. And then recipe of love, handful of honesty with 3 helpings of laughter, 2 teaspoons of adoration, a pinch of romance, dusted with understanding, and a lifetime of happiness. So those are your recipes, aren't they gorgeous? £9.99. I mean, I would pay that for probably just one of those stamps, to be fair. You've got 4 of them, So £2.50 for each recipe. Aren't they great? Something a little bit different, maybe as a sentiment inside a card, or it could actually be the top or on the front of a card. You could use them in all sorts of ways, or even stamp on tags for gifts and things like that if you want.
Yeah, they'd be perfect. And you've got a full angel policy as well.
Yeah,
So if you do want to make and sell, that's absolutely
you
fine.
can sell whatever you make with the Dreamees products, not a problem at all. And how they do these prices is beyond me. If it was a big corporation doing these prices, I'd still be impressed. But the fact that it's a small family-run business makes it even more impressive that you can get all four for £9.99. And that's AP2708 if you fancy the recipe stamps. Love those. And we've also got Binky and Bo. Now, anyone that knows Hayley knows that she's a massive fan of rabbits. Is it two house rabbits you've got?
We haven't anymore, but we did have not long ago, yeah.
Oh, no longer. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Binky and Bo, the bunnies, are here. So if you love your rabbits as well, you know, you think of rabbits at Easter, but they're all year round. And also, they are just so beautifully simple. They're hand-drawn by Hayley.
Yeah.
And you can then, of course, stamp them, colour them in. It makes them so easy to colour as well when you do the outline like that.
Yeah, that's it. So you can easily do that with your watercolour pens. Obviously, that's why we have watercolours as some of our favourites to colour with. But really cute to have the little birthday balloon as well. So we're going to use the recipe of the birthday on the next card and use that little balloon and the little bunny looking up at it.
I love it. So you've actually, how many stamps have you got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 stamps. The balloon stamps are really handy, even if the bunny's not appropriate. But then you've got the bunnies, they're playing with each other. You've got a little bit of romance going on there as well. So that could be partners, it could be brother and sister. AV2741. It's only £6.99. And they're not one big stamp, they're all separate stamps that you can see in there. AV2741 for Binky and Bo, the bunnies stamp set. Love that to bits. AV2741. Okay. Now the leaves and bows die set, where are they? Oh, here. Now these are back in stock. I can see why they were so popular before, because again, they're going to be so useful in virtually every product you make or every project you make. You've got here the foliage, you've got the bow, just little accents, and you can snip them as well once you've die cut them.
Yeah, if you did catch Craft O'Clock, I use these a lot more in that demo, or those demos, and I'm using them in the later hour. But this one, yeah, it's an absolute essential for me. I love the little bow just for adding a little touch of an embellishment, but then filling everything out with those leaves, chopping into them and just making them extend and look a little bit fuller. It's a really nice set for that.
£7.99, and you've got 5 dies in total. AI2798 is your item number. Now, we're not going to be demoing, but we do also have the lights. Now, these are great. Anyone that knows me knows I'm kind of a bit obsessed about illumination. Okay, now, if you want one set of lights, which will be 2 meters in length, they come with a battery. That's how they work. You've got a little kind of like a thumb-sized little gizmo on the back. The switch is on there as well, but the battery to operate it is actually inside, so you haven't got to buy the battery separate. But you've got 2 meters for £5.99. Now, don't buy the individual yet, because that's what it would be if you buy just one, VF2750. But if you go for the next item we're going to show you, there's a pack of 3. And you're going to get 3 for not nearly £18, should be £17.97. You'll get 3 2 meters, so 6 meters in total, for wait until you see this price. My producer Laura is just saying to Hayley, are you sure this price is right? I know. Unbelievable. This is the lowest price it's ever been for all 3 of them. 3 separate. You can use on 3 separate projects or use all 3 on one project. It's up to you. £8.99. £3 for each one.
Yeah.
Wow. And we have got Christmas coming up in June. You're going to be making wreaths, lanterns like this. I mean, they are go anywhere portability. And just remember to switch them off when you're not, when you're going to bed and that sort of thing. They should last you a long, long time. But you can wrap them around cards. You can wrap them around MDF, as we've got here. Just have something on the wall that's illuminated, or something like this beautiful little lantern that's giving you that lovely warm glow. But they're basically wires, which you can, of course...
The base isn't attached, but that's my demo for later.
So this is going to be in the 5 o'clock show. But how gorgeous is that with the illumination around the edges? Isn't that great? So you can have them visible, or you can just tuck them behind something, and it will then just give that lovely kind of golden glow around it. So £8.99 for 3. I know, loads of you coming in for this. Beverly in Cardiff likes the idea of these. Janet in Norfolk. It may be that you've got ornaments and things like that you want to illuminate, or a little picture that you want to put little rice lights around the edge of. Absolutely fine. I'll show you the packets that they come in, and you can see them. There we are, look. So it's very, very thin wire. So they're very discreet, they don't stand out, and they're not ugly at all, but they're very, very fine. And all those little beads that you can see, those are the bulbs. I mean, they can be quite a lot of money. I mean, that for £5.99 I think is fantastic, but the fact you're going to get 3 of them for £8.99, all with the batteries in them too.
Yeah.
I would have thought the batteries would have been that.
Yeah.
You know, DI2784, get 3 today. You don't have to use them in crafting, you can use them for home decor, use them however you wish, but they are in stock if you want them, working out to £3 per set of lights. Okay, Hayley, back to you.
Right, so we're going to make this card then. So it's an easel card using the last of the the designer gatefold. So it's the petal ones, and obviously bringing in that little bunny, the simple recipes, and all of that gorgeous detail that's in the background there. So what we're going to do then first is I've already pre-made my card blank. So all I've done is just used a folded piece of card, A4, and just lined it up against my fold so that then we've got a straight edge here and then folded it to make my easel base there. Now this has been in my bag, so it's not as straight as it was when it arrived. So then I've got 2 panels that are identical. So these are the half die cut together. So we've put it one way and then mirrored it to cut the other one, so that then we've got a slightly bigger layer than our decorative panel there. So I'm just going to add some glue onto the reverse of here. So I'll just add it on, and then we're just going to layer that just onto the centre of this panel here. And then we're going to do the same with the other one, and one's going to go on the inside of the card and one's going to go on the outside. So I've done slightly different pattern papers on here. Did they just go, oh, that was Josh?
No.
Oh.
If ever there's a noise in the studio, Josh always gets the blame, but it's not Josh. Sandra's just getting her chair. So it just jumped up. Yeah.
So on the front of the card then, I'm going to use the lighter panel that I've just layered up. So we're just going to pop that just in the middle there. Now I'm working on my easel part flat just for ease, so that I'm not keep tipping it up and down. And then for the inside of my card, we're using the other one that I've just layered up.
And that, remember, is the petal gatefold die set, if you've set your heart on that one. £21.99 on its own, or in the set of 3 for £49.99.
So then just to finish off on the inside, we're going to add a strip of pink across the centre. So just adding glue onto here. Line that across there. And then again, doing similar of just trimming it to the shape of the base card as we did on the last one. And then we've just got a little stopper that I've just layered up. So it's just a white piece of card, a little bit of stripes, and that's just going to go into the middle there for when our easel is ready. So then to carry on with the top part of the card, I'm going to do the same thing and pop the pink across the middle.
I think easel cards are some of the most popular cards to make because they just display themselves brilliantly, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. That's it. As soon as you put them on the mantelpiece, they're just upright, aren't they, and stand. So just making sure we've got the glue under either end.
They're not going to fall over like some ordinary cards can.
Yeah. So then just trimming around just to follow that pattern of the damask, not the damask, the petal. So then we've got our panel across the middle there. And then we're going to add on our recipe of a birthday. So in fact, we'll do our bunny stamping and colouring first. So I've just got a bit of watercolour card, and I'm just popping in my bunny that's staring upwards and my balloon. So then if we take that out.
It's so simple, but so cute at the same time.
So then I wanted to match the purple to this one that's on here. So I've just used a bit of purple Easy Blend and a tiny little bit of black. So then
we have got the Easy Blend pens in the show as well. These are still on an amazing deal price. They really, really are. You get 36 of the water-based Easy Blend pens in colour families. You've got your blues and greens together, your pinks and reds and purples together, and your yellows, oranges and browns in there as well. And you get all 3 of them. Should be £19.99 each, £59.97 for all 3. But we can do a deal on these. You're not going to be paying £59.97. You can get all 3 packs, double-ended as well, for just £24.99. They should be £20 a set. Half price would have been great. This is way below half price.
Yeah, this is a deal. We don't do that regularly.
No, but we're doing it today if you want
are.
them, and they're top quality.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
So I just mixed in the purple and black there, and this is the colour that we got. So mixing the colours, you can really make them match your paper pads. Then I've just got plain black, and we're just going to go in for our bunny. So just moving around and getting all of that ink on there. And they're really forgiving as well, so really easy to work with. And if you haven't done watercolouring before, all I can say is just make sure you use plenty of water. And then you will get a nice even blend with them. And then if you do end up going back over the same area, you can really blend that out nicely.
And of course you can go straight in with a pen, but using them like Hayley's doing here, treat them like paints.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you do want to add shading in, obviously you can keep going in and do whatever you fancy. Just let your layers dry in between.
Mm-hmm.
So then we're just going to layer up our recipe of a birthday just onto some of the spotty paper again from that nostalgia pad. So we're just going to pop this onto here, and then we're going to, I think we'll foam pad that one up.
Now the recipe stamps, we've only got single figure stock left. So if you do want those, they're not going to be in the second show, I don't think, by the looks of it. So £9.99 for the recipe of love, recipe of friendship, recipe of birthday, and recipe of a crafter.
So then we're just going to pop our little bunny on as well. I'm just going to pop him just towards this side. And then we're just going to add our little, we chop one of these foam pads up a little bit. We can pop our balloon on the opposite side. It's just over here for him to be looking at. And then we're just going to add some flowers. So I've got the smaller ones of the lacy flowers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to need 3.5 of these. So I'm just trimming 2 of them into halves. Now it was slightly too small for matching the outline flower that I picked. So I wanted to make it slightly larger. So all I'm going to do is just use my ball tool just to roll around on this flower. And then with these halves, I'm going to do the same thing. And we're just going to increase the size of the flower with these halves.
I love the outline flower cut out of the pattern paper.
Yes.
That works really well with the little speckles in the centre.
Yeah, that's it. It's just kind of intermittent, the design then, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've just layered 2 up like normal. And then I'm just going to take my halves and we're just going to place them a little bit further out than the petals that are already on there. And just extend that flower out to make it a little bit bigger.
So total snippability, lots of ways of using these.
So then just pressing in the middle there, and you can see it's a little bit of a misshapen flower, but it doesn't really matter because once it's all stood up, that's absolutely fine. And then I'm just going to layer up 3 of my outline flowers. Need more hot glue. So just literally add in a dab of glue just into the reverse. We're popping 3 together, and then we're just going to lift that up with our ball tool just by pressing into the centre. And then this is just going to go along the bottom of this sentiment.
How the outline flowers look as if they're going to sell out. We still have a few available, but loads of you got it in your basket, and more people want it than we have stock. So it's all down to how quickly you can check out your basket.
So then this is going to pop onto our base card. So just popping glue on the bottom half of it there. Just attaching that into there. And then I just forgot, we've just used my happy birthday sentiment strip as well, just to pop across the centre of there. And then, have we got time for pearls?
Yeah, always got time for pearls.
So just add in some pearls just then into the centres of them flowers. And I think we'll go for the metallic brown ones. Now I did put a few more pearls on the original one, but just these 3 will be fine for now.
Always odd numbers.
Yes.
Always odd.
So just pop in these in the centre of here. And then there we go.
That is beautiful. We're using, of course, the gatefold die collection to start off with for the card shape. Make your own card blanks. That is available if you want those gatefolds for $49.99. They should be £25 each. They should be £75. But if you buy them today from us, you're going to get all three, but you're only paying for two. So let me just show you the boards again quickly. So there we go. Look, get that set, you get that set, and you get that set too. One of them's free. You're not paying for all three. You're only paying for two, but you are going to get three. All of what Hayley's been using in the show is on the website right now. Now, these dies, nearly 40% of the stock has gone. The two Hayleys are going to be back at 5 o'clock together with the second show of the day. But whatever you do, if you want the nostalgia pad, that's going very fast. The Tranquil Turquoise is proving very popular as well. Three great demos and amazing products, of course, from the Dreamees. If you want the lights, by the way, a set of three for $8.99. Can you believe that? Where can you get a deal like that?
Yeah, I know. That's it, £3 a pack.
Hayley, thank you. Great to see you. See you at 5 o'clock
Yeah,
with the other
see you at
Hayley as
5.
well. On the way next, though, we can continue Saturday afternoon with a little bit of tangling. We've got Sanntangle, lovely Sandra here with a brand new bundle, especially if you are new to Sanntangling and art. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Did you know Hobby Maker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week I'll be taking over the Hobby Makers Facebook, Instagram and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 AM on Craft O'Clock.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, welcome back on Saturday afternoon. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon with us. Welcome to HobbyMaker. Hope you're well, and we've got a treat. Whenever this lovely lady is here, Sandra, we always have busy shows because Sanntangle has taken the whole country and many parts of the world by storm.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's lovely though. It's really nice. Lovely. It's a lovely little community to be in. Don't ask. Just don't.
Is he all right?
He wasn't expecting to be up this morning because it was Helen should have been here, bless her, but she's stuck in an airport.
In an airport,
bless her.
yeah. Absolutely.
So I did get Dobby up and was like, "Are you coming?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Yeah, you are." And he's just been a bit of a pain.
He's not staying at home causing chaos.
He's causing chaos.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, what Sandra has done, for those of you that don't know anything about Sanntangle, the way I think of describing it is think of doodling. We all doodle. We've all doodled from childhood right the way up to adulthood, and you don't even realise you're doing it sometimes. This is doodling with a purpose. Doodling, posh doodling. It's a great way of losing yourself. It's a great way of unwinding. It's a great way of just kind of going into your own little space for a period of time. And what Sandra has done today is she's put together a perfect kit for someone who's never done it before, but also a perfect additional kit for those of you that have dabbled in the past. And I know I get more comments about Sanntangle than any other craft.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
Messages.
But it's one of those things unusual. People think, oh, you're just drawing a line, but it's not just about that. It's about you actually learning to draw and create your own art as well.
Yeah.
It's really quite amazing what you can do with it.
People who don't think they can do it, can do it. People who perhaps were told, as you were when you were a child at school, oh, art's not for you, you're not an artist, you're not a drawer. Sanntangle, provided you can hold a pencil or a pen and draw a line, you can Sanntangle, simple as that. And that's what everybody has said to me, that's what's amazed everybody. Now the kit that Sandra's put together today, this is a brilliant price. It's called the Butterfly Starter Pack. So as you would imagine with a starter pack, you've got everything that you'd get started, including your fine liners, including tortillons, a 2B pencil, including the beautiful cartridge paper as well in different shades that you can see, and the butterfly flower stencils and book. So everything that you need is in this bundle, and it should be £39.99. I mean, maybe you're a Sanntangler already and you've been doing it for years, but you want to pass it on to a friend, or a friend has seen what you've done or do and has said, I'd like to give this a go myself. And you're thinking, okay, what do I need to get that person to get them started, to get them involved like I am? This is the perfect purchase today. And a clock on the screen means that price is not going to be what you're paying. And we get new customers every single day here at HobbyMaker. Even though we've been on the air now for nearly 3.5 years, everyone who's never seen Sanntangle, get this and give it a go. You'll surprise yourself, even if you don't think of yourself as an artist. The deal this afternoon for everything, yours for $24.99. What about that for a great saving? £15 off. The cartridge paper, that's the same paper you use for your tiles.
Exactly, same standard, absolutely, yes. It's the best in the business. It's all UK sourced. It's fantastic paper to work with.
You've got 2 stencils, not one.
I
Two
know.
stencils in this for the wings of the butterfly. And inside the booklet, everything is photographed step by step by step. So you've got the stencil to give you the outline, which gives you the confidence because you no longer have blank paper. And then you just fill in the blanks using the Sanntangle techniques, the strokes. Sometimes it's a line, sometimes it's a circle, sometimes it's a curve. But every image in here you can achieve by following the step-by-step instructions. Using the stencil, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing is assumed that you take for granted.
Not at
Everything
all.
is photographed step by step.
It is, yes.
And who doesn't love a butterfly?
I know, and the nice thing about this, and the nice thing about Sanntangle in particular, yeah, I give you the stencils and the shapes to do a butterfly, but you're creating it, so you choose the top, you choose the bottom, you choose the body, you choose the size. So as well as, you know, putting those lovely patterns in and having a bit of a mindful moment, you design the butterfly, not me. You do it.
And Sanntangle, to be fair, is one of the most cost-effective crafts and hobbies to get into because there's not very much involved. You've got your pencil. A 2B is what you always recommend to use
absolutely.
for Sanntangle. You've got your fine liners, which are fantastic. Again, Sanntangle branded. You know, they're the best quality out there. The 2 stencils you can use again and again and again. Tortillons, unless you're familiar with the shows, you may not know. Tortillons are for doing your blending and doing your shading with the 2B pencil. So basically that's compressed paper, which gives you a fantastic it's one of the most popular techniques, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. You can't tangle without one, actually. So you've got a couple in there, so yeah, you're going to get addicted to them.
Sandra's put this bundle together specially for us and specially for you today at a brilliant, brilliant taster price, really, of £24.99. And you've got everything there to get started.
You have, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use this pack alone.
Okay.
I'm going to, maybe a couple of other bits, but I'm going to explain what and why, that kind of thing. Okay. So I thought we'd open it.
All right, let's open it.
So you are getting this little envelope as well
to
put everything in, because it's nice that you keep everything together, all in one place, and then you can just throw it in the car, can't you, or whatever it is you want to do.
Think about if you're going away. I'm going away tomorrow for a week. On a journey, on a long haul flight maybe, or a short haul flight, you want things to do at the airport while you're hanging around, like your friend Helen in Rhodes Airport.
She's got all the prep with her.
Still at the airport.
For today's show.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it gives you something to do. If you've got a few minutes at home in between jobs and chores, you think, oh, you can pick it up and put it down.
Yeah,
have a little play.
yeah.
Let me show you some finished images here to
They're
start
lovely.
off with. Look at these.
But the thing with it, you'll notice, is every single one is different, because that's the nature of it. You can create your own butterfly. You decide what you're going to do with it and how it's going to work.
Oh, hang on. Look at
this one.
Look at this.
Look at
Is that a white gel pen?
It is, yeah, on a white gel pen with my white chalk pencil with dark paper in the background.
Now, this starter pack I knew would be popular, but I didn't think it would be quite as popular as it is. 40% of the entire stock is gone already. Please order it in this show and check out. I don't think there'll be any for the latest show, the way it's going at the moment, unless we can get more stock, which is sometimes a possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility. We'd have to check.
Okay, well, the stock we've got for available this show, 40% gone now, AL1232. Okay.
So let's open it.
Do it.
Right, here we go. Okay, so I'm open. Yeah, right. So you've taken everything out. I'm going to put that to one side. So you've got your tortillon, you've got your pencil, you've got your 3 fine liners. Why 3? They come in a pack of 3, and you know what? You're going to use them for all sorts of things.
Are they all the same fine?
They're all the same thickness. They're all 03s, but you can actually use this to draw on wood. You can draw on clothing if you want to. You can draw on fabrics. They are washable and permanent up to 40 degrees.
Right.
So brilliant, because of course we sew as well. You've got your paper. You're getting 4 sheets of A5. The colours may vary, but you can see here they're kind of all whites, but off-whites.
Kind of neutral tones.
Things. Yeah, so I'm going to sort of show you how you can do that with them.
And you can cut those down, trim them down to different sizes.
Of course you can. And the stencil itself, the 2 pieces of art in here they can be quite large pieces, up to A4. So yeah, mix and match and do what you want to do with them. But, you know, this is a good starting point.
Half the stock of the starter pack now gone.
Okay. So it's showing you at the back. You can see the stencil. There's no real need to number these. I do number things if it's necessary. But these, you can kind of see you've got butterfly tops, bottoms, bodies, little swirly things.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's self-explanatory. But the nice thing is you've got 3 different sizes of butterfly. You've got the really large, medium, and you've got these little ones. But you choose what you do with it.
And you make these at Sanntangle HQ?
We do, yeah, we make them. It's me that's drawn the images, it's me that creates the stencils. Well, I actually draw the stencils, I give them to John, and he makes sure that they'll run on the machine. Because I don't know if I draw it, sometimes the lines don't touch and it drives him nuts. Right. So he does that, and then of course they get machined. The instructions are written using the stencil, so you can see every step of the way how it fits. And then, of course, I write the instructions as I follow the stencil to recreate the artwork on the front. The one thing you don't get here is this circle frame.
Okay.
So what I would honestly suggest, if you're going to get this and you think that's great, get the circle frame as well. I've actually got mine here, and I carry mine with me in my sketchbook. It's so useful. It's unbelievable.
So it's one of the most useful frames you can get. We've added that into the show, bearing in mind it doesn't come with it. It's in stock right now. Here it is. It looks like a target, but again, you do get a booklet with it to give you loads of ideas as to how to use it. And again, the circles are there, the little dots are there, purely for dividing up the space. So you get even divisions all the way around the 360-degree circle, okay? This is back in stock today. It's only £16.34, but it goes with the starter kit brilliantly, which is why we've added it into the show, okay? And you do get a couple of projects in there as well. If you missed out last time, we got a little bit more stock today than we did have last time when it completely sold out. So £16.34 for your circle, HU 1227, and of course you could do circles in any size from the largest right the way down to the smallest just there. So an invaluable frame to order. Loads of you are coming in for this. 20% of this is gone already as well.
Yeah, I mean, so you can use just the pack and that's absolutely fine, but having these little additions, I said I'd explain things as I go. It's a really good investment. I say with mine, it's always in my sketchbook, because if you need to draw a circle, we do a lot of those entangling, and look at all the different things you can do with it.
Look at these. Aren't they lovely?
Yeah.
The circle.
It's your creativity going wild, isn't it?
It's one of the trickiest shapes to draw accurately and evenly.
Yeah. And you notice we called it a frame. These are being used to create art.
Yeah.
So they're not just a frame that you draw around and hope for the best, just to give you something nice like that, but you can actually mix and match it really well. So I'm going to come straight in with my pen.
Okay.
And I'm going to choose the body. Doesn't matter which one. I'm going to go with this one here. And I'm going to put that. Now I'm using the medium-sized sort of shape butterflies because I've got my A5 paper. But, you know, you can use whichever. Look.
Yep.
So far, so good. You can do this in pencil, by the way. You don't have to do it in pen.
I'll be honest, that's what I started to do.
Yeah.
So I thought, you know what, if I make a mistake, I can always rub it out with a pen, you know.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm pretty confident what I'm doing, so I'm not too worried. So working with this one, you're like, okay, well, I need to get that onto that side symmetrically. Okay, you can see through the stencil, but if I mark on a little bit of the body shape onto the stencil, so I've actually physically drawn on the stencil, turn it round, and then if I line up that body shape.
Ah, right.
And
You've then got the opposite.
Draw the opposite one. I'm going to do, let's get rid of that seed because it'll rub off. That won't stay on, okay? And if you find that you're doing a lot of it, this is a new stencil, my other one's quite well used. You can use a little bit of warm soapy water and it'll clean it off for you. There you go, so that's that one. And again, look, I'm going to come back in this side. I'm going to draw a little bit of that body. Let's put a little bit of that wing in. Turn it over. Line it up again.
Clever. Exactly the right place.
There we go, hopefully. Yeah, more or less. There we are. All right, so within a minute or two, we've actually got our first butterfly.
And all of a sudden, that sheet that was quite daunting because it was plain, nothing on it, suddenly now you've got an image, you've got an object, got something to work in.
This is it. And I've already gone a bit rogue because if I look at the instructions here, it's a different shape to that butterfly, but it doesn't matter. So I'll do, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the other one because you can mix and match. So see here, look, I've got a similar shape. Let's go round. See, I'm showing you how you can use the circle in there, so you can you're not left alone. But I quite like the patterns on this one. So you see it's got a bit of a stripe here and a bit of a bubble going on. So let's have a go at that. So again, I'm going to sort of come in, put myself a line there. They don't have to be perfectly matched. It's entirely up to you. Let's go across there as well. So this is where you can have a bit of fun. You can go completely off piece and do your own thing with it. So here, look, I've got stripes. So let's put some stripes in. You see, I'm moving my paper and I'm slightly curving them as I work my way down. So it's giving it a little bit of shape. There you go. So the same on here. And again, I'm not counting how many I've got on that side. I'm coming down and kind of just sort of filling it in as I go.
It's just a series of slightly curved lines.
Absolutely. And you know what, if you find that you think, oh, do you know what, that's a bit too fat and they're a bit thinner, come back in and do another layer and completely fill it with lines. It doesn't matter. So this one, let's go with bubbles. Now, they're never circles, are they? Because who can draw a perfect circle? So they're bubbles. It just takes the pressure off. So you'll notice that I started in the middle. That kind of gives me a good starting point.
That's a good tip, actually.
And then I'm not trying to sort of fill in the edges because you see they're smaller. So you'd start really small and then you kind of lose track. Plus, if you've got the middle one in and you've done that on both sides, it's going to look symmetrical even if it isn't, because that's your main focus.
I think it's a really good idea what you've done here, putting together a starter pack, because I think a lot of people, when they start something new that's been established for so many years, they think, okay, do I buy the first ever book that Sandra released?
I know, where do you go?
At the new one? Where do I go? This is the perfect place to start.
Yeah. Now, we picked this stencil in particular because I don't know if you remember last time Helen was on, she did say that she started with this stencil. It was the first one she built the confidence up to actually buy and try. See, I'm just going to go around that overlook.
So Helen, who should have been the guest today, she's living proof that she started by seeing you on TV.
She did, yes.
And then she ended up working for you.
She's teaching now. She does classes in her area because I can't get everywhere, so it's nice to have. No, I can't. I'm a bit busy to be able to move too much around the country. But so I thought with her starting with this one, it would be the perfect way to introduce anybody that didn't know what to do or where to go.
And Sanntangle, honestly, is the best community of people. They're the friendliest bunch. They're the most passionate people I think I've ever met. And they're people who, not all of them, but most of them, never really thought of themselves as artists, but Sandra inspired them on a TV show like this, for example, and they've given it a go. It's not going to work if you don't do it. If you do it, you'll surprise yourself. I honestly do believe that.
You certainly will, absolutely. And you know what, and we talk about this all the time, don't we? It's not about it looking exactly the same as mine.
No.
It's about you having a go and putting your own little sort of characteristic on it. We're all completely different people. So it stands to reason that when we actually come to draw something, it's going to look a little bit different. Your curves are not going to be as curvy maybe, or you might have a more of a wobbly line. It really doesn't matter.
That's something that people say, you know, if you've got if you haven't really got a steady hand, for example, don't worry about it.
No, not at all.
A wobbly line would be easy for you to do, but won't be that easy for someone who can do perfect straight lines.
And you know, if you think, oh, do you know what, that pattern's a little bit tricky, I can't do that, have a look through the booklet and pick something else. It really doesn't matter. If I don't have, say, I don't know, 7 lines in here, for example, and I've got 8 or 9, I am not going to stress over it at all. It doesn't matter. It's all about you having a little bit of fun. I'm just going to put these in, then I'm going to show you the pencil and the tortillon. But I've got to put something in order to get that going. I've just drawn curves at the moment, look, curves and bubbles. And I'm just working on one side because look at this.
Nothing difficult, nothing tricky, but
So
look at it.
let's bring in the 2B, the pencil. Why a 2B? We want it to be a nice soft piece of graphite at the end. If it's a HB and you start to add pencil, you'll find it'll move a little bit, but you'll find a line where you've put the line in.
Right.
And it sort of smudges either side. Great for drawing with, but with this one, what I want to do is I want the pencil to move. You see, I've automatically gone to halfway. I'm not here. I'm up here. Because what I want to do is I want to see, for a starter, where I'm putting my pencil.
So you don't apply too much pressure?
No. Don't need to. And if you are somebody that does apply a lot of pressure, go even further out because you can't physically then put any pressure on at all. And you want the pencil to do the work. So I'm going to put some, look, either side of those little stripes. I'm going to put a little bit in that bubble there. And I'm going to come around under there, look. Now again, if you think, oh, I don't want to colour, I'm not colouring, I'm applying graphite. And of course what you can do, you could always use a patterned or a coloured paper, draw your image on, and then you've already got colour on it.
Look around your house. Have you got other people's art on your walls? Do you know who the artist is or was? Or is it just images that you bought from a gift shop or a department store or something like that? Why not have your own artwork on your walls? Look at what you've created every day, not what someone else has created.
Absolutely.
Nothing better than that.
Yeah. Pencil in there. Let's just do, I'm just going to do half of this because you can see where it's sort of started, where it's coming from. Okay, so our tortillon. Rolled up paper, nice point at the end. Now, obviously you can't put this in a pencil sharpener. Don't try it. I have, and it don't work, but you know, you have to do these things. It will eventually flatten off, but that's okay because you can open a paper clip, push it down the end, and it'll bring it back to a point.
Okay.
If you find it's getting a bit too tatty around the edge here, you could use a nail file and file it off. But here we go, look, finger and thumb.
This is at workshops that always gets the gasp. It's the most favourite part of Sanntangling is the shading.
So you see that? Now there's different ways of using it, of course, and I've got plenty of space here, so I'm swirling it as I work my way around. I'm not putting too much pressure on, and the idea is that you're going to put some darkness and some shade where I've got a pencil, and then it's going to ease off to nothing, giving you a bit of a highlight.
It gets rid of any lines and just makes everything fade gradually and looks so, it gives everything dimension straight away. That's what's so lovely about it.
That's what we're after. So what I'm after here is a little bit of a highlight in the middle, if I can. And this is where, again, you know, we've touched it, you don't need anything else, but if you feel that, you know, you've gone too far in, you need a rubber. You know, get yourself a rubber and put a line down the middle, it's fine. You can do that. But at the moment, I've not done anything other than what's in the pack, and this is one butterfly. You've got 3 sizes, you've got 3 different types of wings, you can mix and match. It's infinitely
And you're not
amazing
just
what
buying
you can do with it.
a project, you're not just buying a product as such, you're actually joining a community, and you can be an active part of that community. There's Facebook pages dedicated to Sanntangle, obviously, as well. There's workshops the length and breadth of the country that many of you go to. You make new friends if you go to kind of craft shows and that sort of thing, and you're wearing maybe a Sanntangle badge. People will talk to you about what you've done. And you can share your pictures with us through our official fans page, Hobby Makers official fans page on Facebook. You can share your Sanntangle projects with us, and you could win yourself £100 because we do give a £100 credit once a month to people who've shared their makes with us, and then you can see what other people are doing on our Facebook
Sort of putting
page.
that in. There you go. We do online lives as well.
Yep.
I'm just going to bring that circle frame in now. I think it's important to sort of show you how I use it. You can see through it. And you know, we talked about, I can't fit the 8x8 on there, but that doesn't matter because I've got lots of different sizes I can choose from. So let's go for, I like things sort of sometimes coming out of the frame, but you might think, well, do you know what, I want a full frame round it. So I can fit on this one here. So let's have a look. That's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here we go. If I draw that, I'm just going to draw a bit of it so you can see how I do it.
Well, there's the frame stencil, if you like it, 1634. It complements the butterfly starter pack brilliantly, which is why we've got it in the show. And if you bought both, you'd just be paying slightly over £40 today, but you've got a flying start with Sanntangle.
It's nice, isn't it? And this, I mean, this circle, I say, it's in my sketchbook. You notice I don't even have the paperwork with mine because it's literally just in my sketchbook all the time.
I've just realised, thank you, Laura, for reminding me, but the starter pack should be £30 odd. So it's almost giving you the circle frame stencil for nothing if you were paying the proper price for the starter bundle. Yeah, for £1.34. So you get the discounted price for the main starter bundle of £24.99, and the stencil is £16.34 for the frames.
Okay. So you see there, I've got my 2 shapes. I could go down, I could do a whole mandala if I want to, but I've got dots around the frame as well, and I'm just sort of putting those in. So it gives me my perspective. They're all going into the middle. So I've got something now that I can work with. So again, you can come in with pen or pencil. It really doesn't matter. And I'm just going to kind of put a shape in. I'm going to use it as well to lean on, because now I've done all that lovely shading, I don't want it all up my hand, do I?
Don't want to smudge it.
So I'm going to go sort of halfway. I'm going to put a shape in. So this, again, infinite possibilities. It's whatever you want to draw, whatever you want to do.
And the thing is, this is when it really struck home to me, when it clicked, was the fact that Sandra makes smaller sections. Each section that you're working in there, it is its own individual picture.
Absolutely.
So that bigger picture isn't as daunting anymore.
You see, I'm going halfway in between, so I've got a little section and doing this little curve.
Yeah.
It's easy to do the same shape all the way around because you build that muscle memory, you see, all the way around. So then I'm going to come back and do it this way. See, it joins up. There we go. And I think sometimes, I know I tend to do this and you think, oh, it's a bit boring watching me draw lines. But I think it's important that you see how it's created.
But it's what those lines turn into.
Absolutely. I do have a finished sample of this in a moment that you can kind of see where it goes. And of course, if you don't want to colour, you can add inks to it and stuff, but imagine colouring them. You've seen the samples. Okay, so you see you've got that all the way around. So I can keep going with that. I'll just do a little bit more on a section so you can see it. Let's do it here.
And because you section that circle off, every petal is now evenly spaced.
Yes, and you know that when you get to the end of it, you're not going to have to squish something up.
No.
Or you're not going to have
something.
an odd line in the way. You just know it's going to work. I mean, look, putting those little loops in. And then I could come in and create a little line inside there. So every single time you use it, it's going to be completely different. See, on this one, look, I'm going to bring that in. Little loop there. See how it sort of just joins? Let's put another one there, look. I'll do another one this side. Like so. So you imagine once you've done this all the way around, I mean, it's a card in its own right, but it's something that you've created a piece of art.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at that one, and then let's just imagine for a minute, you've got this drawn up,
Yep.
and it's shaded. You've got a little bit of colour on this. I've not coloured too much, I've just inked. But what if you were to cut it out?
Ooh, look at this. That looks so 3D, doesn't it? Not only are the butterfly's wings risen, but because you've got that fantastic effect, the black
Yes.
stripes, it makes it look rounded.
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't strike that there. It's all about time, isn't it, and things. But let's just quick look. So you can see I've got my lines there, exactly what I've done here. I've not put loops on the outside, so I've already changed it up a little bit. But of course, on the craft card, I've used a white gel pen. And, you know, you mix bits in. There's a little bit of shading in there. But then, of course, I've cut my wings. And then I've used a little foam pad to put the body. They're really easy to cut out.
Look at that,
look
that
at
top part of the wing. That looks rounded, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? It does look moved. But from that, so you've seen exactly where I've started to that. And that's literally one butterfly. There's so many others. And, of course, you can bring other spots and things in and have droplets hanging. And
Well, remember,
just beautiful, isn't it?
out of all the
There it
themes in card making and crafting here at Hobby Maker, flowers and butterflies are by far the most popular theme. So to have a butterfly starter kit from Sandra today is an opportunity that's too good to miss. Whether you're making art to put on your own walls, whether you're making art for friends and family, I mean, yeah, any card that's been handmade is special, but handmade and also hand-drawn is in a totally different league. That card then is going to go in a frame, it's going to go on that person's wall. Very special indeed. So you're going to get the stencils, you're going to get the cartridge paper, you're also going to get down here the 2B pencil, you can get the 303 fine liners as well, and the 2 stencils. You get 2 stencils. So this is the ultimate beginner's kit that I know Sandra has been asked for and we've been asked for as well, and that's what Sandra's done here. It's not the first time you've seen the stencil, but it's the first time we've had it in a bundle like this, which is aimed at someone maybe starting Sanntangle for the first time, or maybe you've been buying little bits here, little bits there, and you need an extra pen, you need an extra tortillon or whatever. It's all in there for you to get started straight away. And what hobby can you have that is £24.99 to get started? You don't have to spend hundreds of pounds on machinery.
No, you don't. And you can get it home. You sit down at the table, or you know, I sit in front of the TV. I never watch TV. I only ever listen. And you can start drawing. You can do it immediately. Even if you've got card toppers and stamps that you've already done, you draw one of the small butterflies and you start small in a corner.
Yep.
And then you can, as you get your confidence build, you can start going perhaps a little bit bigger and doing something different.
And remember, it will come in its own plastic wallet as well.
Does,
so if you are the sort of person like me that you're always on the go, you're going here, there and everywhere, going away for a weekend, but you get bored, you just don't want to sit there and sunbathe or whatever, you want to have something to do while you're away, then this is perfect. It's a perfect size. It can go into your carry luggage, it can go into your suitcase when you're going away, and it gives you a purpose and something to do when you're there, and something beautiful that you can take back with you and either gift or keep for yourself. £24.99, loads more people are coming through for it. AL1232. Nearly 70% of the entire stock of this beginner's kit has gone. I say beginner's kit, it's a starter's kit. It will appeal to all sorts of people. People who've been Sanntangling for years, for people who've thought about it and thought, do you know what, I don't know what to buy. Remember, it's one P&P of £4.99 here at Hobby Maker every single day. Never pay more than that for your P&P.
Look, I better sign my work, hadn't I?
Oh yeah.
Always sign your work.
Absolutely. Now, we've got some little books here. Now, again, with travelling in mind or little holidays or breaks away somewhere, maybe
Yeah,
a
these are
mobile home.
lovely.
We've got 3 little books. We've got Secret Worlds, we've got Tangly Birds, and we've also got Fantasy Florals. Which one do you want to do first?
Oh, shall we do the Secret Worlds?
Secret
Yeah,
Worlds.
yeah.
Okay, now this has only been on once before. It's a pocket-sized book, this.
Oh,
Now,
they're lovely.
Look at what's in here. You get a little menu on the front page of exactly what's inside it. And you can use these themselves. You can use these as little pint-sized projects, but if we flick over, every page. Is this kind of a nod to Lock It Lane?
It is, yeah. I mean, I say Secret World, you've got a little bit of everything in there. There's the manor, so you could dress it up to do what you want. You've got something like Halloween, you've got something Christmassy, something summery. I think the camper van's in there as well. It just gives you options. There's the, of course, the
Wishing Well.
The Wishing Well, where the locket was found.
Now,
They're
I've
just
got to
really
let you know,
fun.
we've not had this book on. I don't think I've seen this book before. It's not been on for a year. So it's taken a bit of time to get it back.
The Ice House.
Actually, Andy did the show a year ago.
There's the keyhole.
There's Through the Keyhole.
They're just really nice little pictures. You could sit of an evening and colour these in. You can add a few little bits and pieces to it, but then take them out of the book and die cut round them. See, that's Riverside Row. And, you know, make them into cards. And the beautiful thing about these is because they're laser printed,
Right.
you can foil them.
Oh, okay.
There's a camper look. So
There's a camper.
absolutely, yeah, you can take them out and do that. But they kind of sit on your knee and colour a little bit or add a little bit.
And because
that
you've got the
kind of
spiral
thing.
spine, you can fold it back on itself
Yeah, I
as
love
well,
that
which
about
is,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And
Now,
I-
the paper quality of this is amazing.
It's 160 GSM. It's super smooth paper. So alcohol markers will go through this brilliantly,
Right.
which is why we don't print on the back. Well, two of the reasons we don't print on the back. One, because you can use alcohol markers and it'll go through. And two, because I want you to take them out of the book and make cards and things with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's important that you don't think I've got to waste one
And
side or
the
the
thing
other.
is, this is obviously lending itself to colouring in, but also it's lending itself for tangling too, whether you
Yes.
want to do lots of little strokes and curves and lines and so on, you can do that. But if you want to colour in with either your pencils or your pens, you can feel free to do that too. But aren't they just beautiful? So it's been a year since we've had it in stock. It's only £12.99. It's called Secret Worlds, WF1202. It's the lowest price. It's better than launch. I think launch was it £16.99 at launch? £16, £15.99. So today, it's the lowest price it's been at £12.99. And how many images have you got
There's
in there?
30 pictures in there.
30.
So that's 30 cards that you can make, and you're going to have the pleasure of you colouring it in and, of course, inking and making your cards up. And then somebody else is going to have the pleasure of receiving it. The fact that, okay, if you don't want to spend the time drawing the pictures, you've still got that opportunity to use the artwork, but you can add your own little bits to it. Of course, you can bring that circle frame in, can't you, and do that with it. You can bring your little butterflies. Look, there's a Christmas one.
I mean, it's the perfect investment. If you've got lots and lots of different colour pens, different manufacturers, different makes, you've got lots of pencils, wax-based, water-based, whatever. Whether you want to paint with your
church.
water-based pencils, you
I'll
can
show you
do
the
that too.
church, Dave. I've been
Oh, yeah.
playing with that one in the green room. There we go.
Oh.
So you've just seen that one there. But all I've used with that is the pencil and the tortillon, and I've got a gel pen in there, a little bit of blue, a little bit of inking in the backgrounds. And,
Isn't that lovely?
and there's a wedding card.
Absolutely it is. So the book itself, a lot of you are actually going for more than one of them, maybe one for yourself and one for a gift for a friend or whatever, because I think a lot of people tangle with friends.
Yeah, they do, yeah. Or even, I mean, I know Leslie and I've not done it for a while. We kind of have a date night because we don't get to meet each other in person all the time. We do it over Messenger. So I'm in my house and she's in hers and we're crafting together. So that's quite nice to do as well.
I know lots of you go for like coffee mornings and meet up maybe at the local church hall or the local coffee shop and have an hour or two Sanntangling together. Then this is going to be a great, great present to give someone. Not breaking the bank at £12.99, lowest price it's ever been. Now, some of the others, we've got the Tangly Birds. Now, this is slightly a thicker book, this one.
It is, yeah. Now this one is my creative team are fantastic, and we had the opportunity for them to draw some artwork. So you see, you've got a very stylised picture there. You get two of those, but then you get the tangled version.
Ah, wow.
So it is an opportunity for learning. You could take these pieces of art and colour them, or tangle them, or use the pictures there as inspiration to create your own little bits and pieces.
So you get two
Look at
projects
those.
of each design and then one finished, which you can copy or just do your own thing with. It's
Look at how detailed, how they change in it. I think it's really nice for you to get the basic artwork and then you get the tangled version as well, because you sort of see where things have gone and how they put together.
Love it.
Really nice way of sort of doing it. And
Of
again,
course, you can
cards.
take the tangled sheet out if you want to.
Yeah.
So you can actually just remove it out of the page and just then have it next to you
Yeah.
and copy all the different strokes and so on. But again, you can do it your own way. It's entirely up to you. But look at that, tangled.
Yeah, it's amazing how they change. Look at that. I mean, imagine that in a little Christmas card.
Exactly.
But then you see it.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Looks like it's been quilled.
It does, doesn't it? Which you put quite easily can.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
They're perfect shapes, actually, for quilling.
Yeah,
Because I
they
know
are, actually.
Jess and I have actually done a stencil.
Now, this I've not seen before until today. Is this also about a year ago we had it? Look at it on the water. Isn't it lovely?
Yeah.
Oh, it was 2 years
Gosh,
ago, this
it's been
first.
a while then.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, I did launch it, did I? All right.
Look at that one. You see, it's just amazing how you see the difference. I mean, that swan's beautiful, isn't it?
I have got a poor memory.
There you
2
go.
years ago this was on.
And the duck, it's so cute.
The chicken? Oh, that's a duck.
Yeah, there you are.
Wow, look at him.
So, I mean, they're great, aren't they? Even if you're using it for practicing.
Also, this is going to take that long to do.
No,
and
it
if you look
isn't.
at how
They're
much
small.
work is in there, you can probably do that in maybe an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Just have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah. Well, it is only $12.99, and there's even more pages in this one than was in the Secret World. So great value for money, NL1245. And then the other one is the Fantasy Florals.
This is,
So
yeah.
anything goes with Fantasy Florals.
It is, yeah. This is a bit of a classic, and this was probably one of the first I made. So you've got the first page where it gives you lots of ideas, and a lot of these patterns I've used in the book. So again, you've got a tangled version fully, and then you've got images that you can do a little bit more to. But this is purely card making, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've put a sentiment on that, a little bit of ink, and you've got a full card.
Absolutely right. Now, this is also just £12.99. Now, this has not been on for at least a couple of years. So if you would like to get hold of this, Fantasy Florals, they're not trying to be daffodils or tulips or roses. They're just basically figments of Sandra's imagination and the team. But they're beautiful, aren't they?
They are, and it's so easy to turn into a card. It's, I mean, a little sentiment, you know, on a pad there, a little foam pad, it'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? Have them either way. Doesn't mean that you're looking at it that way, that it's the right way around. You can have them upside down, the other way around, if you want, whatever you want to do
And
with them.
it's the perfect size for portability. You know,
Yeah.
normal colouring books, maybe for youngsters, are normally A4 or bigger, and they're quite a big thing to kind of move around. You can put this in your handbag, put it in your case, put it in your pocket, in your coat or whatever, and just have a little colour or tangle whenever you feel like it.
Perfect
You could be on the
size.
bus going to work.
Yeah. Wobbly lines.
What?
Depends on the road, doesn't it?
Yeah, true.
Wobbly lines.
Absolutely wobbly lines. Yeah.
But if you want wobbly lines, it's all good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Look at
Of course,
that.
it just folds back on itself, so it's really kind of pocket size, notebook size, really. But again, you can remove them and then frame them, put them onto card blanks if you want to as well. But what a lovely thing. If you want to go for all three of them, that would be £12.99 times 3, so that would be about £39, and you then have all three books.
Yeah, lots and lots of artwork in there.
Tons of artwork
Yeah,
in there.
you're going to be an absolute professional going through all of those and tangling. But imagine all those cards. If you make and sell, you've done your own little tangle, you've coloured it in and made a card out of them. You're going to get your money back in no time with
And
those.
also, again, talking of beginners and starter packs and that sort of thing, you know, if you've got a huge image, you might look at it and think, I don't know where to start. I really don't know where to start. Well, these are not daunting. You're looking at probably 7 by 6 inches.
Yeah,
that
not
sort of
not
size.
too big at all. You get these on a 5x5 card, easy.
So that one is Secret Worlds. That one is your Tangly Birds, and then the last one is your Fantasy Florals. And that one is YH1272. YH1272. Should we do the gems quickly?
Just
let's
do the gems. Yeah,
Now the
yeah.
gems.
This,
We've got the gems. There we go. So we've got the set first of all.
I know.
So this is
did I get there before you, Dave? Did I?
Creating Little Gems. Now this is the book you get with it, and then these are the wooden embellishments.
I know. This is crazy, yeah.
You get both.
No, it's one. You know, it's only one. I think we've got 2 packs in there.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll take that one.
Okay, so that's right.
Yeah, I'll take that one, and you have that one because I've got this on card. Look, because it's easy to see.
Oh, okay.
Sarah puts them on card for me.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're going to get a stencil in there.
Yeah,
You're also
which
going
is
to get
that one.
your wooden embellishments. So that's what comes with it, okay? And you can use the stencil, obviously, to draw your own shapes if you wish to as well. And this board shows you all the shapes you're going to get. Now, this is what wood is this?
This is plywood.
Plywood.
Yes. So if you share that, but then you look at that one, this is what you can do with them.
Oh, my word.
It's a really nice one, this is. I'm going to show you how we can kind of incorporate or what we can do with them in a short
Now
while.
you could turn those into badges and wear them.
Yeah.
You could obviously put them as embellishments on a card if you wish to. Put them in a picture frame, maybe make an initial out of them, like a letter D or an S.
We keep saying we're going to do a tabletop, don't we?
Tabletop
with
would look
Something
fantastic.
look fantastic.
So that is $22.99 with your 25 shapes.
Yeah.
Plus you've got all the projects, always with Sandra's books. What projects you see on the front are always what's inside. So you've got all of these to work with. It could just be one element that goes maybe just there on a tangled picture. They're just great. And to have that extra dimension, to have that texture of the wood.
Well, absolutely. I've got some samples here, so shall I just wander through them?
Okay.
Because it shows you sort of kind of thing what you can do. So you're still getting instructions for how to draw these, but like I've got a little embellishment there. But you notice things match, so you've got another shape here, which I could have actually used one of the plywood shapes on the top. So with this one, I mean, that's drawn with an oval.
Right.
One oval. And moving on. This one here.
So you're using them to like draw around?
You can use them to draw around, draw in. See, this one here, I could have actually put the shape there. That's where the shape sits.
Right.
But it's kind of hidden within that one. I'm going to demonstrate this one in a moment. And then look here again, I've kind of got a shape sort of added there. But if I bring in, I've been playing with mine. So you see here, I've started to draw on them. I've got a little bit of ink around them there. And sometimes, you know, you might just sit and want to draw these. They take moments to draw on. But the nice thing about them is, if I bring, it was mine. If I bring my stencil in, here we go. They fit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the ones that I know are going to work. There you go, look. They fit. So everything matches beautifully. So I think that one's that one there, is it? Oh no, it's probably that one there then. No, it is that one. It is that one.
It's like the Krypton
All
factory.
different sides. So yeah, so these fit perfectly. So when you actually come to draw something, let me just find a little bit of paper here. So I'm going to come back to my little pack on my pad here. And let's have a look. I put in.
Well, just to let you know, if you do want more of the wooden gems, we have got a pack of 50 of them on their own,
Yeah.
which we'll put those on the screen in a minute for you.
So let's have a look. So here we go. I'm going to come in with, I'm going to do this shape here. And I think what I'm doing, I'm going to come in straight in with pen. I've put myself a vertical line in. And next job is I'm going to put my little diamond in there. My diamond in there. Now the nice thing about this is, as I say, they match. I do have a diamond here somewhere. There you go. So if I wanted to, look, I could use that diamond instead of drawing it. Yeah, so I'll move that out of the way for a minute. And looking at my instructions, see, we've started there. See, let's have a look. So using shape 7, shapes 24, 25 and 4, that's the one. But it tells you which shapes, and of course on the back, I've numbered all the shapes, so
Right.
you know which ones I'm referring to. So all these different projects within it. So it talks about using that, and then it says, right, okay, we've got a triangle on the top. I would suggest that you do use a pencil to draw these, because you might want to rub a few lines out a little bit later. I'm not so worried because, of course, I'm doing it as a little bit of a speedy project.
I do love the fact as well that the wood gives you dimension, it gives you height, it gives you
Yeah.
that embellishment aspect. And again, think of each gemstone or each wooden slice as a miniature picture, because that's what they are at the end of the day.
Well, they are. It adds, like you say, it adds a little bit of dimension and a little bit of a difference.
And if you are wanting to cover a larger surface area, like a coffee table or something like that, obviously go for the bigger packs, where we've got a pack of 50 different shapes for you.
No, I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see now I've got my shapes that I've started with, but I'm going to come in freehand. And you might recall that shape, but a little bit wider when I did the circle earlier. So things have a way of coming back and repeating themselves. So I'm going to put that one there, look. So already it looks a little bit different to the one I've kind of finished. But all similar shapes, similar designs. Let's put a little curve in here, like so. And if I sort of look at the instructions, you see here, it's sort of giving me those pointers. There's the curves I've just drawn. Got some extra curls and things going on here, so let's come in and put those in. But once you've got that main shape, it just sort of flows, because you've got structure and something to work within. I'm going to change that about a little bit because I used pen for that. There's loops in that one, so let's put some little loops. Again, you saw me doing loops with the circle frame earlier. And let's have a look. Loops in this one.
And everything that Sandra's doing live on TV now is pictured step by step in the book.
It is. I don't know what step I'm on at the minute. Here we go. Look, so loops. I've got lines there, loops going on. You can see how it works. And you know the nice thing as well, you get this odd little bit. So here, using shape 20, I've showed you how to do a little gem. And then here I've got a space, so I've showed you how to do little rosies. And then you go back into a piece of artwork. And then turning it onto the next one, there's the rest of that artwork. Another piece of artwork. And oh, look, another little gem. So they're dotted around all over the place, within the art. Look.
I remember when you showed me the rose, and I saw the finished rose, and I thought, how on earth do I make that? But then when it's broken down, line by line by line, it's so easy. And that's what Sandra does. She shows you step by step.
Yeah, we can draw one, Dave. We'll draw one. I'll change it up a bit. Okay. So we've got little curls coming on like this, little bobble on the end. A little curl, bobble on the end. So let's sort of bring out a little bit of a stem here. So easiest way of sort of working with it is we do need a circle. So let's go in with that one there. Okay. So if I go back to my little shape that I had, it was here somewhere. Here you go. So it shows you the little steps there. So I'm going to start off by creating like a little square within the circle. So 2 lines, 2 lines. So see, I've got a square, well, it's a rectangle really, within my circle. So within that, I'm then going to create, let's have a look, a little, let's say it's not going to be a circle anymore, is it? But I'm going to try and create some sort of round shape that touches all sides. And then I'm going to do a diamond. So it's like a square on its side, isn't it? Like so?
Yep.
And then I'm going to put another round shape inside. Then I'm going to do a square.
Look, it's taking shape.
Then I'm going to do a round. Then a diamond. Round, square, round. You see these larger pieces, we can come in, look, and we can put some little lines in.
It now looks like a Tudor rose.
Yeah, very stylised, isn't it?
Quite Art Deco.
Let's put some little lines in there. See, you can, once you've got the idea, see, I can come in, look at space is enough there.
See, it's easy when you know how, when you're shown. But when you see the finished thing, you think to yourself,
how on earth did that happen? See, I've got enough space, look, I can put some more lines on there. So it's going off piece a little bit, but I think it's nice that we can do that. It shows it's how it works. Look, and I do a couple of loops there. You can go as detailed as you want, can't you? It's quite fun. Very addictive. But working your way around there, so it now needs a leaf, doesn't it? And you're like, how do I draw a leaf? And we can do it freehand, but let's bring that little diamond back in. Again, going off piece a little bit. This is what happens. Little diamond shape. So within that, what I can do, let's do it in pencil to be sure. Let's put a little bit of a shape like that in. And then I'm going to kick like that. So then if I draw that shape in, you see, so we've used the diamond to give us a leaf shape.
brilliant.
So it's amazing when you start to sort of look at what you can do with it.
Well, it's a bit like a stencil. A stencil gives you an outline. These shapes give you an
Well,
outline.
that's it, exactly. And I don't want to give you a shape every time that you have exactly the same thing every time.
Now, if you want the extra pack of 50 of the plywood shapes, and there's a lot in there, some are smaller, some are bigger, but you're going to get a lovely large quantity, £5.99. That's what it is for 50 of those plywood shapes. So if you are doing like a cover on a certain surface, maybe you want to do a coffee table, maybe you want to do a bedside cabinet, and you want to tangle each and every one of these individually. I don't know how many packets you need, depends on the surface area you want to cover. But for a fiver, £5.99, that's a lot for not much money, okay? NF1248, lots of you coming through for this one. Susan in Thailand Weir's in, Margaret, Susan, Maureen in West Yorkshire's coming through as well, Susan in Hertfordshire's in as well. 50 shapes, you get numerous of the same shape, obviously. 50 shapes. 50 shapes in total, triangular, multi-sided shapes, octagons, hexagons, diamonds.
Ovals, heptagons, all sorts, yeah.
They're all in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a piece here that I've actually sort of finished. And again, all I've done here is I've used a coloured piece of cardstock, and I've used whatever was in the pack. So I've used the fine liner pen, the pencil, and the tortillon, which is out my butterfly pack.
Yep.
And my diamond in the middle. You see, I've not really shaded much in there because I have actually drawn, look at this, my little diamond's got some little circles on. And what I'm going to do is place that in the middle there.
It's just that adds more interest, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's got something about it. I mean, this, if I was going to put this in the post, because it is actually, there we go, look, it's one of my postcards. But it just shows that you've spent a little bit of time doing something. And having that little bit of dimension.
I love it.
I mean, I could have drawn it on and it looked lovely, but having that something a little bit different makes it, doesn't it? And how many projects, see, look, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 projects, plus details and instructions for all of those little gems that's on there as well.
If you're going for the set, you're going to get 25 of the plywood images or shapes, with, of course, the book and also the stencil as well. Now, the selection of books we showed you earlier on, let's quickly... Oh, the collection of books.
This one is so cool.
Right, got you.
It's one of those fantasy things. So if you think Lockett Lane and you go inside one of the houses and you look at the shelves, what would be on them?
Yeah.
It's that kind
Now,
of thing.
I've got to let you know, this sold out 2 years ago and it's not been back in stock since. It's sold
my
out
goodness
3
me, yeah.
times. Now, you're going to get, obviously, the book, which gives you lots and lots and lots of ideas, but stacked books. They could be stacked books of any type of variety. You can have as many or as few as you want stacked. You can have them on the shelves. If I just move over there a little bit, there we go. So there we go. Every page full of imagination.
They are.
And the stencils, you get 2 big stencils with this as well. But look at all the stacked books.
It's we've got the coloured versions there, haven't we, Dave?
Yeah, we
we'll
have.
a look at the boards in a
There's
minute.
the stencils. And then when you see the boards and you see the finished
Now
subjects.
you've got to look a little closer at that stack of books because it's not all that it seems. Look at the top book. No, not the top one, the one. Look at the book.
the second one in with the teeth.
Yeah. Would you want that on your shelf? Really?
Who lives in a book like that? It's a monster waiting to get out by the looks of it.
But yeah, you've got all sorts of variations here. And of course, I mean, look at that one with the stack. And I mean,
Love it.
I can't remember what they all say on it, but they've all got little terms. And you could actually have people's names on there
could
or
do.
books you've read. But I think I've got things about mice and stuff like that are on it. They've got little, look at the top one. The top one's a little house.
It is, yeah.
So they're not just books. They're all sort of leaning on a little house there and little steps.
Now, loads of you coming through for this. Remember, it's sold out before
Lovely,
3
isn't it?
times. It's not been on air since 2023,
Gosh,
so 2
it's a
years
while,
ago.
isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
And again, you can take as much or as little
Oh,
from
so
the
much
stencils.
fun this is.
It is absolutely brilliant. And again, what you put on the books, what names or what titles you put on the books is entirely up to you. Obviously, it's going to be relevant for the person that you're making the picture for or relevant for yourself. You can have a bit of fun with it. But a stack of books is
know.
really intriguing and interesting.
I've just got to bring this one back to light because you know the one with the teeth?
Yeah.
It says here, look, keeping your monster. DIY First Aid version 2 Bites edition.
Yeah.
And then here you've got, it looks like self-defense. So all the books are sort of like really matching. It's just a real fun one. So here, look, modern living, Sanntangle home decor, mousekeeping.
I mean, the books can be
Plumbing.
relevant to someone's new job or something like that,
Yeah,
or someone's
absolutely.
a chef or a cook or whatever it might be. You can personalise them. £19, 99 pence for 2 big stencils
Oh, they're lovely, aren't they?
and a book.
Do you know, I've not, it's one of those that you look at and you think, goodness me,
You've forgotten about it. Or,
yeah, it's like, oh, I didn't recall that, putting that one in there, and how did that work? And it's just lovely to really sort of see it again. It's
Now, nearly 40% of the stock has gone already. Really, really popular this afternoon, but you've not seen it for 2 years. So here it is, back today.
oh gosh, 2 years.
And all the shapes that you need for the archways, for the moon, all those shapes are in there on the stencils.
They are, absolutely. That 3-dimensional book as well, and you've got the proportions for that. It's just, even the little doorway on top of the books.
Or it could be that someone's been studying, revising for exams and so on at the moment. It could be like a congratulations when they get their results through and they pass or whatever. It could be a
Absolutely.
graduation card
Yeah,
for
yeah.
somebody.
There's little tweaks of something that's a little bit more sinister in there,
Yeah.
but fun.
Tongue in cheek. I mean, you can make them
Absolutely.
You can make them kind of lotions and potions for Halloween.
Yes.
It could be that someone works in a library or whatever. It was a bit of a bookworm. The other bookworm here at Hobby Maker is Pete Hughes.
Yeah, yeah.
Whenever he's here from Sizzix, he's always reading a book in the green room constantly.
Yes, he is.
I love this. I forgot
great,
about
isn't
it.
it?
I really had forgotten about it. Loads of
When
you
you
coming
start to
through
look.
for 19.99.
Yeah.
What would your books be?
They'd be about tangling, wouldn't they?
They'd be art
Tangling,
books, yeah.
drawing, sewing.
Absolutely.
crafty all the way, absolutely.
Well, remember, we still have stock, I believe, of the Butterfly Beginners collection. So if you wanted that, if you just tuned in now, just got home or whatever, loads of you coming through for this, but loads of you coming through for the Beginners Starter Set as well. We still have stock, which does surprise me because it was going very, very fast. And it should be $39.99. And this is everything you need to get started with Sanntangle. It's down to $24.99, a £15 saving. 3/4 of the stock is gone, and now we're mentioning it again. There'll be another big surge on the phones on the website for this, I'm sure. You get the 2 butterfly stencils, you get 3 03 fine liner pens, you get a 2B pencil, which is the pencil of choice for Sandra, 2 tortillons for doing your shading. You've also got cartridge paper in 4 different shades, natural and neutral colours, and then you've got the butterfly book as well. All of that in there for $24.99. You don't need to buy anything else. That will get you started. And yeah, lots of fantastic artwork butterflies in that book as well. Sandra, you're back at 6
yes,
o'clock for the next one.
Yeah.
If you've missed anything, you can of course go on the website right now or go to the app and see all the items that have been in the show. And of course there is a Sanntangle brand page on our website as well, as with all the other brands as well that come here to Hobby Makers. So thanks for that.
Yeah,
See
you're welcome.
you at 6. Coming up next, Sheila is here. Studio Light. We've got a brand new collection from Studio Light after a short break. Don't go away.
Crafting for me is community and sharing craft. I love seeing what people create, whether it's with my product or somebody else's. I love watching that journey from a plain piece of paper to something amazing. My name is Lisa and I am the brand owner at Lisa Horton Crafts. I have quite a unique style. I'm a very clean and simple crafter. Everything I do will work together, so you can pick up a product, old or new, and know that you're going to be able to still create something beautiful. You will be absolutely blown away by what you can achieve with our products. So we are actually a family business. There's myself, my husband, we have a couple of part-time staff, we have my daughter. We work 7 days a week pretty much, but we absolutely love it. Prudence. Who is Prudence? Where have you been? Prudence is my cat. You'll find Prudence on my desk, knocking things on the floor, which is a big distraction. I think Hobby Maker will be a great family home for myself and our family, and I'm really looking forward to sharing my style of crafting and hoping that I can bring something different to the Hobby Maker family. Is that right? Did it? Yes!
If you're shopping here at Hobby Maker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
At Hobby Maker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer. but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Having a lovely afternoon here at Hobby Maker. Thank you, Sandra. She'll be back a bit later at 6 with part 2. A different show for you from Sandra at 6 o'clock this evening. Great guests all afternoon and evening. Having an absolute ball. Lovely Sheila's back. Good to see you again, Mala.
And to you, yes, thank you.
Now, Sheila's here today with her studio hat on, her studio light hat on. Studio Light are a brilliant Dutch company, and they've got lots of different designers under the brand. And they came over and visited us a couple of weeks ago, and they had a great time. We did some great shows with them. And this is a brand new collection from Studio Light, isn't it?
It is, yes. This is a cat's secret, very vintage. Very beautiful, very gentle on the eye, just really lovely to work with.
Now the thing is, the cat theme is in the papers, the printed papers, and in the die-cut elements in the pad. The rest of it isn't necessarily cat-related at all. You've got stencils here that have got damask shapes. You've got the roses there, of course, as well. You've got dies to make wonderful frames and tags and so on. But the cat theme runs through the printed papers. Okay, if I just take the 8x8 pad off for a second. On the back of the packaging, you can see that all the elements that are inside the pad are printed on the back. So if you forget what's in there, you can instantly see. There are the cat images, look. They're not on every sheet, but they're on kind of every other sheet, I'd say. Yeah. But look at the colorways. They are so romantic and beautiful. Beautiful quality papers. Look at that image there. And there's enough space to put your own sentiments or a verse or whatever on there if you want.
Yes, yes, and you'll see in a lot of them, there's so much detail. You know, the more you look at them, there's a script in the background, and there's all kinds of other little elements. We've got lots of different flowers, roses. There's teacups, beautiful old style china teapots. Just little sketch lines, different colours. You've got greens in there. You've got those damask backgrounds almost with a baroque feel. So it's really, really beautiful. And you've got pinks, browns, creams, a lovely kind of very pale tealy green, and a mixture of cats in there. But as you can see, the cats are not on every page, so it really lends itself to your all-round crafting.
So in this pad alone, you have got, let me just double check, 36 sheets. They're 8x8.
Yes.
And it's 170 GSM as well, and it's uncoated. So if you wanted to add extra effects to it, you could do that.
Oh yeah, you can stamp on it. You can use the mask because it die cuts beautifully as well, and obviously you can add ink around the edges and tear it and make it even more vintagey than it already looks.
I've got to show you this die cut pad as well, because there are over 300 paper elements in this, 300 elements, because they're all die cut. You don't have to get your scissors out or your craft knife. That little teacup and saucer, you can just literally pop it out. If I show you the back, you can see where all the cuts are.
Yeah, they're amazing, and there's so many on a sheet. Honestly, I've got them in a box. A lot of the bits I've popped out and then not used. I've got some in a wallet. I've still got some in the pads. I've had a field day with this because, again, there's some small decoupage elements in here. So if you see a cat in the frame, you'll see that there might be an extra couple of roses that you can add to that as well. Yeah. But there's all sorts in here. You've got the teacups, you've got hearts, butterflies, flowers. There's lots of sentiments. There's tags. There's the tea service. Macaroons. Flowers, even some of the flowers in there look like they've been made from fabric. You've got little embellishments that look like they've got gems in the middle. You've got a strip of lace. You've got some foliage. It's really, really beautiful, and the images are just amazing.
Very often when you see pets, you kind of see them often portrayed as like almost cartoony characters.
Yes.
This is like vintage photographs that have been captured. Already, lots of you are checking out. Now, the price on the screen is not the price you're going to be paying this afternoon. Everyone will pay the final low price. Look at that little kitten. So cute.
Yeah, and there's lots of little like bows as well. So if they're without a bow, you can actually pop the bow around the neck.
Right.
So they've got a little ribbon tied on there. But again, you could add bells to this. And they've really captured. I don't know if the images have been taken from photographs or what, but they've really captured. You've got a cat, haven't you, Dan?
I have.
So you know all the
Amazing.
faces and expressions that you pull, and they've actually captured that within these images. Just beautiful, beautiful.
Now, you've got the boards to show the other elements. Remember, we've got boards to show you what you can do with the stencils, and also we've got the dies there as well, which are ornate frames. So fire away and show us what you've got.
So we've got what I've done is tried to cut out the dies as they come and then show a little extra as to how you could add, you know, or cut different bits out. So on this one, you'll see that you've got all these are the dies. So we've created the frame, we've got the main panel here, and then you've got the square rectangle die, but you've also got the panel that cuts out of this one, which means you can layer these two on top of each other. If you actually place this on top of this one and cut those, it brings this frame here.
See, I thought that was embossed, but it's actually that overlaid on top of that to make that.
It is, yes. So again, you can make little picture frames if you wanted to. You could, you know, lay them up 3 or 4 times to make them chunky. And then at the bottom here, you've got like the little macaroon or macarons, however you pronounce it. So you've got like the solid one, and then you've got the little one with the gap for the cream, and then you've got the little kind of iced panel on top. And when you actually make it up, you've got the lovely little cake itself there. But again, that one could be used for a burger. I was looking at that thinking you could probably...
It could be a burger, yeah.
You could probably use that on as a burger.
Well, you're making me hungry now, talking burgers.
Make it hungry, yeah. So, and then the second one is, again, this is an oval one. So both of these will fit any of the pictures of the cats in there as well. Yeah, you're better doing that because I can't work back to front.
That's right.
So you can see again, what we've done is we've cut the solid shape out, then we've cut it with the oval out of the middle, because again, that you've got that die too. In here, you've got that lovely ornate frame. Now, I will explain to you when I cut this, even though this actual frame looks like it's identical with the piece that comes out, there's a certain way that it fits, so you do have to put it the right way. I'll explain that when I'm cutting it
think
later.
of all those 300 plus die cut elements in that pad. You could be popping those elements out and putting them in the frame.
Yes.
So it'll look almost like a cameo, I suppose it could look like.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a little one there, and we've put the cat in it, one of the cats, cut from the paper actually, and then that's got both of the dies on, and then some of the little elements and one of the sentiments, and a little bit of twine. You can see how small it is, but how cute it is, how detailed and vintage, and just look at that little cat in the middle, it's so very sweet.
Butter wouldn't melt, eh?
Yeah.
Sweet and innocent.
Yeah, sweet and innocent, definitely. And then we've got the masks. So again, I've tried to do something a little bit different with the mask. So I've cut all these down into different sizes so I can fit them on the board. So the first one at the top, which is this one here, that's just using the ink through it. The next one, I've used it on some of our paper that we've got on the show, not the paper pad that we've just shown, and then sanded it so you get the white effect. This one here is on our mixed media board, and we've actually got structure paste on there. So that's made that really nice. At the bottom, we've got your this one here. This is actually some of our tape, stencil tape, and I've just put different widths of it on there and then put that through the embossing machine, and it's actually printed it onto there. You can ink through it as well.
Just to let you know, Studio Light does have a comprehensive, right the way across the board, craft shop basically on our website. All of our brands have their own brand pages. If you go to the brand pages at hobbymaker.com, you'll see Studio Light, and they do tools and adhesives and tapes and all sorts, not just these collections that we got here today. So have a little look at that when you get some time this afternoon.
Yeah, everything
but
you need.
all of this collection together, remember on the masks and the dies, there's no reference to cats at all.
No.
They are beautiful decorative elements.
Exactly.
The cats are on the printed pages and in the elements in the die cut pad. Okay, now the whole thing would be and should be £51.93. Now I can see afternoon tea fans going for this. It's got a vintage afternoon tea feel. If you maybe make gifts or cards for animal charities, pet rescue, that sort of thing, cat protection, this is going to be perfect. And it's something different. I've not seen a cat collection like this ever. They're normally portrayed as comical, cartoony characters. Here you've got vintage, what look like vintage photographs, used beautifully in very, very, very sympathetic scenes and images. $39.99. For those of you that have checked out at $51.93, don't worry, you will not be charged that. Everyone gets charged the final low price. Brand new from that Dutch brand, Studio Light today, £39.99 for everything.
Yes, and of course with that, you're of course going to get the dies as well and the mask, and we also get the little tags as well. So we've got the tiny little tag packet, and they're like
just down
quite
the front there.
fancy at the top, so you can thread you know, your ribbon through because you've got the holes already punched. Some have got cats on, some haven't. But again, they're beautiful, lovely, lovely little, they're almost called, well, they're called ATC tags. So basically, there's the size of an ATC, but the top panel is cut off where the fancy border is.
So you get 2 of 10 different designs.
Yes,
They're really cute. I've never seen tags quite like these. Aren't they lovely?
They're really, really nice. You know, they'd be lovely to maybe like string up like bunting somewhere, you know. Some have got cats, some haven't, but you've got these beautiful roses going all the way through. Some are a little bit more pronounced, some are quite a bit more subtle, a bit kind of more, what's the word? Like opaque almost, yeah.
Now, there are individual items, of course, in this bundle on the website as well. So if you want the masks on their own, they are there. If you want the tags on their own, they're there. If you want an extra pad of the die cuts, they're there as well. But the whole collection, if you want to buy it today, something different and something unique. If you're a cat lover like I am, or an animal lover in general, this is going to be right up your street. But it's not just purely for cats. You've got elements on the paper pad that don't have the cats on them at all. They've just got that lovely vintage kind of pinky hue to them. So there's something for the cat lover and for just generally vintage lovers in this bundle today for £39.99. Now nearly 20% of the entire stock is in baskets and checked out already. If you want yours, don't leave it until after the demo, get it now and it will be on its way very, very soon for you. And 1 P&P per day of just £4.95. And remember, of course, it's a free phone number if you want to call the call centre. And if you've never shopped with us before, call the call centre, they'll set up an account for you.
Yeah,
simple as that.
yeah, definitely.
You right to do a demo?
I will go and do a demo now.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Isn't it great to have Sheila back with us? Sheila's here with a couple of shows today from Studio Light. It's been a while since you've been with us, hasn't it?
Yes, it was the 6th of April when I did the first Studio Light show.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's been, what's that, about 5-6 weeks,
Yeah, about
maybe?
5-6 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. I've got lots more coming up though, so I'll
Good.
be here a bit more.
Excellent.
Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take some of the paper and we're going to use some of the little elements. Obviously, as we go through doing demos, we'll start to use the dies and the masks as well. But for now, we're just going to use the paper and also the pad with all the die cut elements, so you'll be able to see how we're going to use it. So first of all, what I want to do is I've taken a piece of paper and I've cut that just to go on the front of my square card. I've got the fold at the top, so we've got a tent fold card. What I do want to do is I want to roll this corner back just to create that vintage feel. So I've taken another piece of paper, which is slightly different in colour, and we're going to put that onto the back. Now, it doesn't matter what size you cut because we're not going to roll it right the way back. But what I've done on here, you'll see, I've actually put a little star and a little star here, so I know that they're the right papers because I've got another piece here. So let's get that glued onto there first. What we're going to do, I might use this glue actually. It's the same one, but it comes out a little bit quicker. So we're going to make sure we get plenty glue on here, especially right at the edges. And we're just going to put that on the back so that, because it's single-sided, it almost gives a double-sided effect. So let's just get plenty on there and then we know it'll stick. And then once that's dry, we can start to roll it back. But we'll give it a minute to make sure it's actually bonded on there. Okay, so we pop that onto there like that and give that just a second to bond.
Okay. And that's Studio Light's own glue, which will be on the website.
It is, yes, it is. And then I'm going to take some of our dye inks and I'm just going to go around the edge with a little bit of the one from the Pinks collection, because we have them in different colours. There's 6 different sets. So this is from the pink one. I thought the pink one toned in really nicely. Now this one is going to go at the bottom here, but I'm not going to pop that on for a minute until I've actually started to get this in place. So what I want to do now, ink around the edge of there as well, so that even if you've got a little bit of white showing from the piece that you've put on the corner, it will just hide that. Sometimes it moves when it's got the glue on. So,
and honestly, the quality of the paper in both the pads is absolutely spot on.
It's beautiful. It's so easy to work with as well, and it's really nice to have. Even though it's quite vintage, I still feel it's got that kind of modern element to it. So even if I sent it to someone, I wouldn't feel like it was old-fashioned because it had that vintage theme.
Nearly 30% of the entire stock has gone. You're loving the theme, you're loving the idea and the concept behind it. Having vintage with what look like cat photographs rather than kind of artist's impressions. If they are pictures that someone's painted, they're very true to life.
Well, yeah, I wondered that. I mean, it's the one that I'm going to use now is actually, I think it's a Maine Coon, actually, the breed.
I was thinking it was.
It does look like it because it looks very big, almost a little bit more like a wild cat, but
He's got a scarf around his neck, isn't it?
Yes, it's almost like a lion.
Yeah. Maine.
And it looks like it means business. So,
he's probably a softie.
it probably is. Yeah. I mean, most of them are if they're domesticated, aren't they? And they're in the house with you. My cats don't go out; they're indoor cats.
Right.
Although they do have like an enclosure in the garden that they can get to through a tunnel through the window, so they are safe. But we have a lot of cats visiting our gardens. There's 4 comes into ours, and it drives my 2 wild. But what kind of cat have you got? Is it a long hair, a short hair?
I've got a naughty tortie. That's what the vet calls them, naughty tortie.
Really?
Because every tortoiseshell's really naughty. But since we moved house, she's a lot happier.
Is she really?
She's a really contented putty cat now. Before she was a cantankerous sort of thing.
Oh,
she's really loving the new house.
Isn't it funny? I mean, they do take a while to adapt, don't they? But then once they get settled, I mean, ours would go out at the drop of a hat, but I wouldn't see them again. They'd never come back, because they're not used to going out. So I have to just.
Why wouldn't they come back to you? Who could go off and leave you?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Is that another story for another?
I think they'd probably come back. I mean, they did get out one night. I think what had happened was I'd fallen asleep on the sofa, and it was a time. Do you remember? It was only a few months ago when all the Northern Lights were like viewable everywhere from everywhere in the country, and I'd fallen asleep on the couch. And when I woke up, it was about midnight. So I went out to have a look if I could see it, and I couldn't see anything. So I came back in. I must have gone to sleep again, but I thought I'd put the catch on the door, and I hadn't. So the wind must have blown through, opened the door, and they'd gone.
Oh, wow.
So, and I woke up again, it was 2:30, and my partner Wayne woke up and said, "Oh, the door's open, the cats are gone." I was like, "What?"
They're probably thinking, party time.
Yeah, so I had to run out, and of course we live on an estate, we live in a bungalow, so it's got lots of, elderly people living on there, and they all have these security lights on. So I was walking up the street, and we've always called them, they have got names, but we've always called them kittens. So every time I shout, "Kittens, come on," they just both come running. So I'm out at 2:30 in the morning, walking past all these houses, in my flip-flops going, "Kittens, kittens."
And everybody's ring doorbell going off.
Everybody's lights are coming on. Anyway, about 10 minutes later, I heard a bell, and they both just sauntered back. So I was like, come on, I got them in and shut the door. I was like, right, that's it, you're not going out anywhere again. So, yeah, but they're pretty good. The girl's a bit crazy, but anyway. So what we've done there now, we've rolled that back, as you can see, while I've been chatting away, you'll be able to see that. And then we've got a strip of lace in the actual elements pad. So what I've done is just cut a little piece off and just put that there so it just shows. So again, it's just giving the effect that we've got another paper underneath. We haven't, we've just got a little square. Right, so now I'm going to take some of my pads off. I have put quite a few pads on already so that we can at least get through it. Get my pocket tool for this. There we go, just take the back off here. So the Studio Light pads are also on the website, I think. Okay. Everything's on the website, I think.
They've got a whole range of adhesives, tapes, ink pads, tools, you name it.
There's everything, the mats, the little die cutting machine, everything. There's little fairy lights on there. There's a whole so it'll take you a while to go through them all, but it's quite nice that there's the brand shop on there and you can have a look at everything.
And don't think you can only order from us with the programmes that are on TV. Every supplier has got a brand page on our website, and you can order at any time, day or night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whether they're on TV or not, doesn't matter. So yeah, if there's something that you've been wanting and looking for, have a little look at hobbymaker.com. Yeah,
there's hundreds on there, and there's hundreds of brand pages on there, aren't there? It's crazy, the amount of stock that people have, that brands have, it's amazing. Right, so what we're going to do a little mix. I've gone through the pad, I've not picked anything in particular. just things that have taken my fancy. Like we've got this beautiful candle, this old style candle here. Now I've just popped that on one of our thin 3D foam strips, so that holds that beautifully in place. There are extra candles that you can put on top. As I said before, you've got that kind of decoupaged element as well on some of the die cut elements that are in there. And if you want to, you can actually add ink around everything. I'm not going to. So I'm just putting this little pile of, they're almost like books and encyclopedias on there.
Isn't it a real bonus though that all those images, you just literally pop out, you don't have to cut them out at all? I mean, I'd lose the will if I had to fussy cut everything out. Just popping them out with your finger or a ball tool makes it so easy.
It does, it's really easy. And what you will find as well, which I found is quite clever, a lot of the images, even when you pop them out, they've still got a bit of the background on, and you'll find that they will actually match to some of the papers so that they're less conspicuous when you actually put them on there as a decoupaged element.
I think this is really different. We haven't done anything like this before that I can remember, certainly with cats.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we tend to, like you say, we do like more realistic looking animals, or we actually do cartoony, or, you know, getting up to no good, or rowing a boat with a hat on and things like that. So it's nice to have something a little bit more actually true to life. You know, and even if you're not a cat lover or you don't have cats, you have to bear in mind that this is something that you're going to make cards from. So there are lots of cat lovers out there. If you're selling and making, people are going to see these and go, oh,
I reckon, looking at the paper pads and looking at the artwork on the back of them, I reckon every other sheet is cats, but also every other sheet is just basically a lovely vintage design, no cat on it at all. So it's half and half really. So you've got obviously lots of cat themes in here, but all the stencils and the dies are all completely standalone. There's not a single cat on them at all.
That's true.
And you know, those papers, if I just at random, just get this pad and just open it out, there's not a single, there's a reference to a cat on that one, obviously. But on that one, there's no cat there at all. So, you know, it's not every sheet that is saying it's got to be about a cat. I mean, that's just basically a beautiful pot of tea or whatever. There's no cat on there either. But when you want them, they're there. There they are. So cute.
It's really nice. And if you look at the cat is actually probably a quarter size of the page. So you're still going to get a lot of paper there where you can, you know, cut around the cat or put something over the cat if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you. But it's a really lovely collection.
And you get the die cut pad as well, all for that price with the stencils and we've got all the masks, whichever you want to call them, stencils and masks, and of course the dies too, all for that price of $39.99. Love it.
Yeah, so there we go. So what we've done, we've just put a couple of little books on there. We've put a heart on there. We've put a button on there as well. And just, again, it's really kind of, it's very pleasing to the eye because it's not bright, it's not garish, and it's definitely got that kind of Victorian vintage feel about it.
If you have a little look at the other finished cards that we've got on the counter here as well, that shows you again other elements that are in the die cut pad, other elements that are in the paper pad too. Yes. You can make wall ornaments, wall hangings like that using those fantastic frames. And of course the frames are exactly the right size to put the artwork of the cat in.
They are, yes, and there are some little images in the pad of the cat which just fit perfectly behind the apertures that the die will cut. And again, you can make hanging ornaments. We've got some other tag dies as well on the show which will work perfectly with the collection. But again, you can, you know, if you've got cream card, it works. If you want to add brown craft card, if you want to do a white card and add ink, there's lots of ways of working with this collection.
Now, obviously, the collection is the most affordable way to get everything, but obviously, lots of you want individuals, which lots of you have found on the website. But if you want to buy individuals of the pads, for example, we can give you the details of those. So this is the 8x8 pad. So I think we can give you details of that if you want to get another one. So there's 36 sheets, 12 patterns, and it's 170 GSM, acid and lignin free as well. This is only $8.99. It's not $8.99. $6.99 for an 8x8 paper pad.
Really? Is that all?
£6.99. And remember, there are 36 sheets in there. Lots of you are getting an extra one. I'm not surprised at that price. And it's gorgeous quality paper, uncoated, so if you want to add your own effects, splat techniques, distress effects, anything like that, you can do that, no problem at all. But for an extra pad, 8x8, it's £6.99. Now, obviously, anything pad related is eventually going to run out. So a lot of you are going to add an extra one of those. You won't pay any more P&P than the $4.95. This is obviously something that you're going to absolutely adore using. There's over 300 die cut elements in this pad. And if I just show you like the cup of tea, for example, there, or the rose or whatever, they're all held in with little pips. Now, the easiest way to get these out of the pad, I've found, is if you've got a ball tool and a foam mat, just go around the edge of the die cut and all those little pips detach themselves. So you're not going to risk tearing it or ripping it when you're popping it out with your finger, but it's entirely up to you. Now, let me just run through the images you've got here. Again, there's no connection to cats on here at all at the moment. It's kind of high tea, a posh afternoon Victorian tea. Then you've got beautiful florals, candlesticks, jewellery boxes possibly as well, stacked books that we were talking about in the last show. They're there too. And I think Sheila used that in her demo. Then there are a few cats coming through here as well. Look at the face on that one. How adorable is that? So sweet. What does that verse say there? That says, do things that make you happy. Absolutely. So all of those are die cut. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So this is another opportunity. It's £5.99 this.
Is that, no,
Yeah.
really?
For another pad like this is what Sheila used in the demo. £5.99 gets another pad with over 300 die cut elements in it. And these are paper rather than card, but very good quality, very thick paper as well. Balls of yarn there too, bunting is there. We've got the word love as bunting. So it's not just about the cats, it's about basically a vintage pink seam, basically, is what you've got there. £5.99 if you need an extra one of those, and lots of you are going for that. WZ6S74, 30% of this has gone, but remember you're going to get all of it if you go for the main bundle, but cherry pick a couple of extra things that you know you're going to love using and you're going to run out of first. Go for both the paper pads, that'll be an extra, what would that be, £5.99 and £6.99? So that's 11, 12, about £13, about £14 for an extra two of those in addition to the main collection. And of course, if you want the stencils on their own, which do absolutely no relation to cats whatsoever, you've got a damask stencil and you've got the Tudor Rose stencil as well. Now, if you want that damask one on its own, here it is, £4.99. But look at the elements you've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's 11. They're calling it Baroque, and you can see why. But lovely.
Yeah, the nice thing about it is it creates a really nice background, but as soon as I saw it, it reminded me of kind of, you know, like you've got the fleur-de-lis on there and you've got other shapes, I don't know the names of them, but you could actually do them separately and then cut them out, fussy cut them. Even if you're not a great cutter, by the time you've put a little bit of ink around and vintage them, and you'll see on the board, Dave, there, I've actually done one with the structure paste, just above the bottom, the smallest one, and I've actually put some gilding wax on it and cut it out, and where it was a bit uneven I just sanded it with a little file, and you can see it's almost made like an ornament. And then the one below it I've inked through with an embossing ink, and then put obviously embossing powder and heated it up. So again, but you're still getting that vintage feel because it's not perfect. And then the rose I've actually done with fine liners and used it almost a bit like Sandra does with the Sanntangle.
I mean, think about also maybe using it as an embossing tool as well, or you know, you can actually emboss using stencils. So you could actually emboss maybe note paper. That would look really good with the damask.
The pink one is done there at the bottom. It's embossed through the machine, and that one as well with stripes. They're both embossed, and then I've put ink through as well. So again, you're still going to get that texture a bit like an embossing folder.
And the Baroque stencil as well, you could use those images maybe on boxes. I mean, if you look at the corners, they'd look great if you've got like a little trinket box or a jewellery box or something that you want to kind of upcycle. Use those corners, and with some like gold paint or something like that would look fantastic, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely. I wondered if you could kind of roll out some dry clay and maybe just press the mask over the top to get that imprint, leave it to dry, or even cut round it, and probably cut round it later if you could. So, and then again, like you said, put gold paint on or gold wax, and you know, put it onto the corner of a box or something like that, and use it as an individual thing.
Now the other one is, I call it the Tudor Rose, English Rose, whatever. Here we go. This is only £4.99 as well, and again, you can emboss with it, as we showed you on the boards. They emboss beautifully. Ink through it. Use it again on fabric if you want to. Use it again on ornaments, on upcycling furniture. Whatever you want to do with it is entirely up to you. But it's a lovely mixture of different size roses and petals and leaves as well. £4.99 for that one. And that's QZ6S £49. And then down the bottom, we've then got the dies, and we've also got those little cute labels, the tags. So if you look at the tags, these are absolutely flying out. They make fantastic tags to put maybe in journals, in planners. Also, you can put them on gifts as well if you want to. They will be in the main collection. You get 20 tags for just £5.99. And lots of you are multi-buying these. And if I just grab them again to show you, some of them are just purely vintage, and others have got the elements of the cat on them, but it's kind of half and half. So there's a cat on that one, look, but not on the others. Beautiful pink flowers, and there's another one. So yeah, about half of them are cats and half of them are just vintage pink patterns and flowers. Love it. So these are proving very, very popular. 20 of them for £6.99 is an absolute steal, and they look great again in your planners and in your journals and things as well. And then we've got the dies. So the dies basically are two types of frame. You've got a rectangular frame, and you've got the oval frame. Rectangular one, first of all, which is basically this one here, and it comes with the macaroon dies as well. This is only £7.49, and all of these dies here are what you're going to get for that £7.49 price tag. You've got what could be a burger,
Yes.
a macaroon, yeah, it could be, but you've then got the outside and inside frames, beautiful, which look fantastic if you do colour on colour, tone on tone. But you can use them simply and plain if you want to too. And you get the rectangular elements to cut out the centre of the frame too. £7.49 for the rectangular ones, OT6 S40. Keep checking out on those. It doesn't mean they've sold out if we're moving on. They are there and they're available. And then you've got the ovals. Now look at these, same price, but look at what you've got in addition to the beautiful dies we just showed you in the rectangular ones. Here you've got the outline of the flower, which I love, at different angles. Again, layering that tone on tone makes it look embossed, but it's just the extra cardstock that's been layered on top. And then that oval could be landscape or portrait, layer them together, stunning. Absolutely stunning. £7.49, but they are all in the main bundle, which gives you the best value for money, of course.
I was just going to say, Dave, if I just come over and show you that one, explain me that one.
Yep.
Sorry, I meant to
All
do
right.
that before. But that one is actually, the oval will work in the rectangle.
You
The
can use
rectangle
both
will work in
shapes.
there. Yeah, this one I've actually used the inside and turned it round. So again, you could make like a stamp on here or something like that. And then this is just a panel, which was scrap actually. But I thought, you know what, you could use that. Just because the corners are not necessarily where I've cut with the scissors, because they're not perfect, you could put a gem on the end, but you can see what it is. It's just like a piece of that. So again, it's all about just using them. You can see that is actually that bit.
Yeah, yeah.
So again, use them together. If you're going to get both of them, do mix and match because they will fit within each other.
Love it. And of course, you can put the cats in the frames, they're the perfect size, but you can also put your own pictures that you've taken with your camera or your phone in there as well. So they're kind of ATC sort of size, aren't they, as well? Roughly?
Yes, they are. Yeah, so again, you can, if you've got little pictures, you can make a really nice album. You might even want to make a little photo frame with this and put your children's school photos in. You know, you give to grandma, things like that. There's lots of ways of using it.
Okay, now we've also got some other dies from Studio Light in the show. We've got 2 tag die sets for you. This is the classic, so this is the conventional with the kind of chamfered corners. These are going to be always so useful, whether they're going to be tags for presents or they're going to be tags that you tuck into pages of planners and that sort of thing. You get the tiny one, small one, that could be a price tag, couldn't it, if you wanted it to be?
Of course it could,
You get obviously the die to make the circles, of course, as well, or the reinforcers.
Remember those, yeah.
So you get the large, medium, and then they go down in size. So there's 4 different sizes of tag on this for £10.99. Wow.
That's amazing. Everybody should have a set of tag dies. You know, definitely, whether it's just the classic one or whether it's fancy, it's surprising how you'll use these.
And the eyelet is really handy to reinforce the whole, obviously, if you're putting ribbon or tag or rope. We've got some hemp rope in the show, which you can put through the tags.
Yeah.
That just reinforces the whole, so it's not going to tear very easily. £10.99 your price, KL6S56 for that one. And then the other one is the lovely tag. So this one's a little bit more ornate. You've got more of a fancy top to it, as you can see there. And lots of you found these as well. £10.99, LS6S14. So again, you get 1, 2, 3, 4 different sizes of tag, and they can not just be tags, they can actually be cards. You can make them into card blanks.
Yeah, like we've done with this
Yeah.
one here. So that one is using the lovely tag, as it's called, which I like that. But again, cut a card blank and then cut another full piece to then make sure you've not got the the top cropped off.
And that makes it almost like a sandwich board, doesn't it? Like a notice board sort of thing.
Yeah, again, so you could use it, you could cut it from chalkboard, you might have a shop, you might think, oh, this would be great on my counter, just showing the price of, it might be, you might just be doing nails or something. You could do that, cut it in black, do a little frame on it, and again, you've got, or you could turn it that way, you could do it that way again, make a little album, make a colouring book, you could, you could draw, put pages in with drawings on so kids could colour on. You know what I mean? There's lots of ways of using the tags.
Well, this one's proving popular as well. It's got the more ornate top to it, and that is just £10.99. And we have got the hemp in the show as well. So if you want the hemp cord, we've got the green, we've got the grey, and we've got the pink. So this is the hemp. Now, this is perfect to put into your tags. So if you've gone for the main collection that's got the tags already pre-cut, or if you're going for the tag dies and you're looking for ways of actually kind of hanging them and attaching them to gifts or whatever, hemp cord, don't see that very often here.
You don't. I was just thinking, at home I have boxes and boxes of trims and cords, and I have never ever, I've always wanted to see something this thin that is suitable for going on cards, because for small cards, for tags, just for threading through little holes you've got on your projects.
Making little bows out of them as well.
Definitely. It's very, very fine, but it's very natural, and you'll see every so often you get a little tiny thicker bit, and then you'll be able to see like the little the texture on there. There's like little hairs on there, so you know it's natural, and it smells really nice.
We've got 20 metres, 4 or 5 metres in different colourways. You've got the natural, and then the light green, slightly darker green, and then the very dark green. So that's £5.99 for that, SP6S19, if you want a kind of a more natural feel. Then we've got this one, which is your greys and... Yeah, this is more your kind of monochrome, isn't it?
A bit more naturals as well. And what we did when we put the show together, Highs, you'll have met Highs a couple of weeks ago, said, any extra products you think would work with these, let's, put them on the show. And that's why we chose this one, because the brown and the cream go perfectly with this themed kit, as does the green, because there's a little bit of green. There's also some teal in there. And then obviously the next set of the hemp cord definitely works with
£5.99 then, and that gets you 5 metres of the natural, 5 metres of the grey, 5 metres of the kind of, what colour would you call that? Kind of a taupey colour?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of, it's definitely, it's not brown, it's not cream, it's not beige. It's definitely like a taupe, like.
And then you've got the black down the bottom there as well. So that's £5.99. And then the last one, this is the one out of all of them I think would lend itself to this collection even more, because there's a lot of pink going through here, and you've got 4 different shades of pink, which would be perfect to use with the collection. A third of the stock already gone on this. This is only £5.99. Again, you get 20 metres, 5 in each different colourway, and it gives a kind of almost like a rustic sort of
Yes,
feel.
It does. It's not like your garden twine. I have garden twine at home, and if I go out anywhere and I see like odds and ends of garden twine left in the sale box, I grab them, because I think, they're so natural. But this is quite unusual because it's very fine, very thin. So again, I think you can probably use this in a lot of different ways that you wouldn't have done. I mean, you see there, it's very subtle. We've got the pink and the grey going through there, because I've used some of the grey paper. And again, it just works.
It doesn't kind of take over, does it? It's
no,
not
it
too
doesn't.
much of a feature.
It's very subtle.
Okay, so the hemp rope in the pink. Lots of you going for that one. £5.99 gets you that. And of course, in the main collection, which a lot of you are going for, this is all about the cats, but it's not overkill on the cats. It's not on every single sheet. There's elements where there are no cats at all, and lots of flowers and a tea party theme. And then probably every other sheet, I would say, or every other design, you've got a cat featuring, but it doesn't dominate the whole sheet. It's only like a fraction of it. Over 30% of the entire bundle has gone. $39.99. We're busy for it. MBXC46. And if you want the individuals, they're all there. All the individual pads, individual stencils, individual dies are on the website, which is hobbymaker.com, and the app as well. Right.
Am I going that way?
You're going that way.
I can
Another
feel
demo.
Okay, so what we're going to do now, the little card at the front that we showed at the very beginning, I thought we'll recreate that, so it gives a good indication of the dies both being used at the same time and how you can cross them over. So what I've done is I've actually cut I've folded a piece of card, just a small piece of card, a bit bigger than this size, like an ATC size. Folded it over and I've cut it to make a tiny little card. So again, you could use it that way. We're going to use it this way in this instance. So what I need to do is I need to cut a piece of paper which will actually cover that, and then we've not got it just left cream. So I'm going to use my little die cutting machine, again from Studio Light. And this is the cutest little machine.
It is cute.
Isn't it? Do you know, I have a lot of machines, as do I'm sure all of you crafters out there. But this is really cute because it folds up like that. And you can take it, I don't know if we've got it in stock, but you can actually, I can't do it because I've got my nails on. There we go. You can actually take it off and just use it as it is there, because it does have like a spongy base. But if you put it back in there, let me get that in there, that locks in there nicely. And then that will just sit nicely on here because it's got the feet as well. And it fits in my tiny little tote bag, which is great. So
Well, you'll find that on the brand page under Studio Light as well.
yeah, you probably get it in your handbag if your handbag is big enough. Right, so what we're going to do, pop that to one side. So we've used that one for now. So this piece here is going to stick onto the front. So let's get that on there, and then that can be drying while we cut the next bit. And again, we're going to use some of the lovely twine on here as well that we've got on the show. Because it's a tiny little card, it works really well because, as we said, it's thin twine, so it fits quite nicely, and it's subtle, but it's nice to have it on there. So let's do that. So let's get this onto here. So that will just cover the whole of that card. Now, if you want to cut it so that it's, you know, straight across the top, you can do that as well. I'm just going to leave mine as it is for now. And then again, what we'll do this time, I'm going to use one of my other inks. So this is from the Browns collection, and we've got this one here, which is actually, it's almost like a brownie pink. It's kind of not brown and it's not pink,
right?
But it's somewhere in between. So again, it still works with this collection really nicely. So we've got that covered there, pop that to one side. So the next thing to do now, I'm going to use a piece of pink paper. Now I think we might have the pink paper pads on the website. We've got quite a few different ones actually, so I'm just going to put my little sheet in there because this is a detailed die, and we'll pop that through there and we'll cut that. So this again is going to go on top of the little card front that we've just done. So I'm going to pass this through and I'm going to bring it back just because it's a more detailed die, and it should have cut there. Yes, it has. So let's just take that off there. In fact, I'm just going to pop that through a little bit more, just on the corners to make sure.
Okay.
It's you will have, and I think mine's in the bottom of my bag in the green room. You'll have a little what we call an assistant sheet, which just sits under the bottom of this plate. It's very thin. It's almost like a thin sheet of plastic, but it's really helpful when you're cutting something detailed.
So it's like a little shim.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And it just says Studio Light Assistant sheet on it. And if you're wondering, if you do go for the machine, remember the bits that come out there, these are the rectangles that I've used on the boards to display them. So use these, keep these.
Yeah.
These are all going to be very, very useful. Okay, we'll pop all these little bits out like that, and it starts to pull away once you pop through the release holes. Again, beautifully cut, and you can see how nice that is now.
And the dies will work in any die cutting machine that you may have got, size permitting obviously, but I think
course,
even
yeah.
the smaller die cutting machines will be fine for those.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, there's a whole array of them, aren't there? I know people have all different machines. And you go, oh, I'm going to cut on that one, I'm going to emboss on that one. You have them all set up in your room when you're making things to sell or you're making things to prep for shows. You go, oh, well, I'll put that one through that one and that one through that one, and then it makes it more efficient. And that's if you've got lots of counter space where you can do it. Okay, so now we've got our little front section done there. Now what I want to do is bring in the other die. So I want to bring in, I've already pulled it out, there it is. So this is the one I was telling you about. Now, even though you think that you'll cut it and it will fit anyway on the, it doesn't actually, because Best way I can show you, let me turn this over so it's on a slightly paler piece. So if we look at it on here, you can see, if I point here, right, so we've got the holes are all the same until we get to this point here. And you might think this is just irrelevant, but it really is important when you're layering them up because it only fits one way. You've got one hole here on either side. Here, you've got a large hole and a small hole. Now, that indicates that's the top of the die. If I show you on this bit I've cut out here, right, if I put that on the right way, that's how it sits.
Right.
And it's perfect. If I try and do it the other way, it's just not right.
Oh,
Can you
yeah,
see?
it's a mismatch.
It's just, it's just not right. So do take that into consideration when you're actually gonna, you know, cut that and stick it onto something. You know, don't fight with it. It does only go one way.
Right.
And I only realised that a few times after I cut it. I think with it being small, you don't actually look at the detail. You just naturally think it's going to be.
It does look like it's the same
exactly
top and
the
bottom,
same.
but it's not. So.
Yeah, you just need, if you remember, one hole at the bottom and there's two at the top. You'll see when you try and stick it on. We can use that one because I've already cut that one. But if you want to make that chunky, you could cut it again and put that on top. I'm just aware of the time, so I don't think we need to do a double frame on there. So what we're going to do now, we're going to pop this onto here. Before I do that, I just want to use that ink again, just to highlight the edge here so it looks quite a bit more prominent and it stands out away from what we've already done. So, and you can take a little bit more time as well. So what we'll do, we'll pop that about there. Okay, so I'm going to put that flat because then I'm going to layer some of the elements from the pad up on there.
I'm so pleased you're loving this collection because it is so different. Unlike anything that we've seen cat related in a long, long time, that vintage Putty Cat collection is just superb. But it's not overkill. You haven't got a cat on every single page. It's kind of 50-50, isn't it?
No, it's really nice, honestly. You'll love working with it. I could have sat and for a month and made project after project. And you'll see this just works around here now. And I chose to go with the like creamy colour, the natural colour, rather than, I'm going to put it over this side, rather than the pink on here because I've already got a lot of pink. I'm tying it upside down. I don't know if any of you find this at home. If you tie a bow with your card upside down, then your tails of your bow hang the right way.
Oh.
I don't know if that's just me.
I never realised that.
But can you see how that's worked now? So when I turn it round, my tail's the right way.
Right.
You try it, how I've just done. Depends how you tie a bow, because everyone ties them differently. But after tying probably 20 million bows over my career of being a crafter, I figured out, yeah, that actually works better if I do that. So try it. Just tie it upside down. When you turn it round, you've got it.
I know loads of you are going for the hemp rope. I know the pink one is probably the most popular because that is predominantly the theme colour, or one of the main theme colours that goes through the collection. So that's only another $5.99 onto your order if you want the hemp rope.
So what we're going to do now, I'm going to put, I thought, well, this is quite nice. It's quite small. I'm just going to make this into a little kind of get well soon card. So what I'm going to do is we've got the get well soon in the pad. You take that out and we can put that on. And what I'm going to do, I want to make it, in fact, here we go. I use one of my tapes here. I think I'm going to let's use this one. So we have a lot of tapes from Studio Light and a lot of pads. We've got sheets of foam pads and strips and big pads and small pads, but we've also got these tapes, the foam tapes, which are all different kind of heights. So what I want to do, if I bend that like that, that'll mean it doesn't sit flat. It just makes it look a bit more like a little banner. So we can do that, and we'll pop that onto the card, and then we're going to pop a couple of the roses on and a couple of these little envelopes. How are we doing for time, Dave? Am I all right?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's pop that just across there like that. In fact, if I put a blob of glue under there, that'll hold. In fact, I don't need to. It's actually holding quite well because I've bent it. There we go. So we've got the little get well soon there. And then we're going to do some of our roses. So I'm going to use my big pads for this because these are a bit sturdier. and they're a little bit thicker, but I'm going to cut them down. So let's just bend that. And then again, before I do that, I'm going to add a little bit of ink around the edge, and it just lifts it ever so slightly. You can see I'm only putting a bit on because I'm using what's already left on my sponge, so I'm not going too crazy with it. And then we're going to pop that one on there like that. This will go at the bottom, and just down here like this, and we'll let it just sit over the...
I'll tell you what though, that pad with the die cuts in is a godsend, isn't it? If you had to cut all those elements out individually.
Oh my, it would take forever, wouldn't it? Cause, and the beauty of it is when it's die cut for you, you can get really small elements that you could, no matter how good at cutting you are, you know, you can never get something like that bang on, you know, cutting it. But it's, I asked last week when I was on the phone with Heise, I said, how are they cut? You know, my partner, when he cuts on an old German machine,
right,
which is it's known as a platen machine, and it actually, you know, it's a huge thing, and it cuts using a die. And we were interested in how this is done. And this is done with a hydraulic cutting machine, I believe. I don't know what that entails or how big that is. I'm guessing it's maybe an older thing, an older machine. But yeah, that's how these are cut. So I guess they just put page in with a die.
And if you struggle with your fingers, manual dexterity, anything like that, to get the die cut pieces out of the sheet, just get yourself a foam mat. Even like a mouse mat would probably do the trick, and a big ball tool, and that will then just kind of cut away all the little nicks around the die cut.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. It's very helpful for people who do struggle in one way or another. Right, so what we're going to do now, we've just got these two little envelopes, and they look like letters. One's even got twine round and a stamp on, and it's addressed, and that was what made me think, well, we have to put some of that kind of beige coloured twine on here, because that's what's around the little envelope that we're going to pop on. And again, it's just really nice to be able to layer things up like this. A lot of the time, I'm quite regimented in my way when I'm crafting. I like to have things, you know, even. I like squares and rectangles, and I like it to be precise. But the good thing about this is I don't need to be, and it's taken me a little bit out of my comfort zone, which is good because I'm thoroughly enjoying this, and I love the effect it gives.
Well, you don't see kits like this very often.
No.
The kind of antique. Certainly with animals involved, you don't see them very often. So I think it's ticking the boxes for lots of you. Lots of you like the antique feel and the vintage feel of the collection, but the fact that you've got a few four-legged friends in there as well is an added bonus.
Definitely, and as you said before, with the doing like the animal charities and, you know, cats protection, things like that, these would just sell, and even if you only sold them for a couple of pounds, you know, it all helps. And I know as a crafter, you get such... You know, you have such passion and you have such enjoyment at doing things like this. But again, there we go. It's a tiny card, but it's got loads and loads of detail on, and everything is just fitted on there really, really nicely. And it's just something a little bit different, but it's still got a vintage feel.
Love it, absolutely love it. Now, bear in mind the main collection, which is on the screen, has got all of the paper pads, the stencils and the dies, of course, and the little tags too. This collection, though, is super duper cute. As I say, you don't have cats on every single sheet. I mean, if you look there, there's not a single cat there at all. You've got the roses, you've got the cup of tea, you've got the teapot, the macaroons, of course. But if I show you the back, the white, you can see where all the die cuts are.
Yeah, you've got 2 sheets of each design, so it means, you know, you've got a lot to go at in here. You might want to, you know, even share it with some friends and go, well, you have a sheet, I have a sheet. But there's lots and lots of decoupage elements in there as well.
Yep.
And there's so much in there. There's lovely sentiments, unusual sentiments as well. So it's thank you, birthday, you're amazing, get well soon, congratulations. There's some chandeliers in here as well. There's a little, in fact, I don't know if I've put it on one of the cards. Is it on that one? If I bring that to you, Dave. I did put a cat on there, but that doesn't need a cat on because it's actually, we've just made it into a little room set, and I've put congratulations on and a key to signify new home card. So again, you can really take it away from the cats.
But of course, a cat is an integral part of a new home too.
Oh, it is, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. It's
Certainly
it's
mine
the
is.
main part of my life.
Look at how cute with a little dicky bow tie on. It's so adorable. So there we go. That's your die cut pack, okay? So you get over 300 die cut elements in there. If you want an extra one of those, they are available individually on the website as well. The 8x8 paper pad, this is also available separately. This is very, very popular on its own. So you've got the vintage kind of pinky hue pink florals in the back there. No sign of a cat at the moment. And then suddenly there's a cat. So probably every other design thereabouts is a cat. Let me just flick through a few more for you. So what's that? Vintage wallpaper, isn't it?
Yes.
Floral wallpaper.
Yeah.
So no cat on that one, but then the cat appears a little bit further into the pad. That's a cup and saucer and a teapot. There's another cat, look. Beautiful. That damask background, really lovely. So the pad, if you want it, you can get an extra one. The die cut decoupage, you can get an extra one on the website, of course, as well. Call the call centre, they'll sort it out for you on the free phone number. Stencils are available separately, but you're going to get them in the collection. You're also going to get the dies, the rectangular die frame and the oval die frame, and the tags. A pack of 20 tags included in the price for £39.99. It's been a hugely popular theme, hugely popular collection from a brilliant brand that is Studio Light.
Yes.
One thing we've not shown you that we have got, and this would go well with this particular collection, we've got the Naturals paper. There's 170 GSM paper. You've got 36 sheets in 18 colours, so 2 of each colourway, and it starts off light and gets gradually darker and darker and darker, and they're double-sided too.
The double-sided, I was going to say, so there's different colour on the other side. It works really well with this kit. I was like, oh, this one, I'll use this one. Oh, no, this one's better. Oh, no, this one's better. Let's see if we can get this on the show, because it's a great add-on to use with the kit. It really is with the pinks and the beiges and the browns as well.
Great colour palette. Only £10.99 for that if you want it. Add it to your order now. If you've already phoned, remember, or placed an order on the website, you don't have to pay any more than the £4.95 P&P. You don't even pay for the phone call. It's free to our call centre upstairs here, just outside Birmingham. So give them a call, tell them what you'd like, and if you are brand new to Hobby Maker, welcome. If you're coming back to us, welcome back. We'll take a short break. You're back at 7?
I'm back at 7, yes.
7 o'clock with more from Studio Light. Sharon's here in a second. We got something new from HIMI. The gouache paints are back, but a new combination for you, and a bit of a tutorial from Sharon on the way after a short break. Thanks, Sheila.
Thank you.
See you in a minute. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Storage for Crafts is celebrating 20 years, so join us on Wednesday for Storage for Crafts' 20th birthday show. We will have the best ever prices, never to be repeated. So join us on Wednesday for a Storage for Crafts birthday extravaganza.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the Hobby Maker's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 AM on Craft O'Clock.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobby Maker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Saturday afternoon on Hobby Maker with you till 9 o'clock tonight. I'm here till 5, then Hayley takes over through until 9 o'clock. Lots and lots of good shows to look forward to. And I always look forward to a HIMI show because this is, I think, like a hero paint, isn't it? It's a hero.
It is, it really is. What I love about HIMI is the quality.
Yeah.
Because you're paying really affordable prices,
Yeah.
but you're not getting budget paints, you're getting artist quality.
Absolutely artist quality. And this time of the year, with the nicer weather and the longer days, you might be thinking about taking up painting. If it's maybe sitting in your own garden, painting flowers that are growing, maybe it's going on holiday or away for weekends, going to an Airbnb or something like that and painting the local scenery. Gouache, tell us why gouache is so special, because it's a bit of a hybrid.
It is, it's kind of the perfect in-between really. And I think as crafters, it's something we're not familiar with. I hadn't used gouache paint before I started doing these shows. Well, that's a lie. I had used it for my splatters.
Right.
I had a white tube that I used for splatters, but that was it.
Before we had HIMI here and I was doing shows with you, the only person I'd seen use gouache was Sheila.
Yes, with her sort of folk painting. Yeah.
But now we have brought you gouache now for quite some time, and it's become one of our most popular painting techniques actually here at Hobby Maker. If you have a little look at what's in front of me here, this is the big one. This is the big boy. This is the 112 colour gouache tray. Now, just so you know exactly what you're looking at the bottom.
Yes.
Basically, the paints have got a protective film over the top. So if I turned it around, all you'd see were
the white lids.
The white lids.
Yeah.
So we wanted to show you the colours that you're going to be getting. And these are twin pots. So you're getting 2 colours in each pot.
You are. So you get 12 grams in each colour.
Yep.
But you've got a twin pot. So what I love also is the packaging, because you're going to get yours in this lovely ice blue case. The handle is flush, and you just lift that up to carry.
Yeah.
Lovely. They're airtight, so you've got a nice clip on each side, a bit like a sort of Tupperware type thing. So we'll open them up and then look at that.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Delve in.
So you've got 112 colours. They're twin pots, so if I just lift one out, let's lift this green out. You've basically got quite a generous amount actually. 12 grams is quite a lot. If you think about a tube, I think most tubes are about 14 grams.
Right.
So you've got quite a lot of colour there for the twin.
For a tube of gouache, you can sometimes spend between £12 and £15 and maybe
even
more.
You can for one colour. I've spent about £10 on a tube of gouache before. So the amount you're getting for the money is amazing. You've got quite a good quantity of each colour.
It always makes me think cream cheese. It's like the
It
consistency
does look.
of cream
It
cheese.
is a bit, isn't it? Now the qualities of gouache, where I think they're really amazing, and as you say, they're kind of a hybrid. Because if you think about your watercolours are usually quite translucent. Very easy to use watercolours, but the one thing you can't do with watercolours is go over with another colour and cover the colour below particularly. So if you think about your highlights with watercolours, if you need to leave a highlight, you've kind of got to keep that space white and protect it. On the other hand of the spectrum is acrylics. Now acrylics are great in that they're opaque. You can come in at the end with your white highlight. But with acrylics, once they're dry, they are dry and there's no moving them.
Right.
You can't sort of do anything with them. Gouache is the perfect in between because if you water it down quite a lot, it has the same properties as watercolour.
Yep.
So you can watercolour with it. It can be translucent if you add plenty of water. But if you use it fairly with just a small amount of water, then it's opaque. So you can still use it on things like your MDF, that kind of thing. But the beauty of gouache is that it can always be reactivated. So you can start a painting, come back 6 months later and carry on. And if you want to blend the colours, you can move them around.
Now, it may well be that this is your first HIMI gouache purchase. Maybe you've watched the show with Sharon for a few times and you're thinking, I fancy this, but when the weather gets a bit better and I want to go outside and paint, that's when I'll buy one. Going down to the riverbank, painting the wildlife, painting the river scenes, that sort of thing. I mean, this is the time to get it and treat yourself. 112 colours, and we're doing an incredible price this afternoon. 129.99 is what you should be paying. KS8448 is your item number. This has been the best price we've done to date. $69.99. We launched it at that price and it was a bestseller at that price. So that saved you off what the RRP is, £60. Now the clock is on the screen, which means that we're not going to stick at that price this afternoon. We're going to do something even more special for you this afternoon. That has been its previous best price of $69.99 with 2 split pays. We're going to go one better this afternoon and let you have it for less than $69.99. Will it still have split pay? Yes, it will, if you want to spread the cost. If you don't want to, don't need to, that's fine. But it's an option. 3, 2, 1. Lowest price it's ever been, $59.99 for 112 colours. That makes it about 50 pence a colour.
Which is mad, isn't it? When you think of tubes normally, say, let's be conservative, say between £8 and £12.
For one tube?
For one tube.
You've got 112, and how much in each little tray?
12 grams.
12 grams in each one, for £59.99. It's 53 pence per colour. And because you've got that lockable airtight lid as well, that's going to keep them in tip-top condition. It's going to keep them fresh. But you've got everything there at your fingertips in a really handy carry case.
Yes, it's great portability because you can just, you know, grab the handle, take them with you. Maintenance-wise, you just need to give them a spritz with water every now and then.
Okay.
If you left them, the lid is airtight, so that does help. But probably, I like to, I mean, luckily for me, I'm coming here every month, so that kind of prompts me to get them out and give them a spritz with water.
Now, one thing we haven't got, we've got the best price ever, but we haven't got much stock. This is all in our warehouse, ready to go, because we get this imported. We have it here in our warehouse, so we ourselves at Hobby Maker will send this out to you. You've got an incredible collection of colours, incredible quality, like Sharon was saying. That's the thing that you would not anywhere expect to get for $59.99. It's better than half price.
Yes.
You've got basically a 60% reduction off the price here, from $129 down to $59.99. And if you've already got them, or maybe you bought a smaller set and you want to invest in a slightly larger set, I mean, this is the biggest one we've got on the show today, isn't it?
Yes, this is the most colours. And I do love that because you really, if you're not a fan of mixing colours, you really don't need to with this. When you look at the selection of colours you've got.
I was going to ask you that. If you wanted to mix colours, you can.
You can. You absolutely can. And we are going to do a bit of that today, actually, because I normally shy away from it. But it's a great selection of colours. I like the way they're arranged. And, of course, you saw I popped out the green one. You can rearrange them if you want to. But if you look at the way they are, they're kind of in colour order. You've kind of got all your purples here. Then you've got your pinks, then orange, yellow, green. And it kind of goes across the rainbow.
Treat yourself. It's the lowest ever price it's been. Never been lower than $59.99. Should be $129.99. Now, I'd understand you having to maybe think twice about that price, but at $59.99 with two-way split pay, for less than £30 today, you can get what I would consider to be one of the ultimate paint sets from a top-class company, a top-class brand, and you can get painting. If that's been something, maybe you're retiring sooner, you've got a bit more time on your hands, maybe you work from home a little bit more than you used to, and you don't have to commute like you used to have to, and you know, you just got a bit more time and want to do something productive and something artistic and something rewarding, painting.
Very much so. And actually, as crafters, if the idea of gouache puts you off, then think of these as watercolours, because you'll just use a tiny amount of this with water and you'll get the same effect as watercolour. So if you're someone that likes to colour in your stamped images, for example, think how long this set is going to last you, because if you're using these as watercolours, you are using like a speck of paint.
And also think about if you're doing grass or you're doing landscapes. I mean, a blade of grass is probably 50 different shades of green if you analyse it.
And look how many shades of green we've got here.
Same with the sky, same with the sea. You know, you've got so many different shades of blue, so many different shades of green, so you can create that realism and reality that we see with our own eyes, but now you can do it yourself with all these wonderful shades of similar colourways. $59.99. Michelle's in, Alan, Penny, Carol, Heather, Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, Val in Lincolnshire's already checked out, so's Ruth in Kent, Jeanette in Cheshire as well. Just put them into your basket and check out, and then just look forward to a whole new hobby. Or maybe you've been a watercolour artist for quite some time and you fancy giving gouache a go.
Yes, absolutely. If it's something you want to try, this is the thing I love about HIMI. You know, if you think about gouache being between £8 and £12 a tube, even to get going, you'd need to just get your primary colours, a black and a white. Suddenly, you're spending this sort of money. You might as well go for one of these sets and have all the colours straight away.
Absolutely.
Because it's the same price as just going out and getting your primary colours from an art shop. And you can then try it out. You know, it's very much the sort of price where you can afford to give it a go if it's something you're not sure is for you, but it will be. I know it will be.
By buying it today, you've saved £70. Spent 60, but saved 70. 1 P&P. I mean, this weighs quite a bit, as you can imagine, because
it does.
It's
yes.
quite dense and
yes.
heavy. We'll get it delivered to your door in a big box for just that 1 P&P of £4.95, and it's KS 8448. I know so many people that are saying, you know, that when they get to a certain age or when they reach a certain time in their life, they want to really start to paint.
It's a very relaxing pastime. I mean, it's something I haven't really done for years, and I love doing the HIMI shows because it gives me an excuse to sit and at this time of year, I do like sitting in the garden and painting. It's just so relaxing.
Absolutely. And can we see a few things that you've painted?
Yes.
Or we are going to move on to the next item.
Yes, we'll have a look in a sec, shall we?
Okay. All right, so that's the 112. Next one we're going on to?
Yep.
Okay, the next one is the 56 colours.
So this one is fewer colours but bigger pots.
Okay.
This is the sort of original HIMI set that we brought out. This was the first set I had. And I'm going to tell you, before I open this, this is my set that I've now had for about 18 months.
Okay.
And I use this quite a lot.
So the container is the same size as the 112 we showed you, but you'll see that the actual pots are double the size.
And you can see how little I've used, really, even though I'm using these all the time. Because these pots are huge. They're going to last you a long time.
This has got the metallics in it as well.
This has got a really nice mix. You've got your sort of normal colours, then you've got some neons, and then you've got some sort of pearlescence and metallics along the bottom. And that's the size of the pots.
So how many grams in each pot?
These are 30 grams.
30?
Yes.
Right, okay.
So almost like 2 tubes worth.
Yeah. And you've got 56, 30 grams in each pot. Metallics included in there as well.
All these lovely metallics at the bottom.
£69.99. That is not going to be the price today. I'm just looking at my notes here. I can't remember where it's going to go. Oh, okay. Now, this is on split pay as well. It's going to go below £50, £49.99. If you looked at 112, thought, well, do I really need all those colours? You can mix your colours together to create different shades of that colour family if you want to. But you're going to get 30 mil in each pot, and there are 56 of them.
Yes.
£49.99, and this is on split pay as well. It shouldn't be because it's under £50, but because it should be £69.99, we've kept the split pay there. So it's £24.99 to pay today and £24.99 to pay in 4 weeks' time, or pay in full today if you want to. But, you know, you've got the choice of the 112 or the 56 that's more than double the quantity.
Yes, I think it depends, really. I would say if you're someone that is thinking to use these for things like painting MDF, then you might want the bigger pots.
Right.
Because if you're doing bigger projects like that where you want the opaque finish, you're obviously not adding much water to these.
No.
Maybe if you're thinking you want to colour in stamped images and do watercolouring, then I'd probably go for the blue set, the 112.
Right.
Because you've got more colours, you're going to be watering them down more. So I think it depends on what colours you prefer. And also, I would say if you're going to use it for things like MDF, this set's probably more useful for that because you've got more paint, basically.
So lots of you coming in for this one right now. Anne in Shrewsbury's already checked out, Crafter in South Yorkshire, Alan in Lancashire, Heather in Northamptonshire. Think about what you're going to be painting, and remember, whenever you've painted anything, whether it's a vase of flowers, whether it's your cat, whether it's a riverbank scene, whatever you've done, send in or send your images to our official Hobby Maker fans page on Facebook. It's got to be the official Hobby Maker fans page. That's run by us and moderated by us, but that's where you can share your makes, and one person every month wins £100 credit for just sharing something that they've made. It could be a card that they've made, it could be a picture that they've painted, but do your HIMI artwork and then take a photo, put it on the Facebook page.
And we do love seeing what you send in. It's lovely to see what you're all doing at home.
Can we have a little look at what you've been painting, just to give an idea of what the paints look like?
Of course we can. And I like this book because it's kind of my journey with HIMI, because I've had that white set now about 18 months, and this was the first thing I painted when I got this.
Old.
Yeah.
You've hardly made a dent in it.
Hardly made a dent in it, and this book is kind of my journey, because each month when I come in, I do something new, and this was my very first attempt with the HIMI paints. I'd looked online, I'd gone on YouTube, looked up gouache tutorials, and there was a girl doing a lot of painting of fruit and sort of red peppers and on craft cards. And you know me with my card making, craft cards kind of my thing. So I was instantly drawn to that. And this is where the gouache comes in, because it's opaque. I couldn't paint on this craft card with watercolour paints. You just wouldn't, the colour would be just gone. But with the gouache I can, and you just layer it up. And the beautiful thing is, you can see where I've got white highlights here. You come in at the end and do that, and it really makes the whole light and shade aspect of things so much easier, because you can paint them yellow, then you can come in with your white. I've come in with a bit of grey here for the shadow, and it's actually easier, I think, than using watercolours. So that was my very first attempt. Then I've been practicing some flowers here. This is just lots of C shapes, really. And I was also playing around here with sort of the consistency, because don't forget, this was me learning. This isn't like me coming in at a finished stage. This is me practicing how to do the petals.
Now, if you're liking the idea of having a pad a bit like this, we do have a gouache pad in the show.
Yes.
It's not craft card, but we do have it. It's a HIMI one, so we'll get to that in a
minute. And I'm going to be using that today. Okay. This was my orange. I'm a bit obsessed with the fruit. There's a lot of lemons in this book. And actually, we're going to paint a lemon today, because I am a bit obsessed. But you can see here, this is just me practicing. But what is so lovely with these is you can get the variation in greens, and you can just layer it on top of each other. And the other thing is, if you make a mistake, you can just come back in and cover it. If you're painting, say, a lemon and you don't like it, you can just paint the whole thing yellow and start again with your shadows and layering up. This one here, I think I did to illustrate how you can layer up, because I painted these blue squares first, then the leaves on top. Now, of course, if you were doing watercolours and you wanted a background colour, you'd have to go round the edge, because you could never paint over a blue like that.
It's got a lovely vibrancy to it.
It has, really vibrant. Of course, if you think we're on quite dark cards, this is some of the pearlescent colours. I just wanted to see how they looked. More lemons, I'm afraid. I'm obsessed with the lemons.
I've got a lemon shirt. I bought a lemon shirt on the sale a couple of weeks ago, and I thought of you straight away.
Rosie's as bad as me with the lemons as well. And you can see how it comes to life, and this is where gouache is so easy. Look at these lemons. You can really see the highlight. And your eye kind of puts in the shade and the dark when you look at something like that, because it's really quite basic painting. I've really just dotted a bit of white on, and you've got the look of highlights.
But you can see how more confident you're getting.
Yes, you can see, can't you? That
That's what it's about, isn't it?
I'm getting used to using them more. Yeah, this one isn't finished, but this was some flowers in my garden. I think this was last summer, actually, I started that one. This is one where I started, haven't finished this one. This is this is your starting point. You're going to put a very light layer on, and then you build up the layers.
Do you have to let each layer dry before you...
You do, but for the most part, you're not adding that much water, so it doesn't take too long. And of course, if you're doing something a bit bigger, you can just move around the drawing so that one area is drying while you're doing another. This one we were looking at light, so this is where it's lightest. I've done a bit of shade there. That was obviously last October, I think.
I bet you're really chuffed with this. I mean, they're great. They're great images.
I am, because I don't really consider myself a painter particularly.
You can now.
But it just shows you don't have to be that confident.
It doesn't have to be your thing now for it to be your thing in the future.
No, exactly. These were different techniques. So I just put a cup with the metallic on to create a wreath. And then this one again isn't finished. This was one we started, I think, last time I was here with the tulip. And this is the first sort of, I've probably got about 3 layers there. It depends on the finished drawing, but you really want to build up the layers. You can still see my pencil marks here, so it needs a few more layers. But I've kind of got the basic sort of shape and where I want the different colours, and then you just keep building on it. So that's where we've got to in my little book.
Okay, fantastic. Now we do have the brights in the show as well.
Yes, we do.
So again, all these are options on the website for you. The gouache pad is on the website. We've also got the painting brush set. We've also got a paint palette from HIMI as well. So all of that's on the website if you want to go for those as well at the same time. We will get to them later in the show though. And remember, the phone call's free. You only pay P&P once. So if you order this and you come back and order the palette a bit later on or whatever, you won't pay any more than £4.95 P&P. So these are the brights now, yeah?
These are the brights. So this is a smaller set. What have we got in this one? This
48?
is 48 colours. So I like the fact that we've got different prices, different sort of size sets
this is
today.
The duo cups again, the twin cups.
Yeah, these are twin cups again. Same as the blue one in size, I think. 12 grams.
And to be fair, if this is something brand new to you and you're thinking, I'm not sure if I'm going to get on with it, I don't know if I'm going to be any good at it, am I going to enjoy it?
Yes, this is a good starting point.
This is a good starter one.
Because if you think about it, for a starter set, you've got a lot of colours there. You were saying about greens. You know, look at that straight away. You've got all of those greens.
And it's not $39.99. What about that as a Dreamees price? $29.99 for all 48 colours, each of them 12 grams. Loads of blues, loads of greens, loads of oranges and yellows and reds.
Yes, and of course, the key thing here is, you know, being a smaller set, you can mix any colour you want, because if you look at your reds, you've got a cool red, you've got a warm red, a cool blue, a warm blue. So you can mix from this any colour you want to, really. Most of the HIMI sets give you 2 whites because you're probably going to get through the white quicker doing highlights and things. So I like that. But yeah, straight.
Metallics?
No, it's just the light shining on them. These ones are all sort of flat colour in this set. Really nice selection though. I mean, I have to say, even when I'm using this smaller set, I don't tend to need to mix the colours too much because you've already got a really nice selection there.
So this is a great way to maybe try gouache painting if it's the first time you've ever done that. Maybe you've been a watercolourist for a long, long time, or you've maybe dabbled and you have had a break from it for a little while and you want to get back to it now. RN8401. Also great if you're maybe buying these for a student. Maybe students are studying fashion and colours very important in that aspect. Maybe they're using pens at the moment. Why not use paints?
Yes, yeah, would be great for something like that for students because they're very easy to use and you do get, you know, you saw from my little sketchbook, they're straight away you get quite good results with them, even if you're not, you know, I don't consider myself particularly great at painting, but I find them really sort of intuitive to use.
Do you want to have a go?
Yes, definitely.
Let's do it. Let's delve in, dive in.
Yes.
That's the 48 set, $29.99.
So we've got a good selection for you today of different colours, different size sets. And we have got on the show today this gouache pad, which I'm going to be using.
The gouache pad is here. Okay, this is it. So it's a similar size to the pad that Sharon was using that was craft card. This, though, is white card, as you can see, and it's actually sealed top and bottom.
It is. It's got adhesive along the edges, and there's just a little gap sort of on the inside edge. And the idea for that is that you can paint straight into the pad, and if you put a lot of water, it's not going to warp because it can't lift. It's all stuck together in a block.
Right.
Gotcha. So you just run your palette knife around the edges once you finish painting, and it saves you having to tape it down. Normally you'd have to tear out a sheet and then tape it.
And you've got 50 sheets in here, okay? 50 sheets of professional gouache paper for £9.99. So if you're going for the paints, treat yourself to those, maybe today or previously, and you'd like a pad, that's a totally go anywhere pad, isn't it? Really.
Very important. It's a good size. Yeah, absolutely. It's a lovely size. You've got 50 sheets. And yeah, the idea is that it won't curl during painting because they're stuck together.
Fold the cover back. So, you know, it's got
You
that
can, it's on a ring binder.
binder.
Yeah,
Ring
which
binder.
again, if you're sketching while you're out or sitting with this on your lap, it's nice and easy. So I thought today we'll just have a sort of look at some of the colours really.
Have you drawn that?
No.
That's in the book?
No, this is a recent Sizzix stamp, Eileen Hull.
Oh, okay.
When Eileen brought this set out, I thought, oh, this is great. This is going to work so well with my HIMI paints.
Right.
So you may already have got this set. I was on a couple of weeks ago with Eileen Hull. It's called Swatch Cards. You can probably find it on the Sizzix brand page. But it's great because you've got a colour wheel. Before I had this stamp set, I was just drawing my own, and they were very wonky looking. So this is great. Another thing I will recommend is the Hunky Dory Magic of Colour book that comes with a colour wheel.
Books, Hunky Dory books are brilliant.
This is great, and we're going to cover a bit of this today actually, because obviously, you know, Dave, I've been doing the HIMI shows now for 18 months, and we've kind of gone through a lot of the basics. I've also done a tutorial that's on the Hobbycraft Tutorials YouTube channel.
Okay.
So I've done a beginner's guide to HIMI on there, which covers a lot of the
On the Hobby
basics.
Maker?
On the Hobby Maker one,
All
yeah.
right.
So I thought, let's start to do a little bit of sort of colour theory and talk about the colour wheel today, especially as I've got this stamp. So I'm just going to grab some brushes. So I thought what we'd do is we'll do a basic colour wheel because it's a good way to look at the consistency of the paints and how they lay down. So I've just got, let's open up some of these sets. Do you know, I might use...
Can we use the 112 one?
112,
Yeah,
the blue
is that
one.
right?
Yeah.
This is the most popular. It's in the lead, I believe.
I think, yeah, I'm
112
not
different
surprised
colours.
because you've got the most colours in this one. Here we go. It is a beauty. There we go.
It looks almost good enough to eat. Don't whatever you do, but it does look so delicious. The lovely shine, the texture.
It's really fabulous, and I'm just going to grab a pen out of here. So colour wheel, I'm going to start off with the primaries. So we'll have red, then I'm going to leave 3 spaces, and then we're going to have blue, 3 spaces, and then we'll have yellow. And this is something I like to do when I get new sets of paints, because it instantly gives you an idea, particularly if you're going for smaller sets of paints, where you can kind of go with the colours. So in between red and blue, if you mix red and blue together, you get purple. If you mix blue and yellow together, you get green. So we're going to put green here. And then if you put yellow and red together, you get orange. And then in between those, purple and red, you get red-purple. Then you get blue-purple. Blue and green, you get blue-green. And then yellow and green, you get yellow-green. Then orange and yellow, yellow-orange, and then red-orange. And this is a great starting point when you get a new set of paints. So we're going to start with the primaries.
It helps you understand how paints work together as well, doesn't it?
It does. It helps you sort of think about mixing colours. Let's find a clean space on my palette.
Now we do have a paint palette available in the show today as well.
Yes, the HIMI paint palettes. I've got a larger one here. That one's even more portable, which is lovely. And they're great for out and about because they're very, very portable. But what I love is they're not just small. They're portable, but you've actually got a lot of space for, because I'm a bit messy when I start mixing colours.
Well, this palette, if I show you the size of it, it's about half the size of Sharon's here, but this is the one that we've got for you. It's got a little carry strap as well, which is really a nice little design feature. And there's plenty of space for mixing your colours here, and it folds up. So it literally...
It's lovely, isn't it?
Can go with your gouache book. And you've then got every surface you need to do your mixing. So only $6.99 if you want that. That's on the website if you want it.
It's fabulous. So I've done my red. I'm going to do my primaries first. So we'll do a blue. And I'm picking, from the palette, I'm picking the sort of primary looking blue, if that makes sense, rather than one that already looks like it's more of a bluey green or, you know, a teal, I'm going for a sort of true blue. There we go. And I've put some on my palette. So when I come to do the in-betweens.
And although these paints over here on this side are dried,
yes, I can reactivate them. That's
them.
why I haven't cleaned my palette, which absolutely kills me because I'm a real tidy crafter.
Yeah.
And it does kill me not to just wash that every time. But I just think, no, I'm wasting paint because I can come back.
You could just spritz it with a bit of water. That
Just
will then
spritz
come
it
back
with
to life.
water, yeah. So I fight the urge to clean it. So we'll have a bit of yellow on here. Oh, hand in it. There we go. And I do like to do these for, I've got a sketchbook at home that I literally dedicate to just doing colour palettes with, and I'll write down which paint set I've used, because sometimes when you kind of want to mix a particular colour, I'm not great at mixing paints. It's the maths bit of it. So I do prefer to do minimal mixing.
Right.
But I do find doing this basic colour wheel to give me my orange and my red orange is kind of as much as my brain wants to deal with. So that works really well. So red and blue together are going to give me purple. So I'm going to take half of this red and then half of this blue, and that's going to give me a nice purple. Maybe a little bit more. That's more blue, isn't it? So we can add a bit more red. There we go. That'll give me a nice purple.
And that card or the paper in the book.
Yes, it's lovely. It's and you can see because it's all stuck down, it's not curling up.
It's 160 GSM. It's heavier than that, isn't it?
It feels heavier than that, but it is only 160.
Okay.
Does feel heavier though, doesn't it?
But with all the moisture that you're putting on it, and it's a really, really good quality, absolutely gorgeous quality, and 50 sheets in there. And that, remember, if you want the pad, is so affordable. It is $9.99 down from $14.99, so you get basically a third off the price. 50 pages to play with, basically.
Yeah. And would be ideal just for doing colour wheels in if you wanted to.
And it's 8.5 by 8.5 in size, and that's not a daunting size. You know, if you look at an A4 sheet, or even worse, an A3 sheet, you kind of think, oh, what am I going to do with that? That's such a big surface area. 8.5 inch square.
Yeah, it's a nice size actually, particularly
similar to the size of your craft card one.
It is, yeah, and it's great for. You know, I do like to do a swatch book and stuff like that. It's ideal for that. So where are we? Green. And you can see straight away how this gives you a really good feel for your colours. So then if we add a bit more blue to that, we're going to get a sort of teal, a bluey green.
I noticed on your craft card book a few minutes ago that you were looking through.
Yeah.
You've done like a little colour swatch of the colours you've used in the pictures you painted.
Yes, and I would definitely recommend doing that when you start, because of course as you start to layer the colours, it's very easy to lose track of what you've used.
Right.
Because you're kind of using so many. It's quite nice to do a little palette. I found it quite helpful. So now we've got more yellow. We need a little bit more yellow in that one. This will give me a nice sort of lime green. If you haven't got this stamp set, you can go online. If you, I've been just tracing one. There's lots of painting tutorials that will give you like a colour wheel that you can just trace.
If you want to find it on our website, you'll find it, hopefully, if there's still stock of it, under the Sizzix brand page.
Yes.
Look for
Eileen Hull, yes.
And you should find it there.
Yeah, it's great to have a stamp, saves time. I was delighted when Eileen brought that set out. I thought, oh, just what I need for my HIMI shows. So now we're doing orange, so we're going to have a bit of red.
A bit of yellow.
And a bit of yellow. And I find, because I start to do this when I get new sets, it really helps me remember
What colours make what? Right.
Because I think it's the maths thing with me, because I am so absolutely hopeless with maths.
Let's get more of an orange.
Yeah, that's a nice orange. I think that's the part of my brain that...
Well, colour theory is something that you learn, and this helps to understand what goes with what to make what. And
it does.
And you're having fun doing it at the same time.
Yeah, it's a nice practice, really. It really
And also
is.
it gives you an insight into how the paints behave, how they work with you.
Yes.
Rather than going straight into a picture, do something like this that's quite formulaic.
Yes.
And you get to realise how the paints behave.
You do, you really do, and the consistency.
Yeah.
Because obviously gouache is thicker than watercolour. So
that's what I like about it, I think. It's like,
yes.
It's like the consistency of cream cheese.
It is, yeah, it is. And it does mean that, gosh, your paints are going to last you. I mean, you know, you can see from mine here that I've had some of these like over a year.
And you do use them quite a lot.
I
not
do,
just when you're on the show.
not just when I'm on the show. I use them quite a lot with other shows when I'm doing stamping and colouring. So there we go. So we've got a nice colour wheel, which has given me a good feel for the paints.
Do you always water gouache down, or do you use it neat sometimes?
You'd always, because it is quite thick, even when you're using it kind of neat, when you want an opaque finish, you would need a damp brush just to move it.
Right.
So you're always adding a little bit of water. But yes, if you're doing, like some of those paintings in my craft book, I start off with it this sort of consistency, almost like watercolour, to get my sort of basic colours down. Then I start building it.
Well, if you want the most variety, the 112 is the way to go, and that's been the most popular in the show. All the others are proving popular too, but this set of 112 is absolutely flying out the door at the moment for $59.99. And remember, the only other thing you may well want are brushes. We've got brushes in the show, and we've got the palette as well, which will be a godsend to mix your colours together. Now, we've had a message, I think, from Carla. Is that our Carla?
Is that our Carla?
It's our Carla.
It is.
Two of my favourite humans. Love using my HIMIs for layered gouache floral art, and I love me a colour wheel. Big hugs. Back at you, Carla. Fantastic.
I was watching last night. You were here with Carla, weren't you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wasn't that a beautiful set?
The new cut by hand.
Oh,
if you've missed it, you can look on the website and you'll see the new cut by hand quilling. And also, Carla's back tomorrow with Diamond Press. Now, if for some reason you find that your paints are starting to get a little bit maybe mildewy or something like that.
Yes, well, if you think about it, to keep them fresh, they're water reactive. They're going to dry out if you don't do anything to them. Now, I recommend once a month give them a little spritz with water. If you're storing them somewhere like a conservatory that might be a bit damp, maybe your craft room like mine is out in the garden, or you could find, obviously you've got sitting water, particularly if you go a bit mad with the spritzing them and you get a pool of water on the top, you might find you get a little bit of mildew. Now, my white set, I've had 18 months and I've only had it happen once.
Right.
But once I'd left them and I think I'd put too much water on and I went to use them and there were little black specks on one that I just scooped out. So HIMI recommend this spray. It's anti-mildew.
Okay.
And what I do with mine is, and I must admit, since I've started using the spray, I haven't found any mildew on mine. What I do is when I get them out to use them, I spritz them with water because they're a little bit dry when I get them out. So when I'm using them, add water, but then when I go to put them away again, so tonight when I get home and I go to put these away, I'm going to give them a spritz with this, put the lids on, leave them, then I know they'll...
So it's designed to do the job.
Yeah.
So
it's worth adding to your basket.
Exactly. For the sake of $12.99, it kind of protects your investment, really, doesn't it? So it's MI8450, MI8450. It's not going to be $12.99. It's going to be $6.99. This has sold out before the end of last year. So if you want to just dip your toe in and try this to protect what you've bought to stop any mildew building up, £6.99 is all it is. It's a £6 saving off the price, and it's MI8450. MI8450. There we are, from HIMI, the spray to protect your paints. Simple as that. Lots of you coming through for that. It makes absolute sense for £6. It's covering your P&P for the whole day than what you've saved on that as well. The palette, I think, can I just show you the palette? The palette is really cute. It's a plastic, but it's a top quality plastic and it folds in half. So it just kind of clips together nicely. If you're going for the gouache pad, it just sits with that. Get them both together. It makes absolute sense.
Yes.
But it opens up and you've even got a little wrist strap. Well, finger strap really. Couldn't get your wrist through that.
And what I love with this is you've got a really good flat area for mixing, and then you've got all these little individual wells. Now you saw me, I've got the bigger version, but it's the same layout. You saw me when I was mixing my colours, I'd kind of put, if I want a lot of the colour, like my primaries, I'm going to put here. But then when I then started mixing them with another colour, I was moving into the smaller sections. And it just, I don't know, it helps you get better use out of your palette. I'm terrible with, you can see, just putting paint everywhere. I think having these little sections keeps me in control a bit. You can see where I've got the sections, I've put a reasonable amount. When I have a big area, I just go a bit mad. So it's a nice layout.
Well, it's a lovely palette as well. It's a really good quality plastic too. It's got flexibility. It's not the brittle plastic, which is one of my pet hates. And it clips together as well, locks together, and you've got the little kind of handle there too. Very inexpensive, very good value. Excuse me, £6.99. Just add that into your order. If you've already bought something today, remember everything will be delivered for the 1 P&P. The gouache pad, this is an absolute must. I really would strongly recommend going for this. 50 sheets of it. It's designed for the job. So it's the perfect pad and perfect paper to use with your gouache, and it's only, what was the price of this? I can't remember it now. £9.99? Excuse me, £9.99 if you want the gouache pad. 50 sheets. And it's on the sprung or on the ring binder, so you can just basically fold the cover right back if it's going to be on your lap or something like that. So there we go. And we've also got the paint brushes from HIMI, and I like the case.
Oh, it's beautiful. Again, great for if you're out and about because it's very portable. You've got the lovely carry case. Now this set is sort of geared at going with some of the previous sets we've had, because this set focuses on your more detailed brushes.
Okay.
You've got good variety.
Does it come with that?
Yes, it does. You get a little cloth in there.
Oh, okay.
Which again is great if you're out and about crafting, because quite often, you know, you put too much water on your brush and you just need to dab it off.
Now, look at the brushes you're going to get here. Again, the quality, you can feel them straight away. More detailed brushes. Really, really fine nibs, brushes, and then you've got that fan brush as well, which you can use for splatter techniques and things like that. So you get 2, 4, 6, you get 8 brushes there, and you get the cloth for absorbing any excess moisture. I love the case it comes with. Inside the case, you'll find it's actually got a little pop-on.
Yes, the little
carriage
handle
strap.
just pops on the top.
There you go. So you can just attach that. But yeah, presentation is important, you know, and I think HIMI do a fantastic job at the presentation. They really do.
They really do. And I think this one, if you're going for that lovely 112 set, of course, it's the same colour.
Of course.
So it does look beautiful together.
Yeah, and it's only £12.99 for 8 brushes, and of course the case. I mean, if you take the brushes out, you could actually use that as your water bowl if you wanted to.
You could, yes, yeah. If you were out painting on the go, you could take a bottle of water with you and just pour some in the bottom there. You could even use this as a palette if you want to.
Just look at how fine some of these brush nibs are. Look at that.
There's some really nice detail ones. And if you're a card maker and you like to colour in your stamped images, then of course, generally you're going to be using the more detailed brushes because you're, you know, with the stamped image, it's usually quite small for card making. So yeah, they're perfect for that.
6, yeah. 8 brushes, the excess moisture cloth and the container with the carry handle. Lots of you going for these. They make really inexpensive but thoughtful gifts for anyone that's expressed an interest in painting. And with the HIMI brand, you know you're getting quality. We have got a great relationship with HIMI.
I can tell you, I've bought paintbrushes for £25 for one brush.
Yeah.
And do you know what I'm using most of the time?
HIMIs.
These.
Yeah.
Because I don't stress about them because they are inexpensive. If I absolutely ruin a brush, I can buy another set. It's not gonna cost me £25 for one brush. I've got really expensive brushes, but I'm almost scared to use them. And I've got to say the quality is not really noticeably different.
No.
These are great.
You get
quality.
one fan brush, one filbert brush, 2 flat brushes, 2 line brushes and 2 round brushes as well. 8 in there, in this little carry case, which I think is rather sweet, and you can hang that next to your craft table if you wanted to as well on a cup hook, you won't lose them then. £12.99, really inexpensive, but a great thoughtful gift idea for anyone who's arty. And yeah, if you're a model maker and things like that, I've got a few brushes at home.
Yes, I bet you've
really
got
fun.
lots of detail brushes, yeah.
Detail brushes are the way forward. There you go. What a great show this is, great products. Right, can you show us a bit more?
Yes, well, we're going to carry on.
Yeah.
And I am back later, so I probably won't get this finished looking at the time, but we're going to move on to the next step. This is another Eileen Hull stamp, actually, in the same set. So we're moving on from the colour wheel to talk about complementary colours, because one thing you might want to do is do an undercoat, because I'll explain that in a minute, actually. What I'm going to do, first of all, is start off with my colour wheel. So I'm going to start with red. Now I'm not going to mix colours this time for speed because I've already got all the colours. So I'm just going to colour this in, and then we're going to use this little wheel to sort of talk about complementary colours and when you would use them and why. So that's quite an orangey red. I've got a more sort of darker red actually that I'm going to start here with.
And Sharon's actually using those paint brushes that
I'm using the
featured.
details, yeah, the detailed ones, because these are quite small little areas on here. I mean, this would be a lovely design just from the front of a card, wouldn't it, with the little colour wheel?
Yeah, it would.
It's beautiful. So then we've got orange. So I'm not mixing colours this time because I've got all the colours I need in this set.
This is the 112 set that Sharon's using at the moment, which has been very, very popular, as it's down to the lowest price it's ever been, £59.99. The new price is taking another £10 off. It was £69.99. Now it's £59.99, and on two-way split pay, you can get all 112 home for just £29.99 first split payment of 2, interest-free, fee-free. And what would be the first thing you paint? What would be the first thing that you do? Will you be going in the garden?
Or will you be doing lemons like...
Or lemons, yeah.
Lemons like my obsession. So we'll have a lighter yellow, like so.
I should have worn that lemon shirt today, shouldn't I?
You should.
I got it from a holiday, but I should have worn it today.
Oh, that would be nice on your holiday. Then we're going to have a nice lime green. Now, I'm not doing this neatly because this is only really to illustrate the colours to us. Then we've got sort of grass green. So a kind of true green, really. I'm really not doing this neatly, but... And then from there, we're going to have a sort of teal type green.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I'm spoilt for choice with this palette. Really don't need to mix anything.
It would be very, very unfortunate if there was a colour that you haven't got in this collection, because there are so many. And I love the fact that you've got so many shades of green and so many shades of blue, because that is so important when it comes to landscapes that look realistic. And
yeah, those are the colours you're going to be mixing.
Yeah.
A lot, really, so it really saves you time.
And you've got plenty of skin tone colours in there as well, if you're doing portraits.
You do. You've really got all the sort of different tones within each colour family that you're going to need. And we've got more of a lilac. So with purples, you get a kind of blue purple and then a pinky purple.
Mm-hmm.
So we want more of a blue purple. Well, I've got a whole... There's me, I'm still in the blues. I've still got some...
A whole section of purple.
Got a whole section of bluey purples here.
Now, loads more of you coming through for 112. 112 colours, they're 12 mil or 12 grams each. And most people, if you buy gouache tubes, will be probably having that sort of quantity, roughly, of paint in a tube. And they can be anywhere between £8 to £10 per tube, some even more. So to get 112 colours for £59.99, which works out at about 53 pence per colour. And HIMI are a great brand. They're great quality paints. They really are. So many of you messaging in saying how much you love using them.
So your complementary colours are colours that are opposite each other. So red is opposite green. Well, that's more of a bluey green there, but so red to green, then orange is opposite blue, and then yellow is opposite purple. Didn't do that very neatly, did I? Purple. So if you wanted to draw, and you're going to laugh where I'm going here, a lemon, back to the lemons. So yellow, the complementary colour to yellow is purple. So one thing you can do, let's just draw a quick lemon. This is just a very rough sketch. So my lemon, if I give an undercoat of purple, it's going to instantly give my yellow more depth.
Oh, okay.
And you will get a much more sort of realistic look, because lemons aren't just pure yellow. There's all sorts of colours underneath. Same as if you look at a skin tone. You know, you'll see an artist that paints skin tone, they'll quite often start off your canvas with all sorts of colours, blue, all sorts that go underneath, because that's just how you get depth. And this is a real sort of next step thing to try. Once you've done your practicing your lemons, like I've done in my book, this is sort of the next stage. Have a practice with going in with the opposite colour on the wheel and doing, I'm going in quite, you can see I'm adding a lot of water.
I've not thought of using purple.
No.
Never in a million years.
So you can use it as an undercoat. You can also use it to add shadow.
Right.
So once I've got my yellow on top of this, if I want to add shadows here and there, I can come in and do that. So I've got a sort of base layer of purple down. My lemon is a very odd shape, but you know, I can kind of correct
For the purposes of the demo, it's fine.
more about the techniques than the actual lemon looking very lemonish. So now I'm going to come in with a slightly darker purple. And so my ground is going to have shadow as well. So if my lemon is on the table, putting purple down will give me a good shadow base. I can come over and go over it with a bit of a grey later if it looks too purple. But you'll find as you add all your colours in, it kind of doesn't look purple once you've got more depth going on. And I realise this just looks quite messy at the moment. And I know we're going to run out of time, but I'll show you the one I was doing at home yesterday in a minute, and you can see where this builds up to. So we'll come back to this probably in the later show.
Okay.
But I'll bring in the one that I've started. This isn't completely finished either, but you can see how much depth of colour is in that lemon now. You can see all sorts underneath. So I've started in the same way with the purple.
Yeah.
But then I've come in with the yellow. Then I've added a bit of green towards the top. I've added a little bit of white there.
It does make it look very realistic.
Yeah, and it just gives it more depth.
Yeah.
Gives it more realism.
And if you've got any questions for Sharon at all, or any queries or anything like that, remember the show is live at 8 o'clock. It's our last show of the day tonight at 8 p.m, so you can message in. Any questions, or if you've got some pictures that you'd like to share with us, you can email them in to us if you want to, but always do remember to share them on the official Hobby Maker fans page, okay? Search for that official Hobby Makers fans page. That's where you can share all of your makes, whether it's cards you've made, whether it's pictures you've painted, and then one person every single month gets a £100 credit as well. The 112 is getting more and more limited stock, so we will have hopefully some stock left for the later show. But thank you for your company today. I'm off for a few days now, so I'll see you next week. I'm off for a week.
Jealous.
So I'll see you, I think it's next Monday, a week on Monday, so I'll see you then. Hayley's here to see you through till 9 o'clock tonight, so enjoy the rest of the evening and stay with Hobby Maker. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
See you soon.
If you're shopping here at Hobby Maker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
At Hobby Maker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hello there, welcome, and thank you, Dave, for taking us through the first part of our day here at Hobby Maker. It's my turn to take over the reins, if you will. Well, me and the rest of the team. They're in charge, really. I just kind of tag along. But we've got a fabulous afternoon ahead of us, or evening, should I say, because it's 5 o'clock already. Where does that time go? But we're with you right the way through until 9 o'clock. Some of the faces that you've seen already today, some new things during the shows, and we're going to be seeing some fabulous demos. And my company for the next hour is another Hayley. Our lovely HIMI for Dreamees is back again. I forgot what we decided our collective noun was for a group of Haileys. A giggle of Haileys, yes. That's it. That's what you've got for the next hour. I think that sums us up really, doesn't it?
I think so.
I'll take that. Now, if you would like to jump ahead, then obviously we are going to be bringing you loads of fabulous things which you'll be able to find on the website, and you can jump ahead and take advantage of those while you can. It's always a good idea because we do get very, very busy during a Dreamy show because Hayley brings us loads of things that she's designed, but also fabulous things for us to craft with as well. And this hour, we've got a couple of new little bits and pieces to share with people.
We have, yeah. So we've got an MDF
on the side. Where am I?
Oh, they're these two this side.
There, That was what you got for chatting earlier on. I was chatting and just didn't have a look.
I know what I'm doing.
Now, these 2 embossing folders are beautiful, very useful.
Yes. Firstly, I apologise because I forgot to do boards, and then I was like crazy finding mirror board. What can I do them out of? So they're wonkily cut as well. But ignore that part. Yeah, so we've got our script duo here. So you've got a normal handwritten script and then your music script.
Love it. And it's one of those ones that I think when you look at it, you can't really read it.
No.
It says something, but it doesn't say anything, which is
Let's
perfect.
hope it's nothing horrible.
It's not. But I like that because what that means is you're able to use it for so many different occasions. So,
yeah, definitely. I mean, these 2 especially, if you're coming up for Christmas, these are going to be perfect for
Wonderful,
it.
absolutely,
Think of your Santa's notes and your little script and things like that, and music especially. Just on cream with a hint of maybe brown ink or something. Going to make really nice Christmas cards.
Now these are good sizes, as you can see, 6 inches square, and as you saw already, that price has dropped down to £15.99. Not just the one, because you are getting both of those for that price. That is brilliant.
What does that work out? Like £8 each?
Yeah,
Nearly?
yeah. And
No,
very versatile.
The best price we've done on them is £8.99.
Oh, wow.
That's on any embossing folder. Obviously, these are brand new. So yeah, you're getting an even better deal.
Well, our crafters watching this afternoon are loving these. Lots of you adding them into your basket. Don't forget, not just to getting it into your basket, you need to check that basket out to make sure you get hold of the stock of these, because otherwise somebody will come along and they'll pinch it out your basket. I know, rude, but they will. And that can happen here at Hobby Maker. So make sure you keep confirming your order. So I'm going to leave those details with you. So the details, even if they pop off the screen, doesn't mean that you can't order that item. Everything is listed on the website, so you can go shopping there or speak to our call operators. And we will keep refreshing you, keep letting you know the different bits and pieces, because Hayley's got some demos to share with you. But I will warn you already, with the stock that's in people's baskets, 10% of the stock will have gone. So yeah, please be quick with regards to that one. Oh, look at, this is from the last hour. I've just noticed, this thing, a colour wheel. I remember seeing Sharon with a colour wheel. She may well bring it back, but that's our Carla's popped up on the top of the screen there as well. Tune in at 8 o'clock to find out. Now, that was the script and the music score, which we have got there as well. We've got something else that is brand new for you. And I am intrigued by this because we have got MDF. Again, something else that Dreamees do really well.
Yes. So we've not done 4mm for a little while. So these are literally just your essential art boards. You've got 2 that are 6x4 in size. You've got a 7x7 and a 4x4. So that's in inches. So they're a nice group of sizes there, and you've got the bases as well, so they literally just have 2 little holes slotting in, and obviously create really nice place cards, just memory boards.
Nice idea.
I personally just treat them like a card.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be one of my demos.
Look at that. This is beautiful, and I can see we've got little battery operated lights on this one as well, so I don't know whether you'll pick up on that one, but that is cute.
Yeah, so we had those in the earlier show. I don't know, I think they're in my first demo, so we might bring them in again.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a multi-buy on the Delights, and it's the best price we've ever done as well.
Oh, definitely add those into your basket as well. What a lovely little idea. So that is going to be our inspiration in a wee while, starting with that largest of the board. So that is your, did you say 7x7 that size?
Yeah.
Lovely. And then your 6x4s?
Yep.
Which are those 2. You're going to get 2 of those, and then your smaller 4x4s.
It is, yes.
And all of the bases that will work with those as well. So £9.99, brilliant value for money. Those are your bases, if you will, and we'll see them all coming together in the first demo. So I'm going to leave those details with you. So keep confirming those orders, folks, because they are flying out. 4 projects for £9.99. That is brilliant value for money. In fact, should we get into the demo straight away?
We can do, yes. Right, so what I've done then is I've already pre-covered my artboard. So I'm doing the 7x7, and if you can see, this is just silver mirror board, but I've actually rubbed my nail file all the way over it. So I've just got a little sample here, because I went a bit to town prepping, and then I realised I'd done it all. And I was like, how am I going to show you this?
It's easily done.
I was just in the zone. So it's literally just mirror board. You can do this any colour, and I just do circular motions just on it, and it just sort of distresses it a little bit. So then it just takes off the complete shine and just makes it look a little bit weathered.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I quite like the effect of it.
You know what? You always end up with a bit of dog-eared mirror card, don't you? So that's
Perfect
a nice
for
way
that.
of giving it a purpose and being able to use it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have got some Delights. I wasn't going to stick them on because it took me a little while.
Okay.
But I will show you what, obviously, the Delights, they are 2 meters long, and you've got all the lights. I'd say they're about 4 inches, 10 centimetres apart.
Okay.
So you've just got a little tab, if you can make that out. So you literally just pull that out. They come with batteries.
Oh, wow.
And then you just turn them on.
Look at that.
So you've got all of your lights. Obviously, you've got 20 on a string.
Wow.
Really pretty to use.
Oh, I like that. And they come with a battery, so we don't have to go finding those.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And we've got a multi-buy of 3.
Ooh, okay. So details are on your screen. So if you're wanting to get hold of your 2-metre string, then the details are on your screen. Now, within there, you've got a 2-metre length, 20 lights in total on each one of those. So yeah, nice and compact to add to anything, really.
Yeah, definitely. So what I did then is I just usually hot glue this to the back of whatever project I'm doing. And then because we've got silver mirror board, I've just threaded it under here. And then what I did is just literally wind them all the way round.
Okay.
But then when we put this layer on,
clever,
you're going to be able to see the lights glowing out of the side, and the mirror board reflects that.
Nice idea.
So just because it's a little bit time consuming, we won't do that part, but I just wanted to show you obviously what the lights look like and how we got that effect.
No problem. Now, I don't know if I explained, the last details that we had on the screen was for a set of 3 of those. So if you want to shop for them individually, they're $5.99, which is why that multi-buy is such a brilliant deal, because you've got a bit of a discount with that one as well. But if you want them individually, details are on your screen.
So we've just then got some foam pads just on the back of here. So it's just literally some white card. And you could, you know, if you've got a corner rounder, make it match.
Yeah.
I didn't have one to hand. I've got one somewhere, I just don't know where.
Sounds like any crafter's crafting room, that it's in there somewhere.
Exactly. So we're using the Spring Blues paper pad as well. So I'm just popping some of that background paper on there. So we're using the spotty one.
Lovely. Now these are all double-sided papers, aren't they?
They are,
so
yes.
many pretty papers in that pack. That's your blues. We've got other themes as well on the show, but if you like the idea of getting hold of those, $12.99 is a really good price, I have to say, for 48 sheets. But Hayley's done us a deal. You're only looking at $8.99 with regards to these. So yeah, get them while you can. And dare I say, go for multiples if you can. That's pretty.
It is, yes, and gorgeous hydrangeas. And I must say as well, you do have a full angel policy. So if you want to make and sell with all our papers, dies, stamps, everything, you are able to do that. MDF, whatever you buy from us,
Wonderful.
you can make and sell too. So we're then just going to add a strip of gingham just across the middle as well. So again, all from this same paper pad. And the best thing about them is they're pre-coordinated for you.
Well, this is the thing. You don't have to try and find colours that work together. Just choose any couple of papers out of that pad and it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, that's it. So then we've got our layering label back in stock for the first time for a while.
Oh, okay.
So this, I've already got my script on there, but I just thought I'd show you it running through. And depending on your machine, it'll depend what sandwich you want to or need to put in. So with my Gemporia machine, just got my 2 outside plates, so the 2 clear ones. We're just going to run that through.
Lovely. Now, prior details are popped up on your screen there, so you're going to get a nice little set of dies there that are going to layer, create frames, do all sorts of wonderful things for just $12.99. That's really good value for those.
Yeah, it's a really nice set, and obviously plenty of nesting dies. So if you do want to go down and down in shape, which we have done to make a frame here.
Ah, okay.
So then that's just going to go around the edge of there and frame it and just make it look a little bit more finished than just a blank white label there.
Like the idea of that.
So we'll grab some glue to do that. Now, because it's embossed, you might need to hold it for a little while. So just put enough glue on there. Obviously, being mirror board, don't put too much on so it's just squelching out or
yes,
anything.
you don't want to kind of have those little...
but if it does...
top tip coming? Top tip incoming?
I tend to use a baby wipe.
Okay.
And it does get the smears off. And then if you just want to dry it with a bit of tissue, and then you don't get all the nasty little like smudges on it. Because I mean, I've already got glue on this already.
Oh, thanks for that, Hay. That's a useful tip.
But yeah, if you do it, especially while your glue's still wet, then it will just wipe straight off and not leave a mark. So just pressing that down.
Oh, we've had a message. Oh, lovely Shani. Hello to you both, the lovely Haleys. Oh, bless you. I'm loving the shows and demonstrations today. Lots of inspiration to kickstart my crafty mojo. Oh, Shani, what a lovely message. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Shani. Shani's the lady that runs Dreamy Catchers for us, our group. And she's not been well at the moment. No.
Oh,
It was her birthday and she got a chest infection.
Oh, no.
So it was rotten luck for her. So I hope you're feeling better, Shani.
Oh, Oh, Shani, yes, we're certainly sending you lots of well wishes here from Hobby Maker, so hopefully you'll be fighting fit very soon. Good sign though, if your crafty mojo's coming back,
Yes,
you're
definitely.
on the mend. Yeah.
So just adding some foam pads to the back of here.
Lovely.
And this is then going to pop along here.
Ooh, now, Hayley, that die already 10% of the stock has gone. Shall I pass the board to you so you can show everybody
you
what's
can
on
do.
that particular die set? Because it's a very useful set.
It is, yeah. So you've got 4 different sizes, and then this one will outline this kind of like mermaid scales, if I turn it that way, or scallops. So if you did get our scalloped embossing folder, it's the same design, so it matches really nicely. Might still be on the website if you've not seen it. Okay. But then this one will cut out that panel as well, but obviously you can see that stays in the cardstock if you want it to.
Yeah, nice.
Think of maybe if you put acetate behind and a shaker of maybe like glitter or something,
Nice,
especially if
yeah.
you're doing a mermaid card, that'd be really nice. But then this one and this one is what has made our silver frame there. So obviously you can do that in the different sizes, and they're all, they've got a fine stitching around the edge as well that you might just be able to make out. So
Perfect.
if you do want to make a layer between this one and this one, you can just trace the stitching and trim that edge off, and you can make another layer out of that if you want to.
Very useful set, very popular at $12.99 as well, so you're getting a lot of dye for your money with that one.
You do, definitely. Right, so also I didn't show you any covering of the MDF, so I thought I'd cover my base, and I'm just going to use some more mirror board for that. So if you've never done MDF before, all I do is just pop myself plenty of glue all the way over. And then
Does it matter what type of glue you work with?
Not really. A lot of the time I do get asked, is it a special glue or anything like that? That's just literally like a white PVA sort of glue, so that's absolutely fine for your MDF.
Thank you.
So just rubbing that all the way over, and then we're just going to attach our silver mirror board to that, and you can see I'm already smearing it. So if I got a baby wipe to hand, I'd be wiping that off. So we're just going to leave that to one side just while that sets a little bit, because obviously if you trim that it might wiggle around a little bit.
Come on.
Amazing, thank you. You've got everything, you have.
The emergency bag. I don't know how dry it is. That's the only thing that they left them open.
That's good.
Is
Yeah.
it doing the job? Oh, that's
It
all
is,
right.
yeah. So you can see that's completely wiped off any of those smears.
Lovely.
Same up this end there, you can see all gone. And then obviously I'd dry it with a bit of tissue as
You
well.
can
And
keep that, Hayley.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's why they call you Mama West. You've got everything.
You've let me into a secret.
Or is it just Alex that calls you that?
No, that's followed me around
Has
TV
it?
shopping. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice though.
Because they're always looking out for everybody. Some people would say that's just being nosy, but there you go.
Right, so then I've just got one of the uplifting sentiments as well. So we're just going to pop that onto this side here just before we add our flowers on.
Okie dokie.
So I've just popped foam on this side because we've got this bit raised, and then just so that it doesn't sit at a funny angle. So the foam pad is on the back there, and then this is flush now.
These are lovely little phrases.
Yeah, it's quite a nice set, isn't it?
Oh, I like those. I'll share those with you in a few moments, but they're only $6.99, and you're getting things like enjoy the little things, wishing you brighter days, you are my sunshine, little something for someone special. Oh, some really nice little phrases there. So brilliant buy at $6.99.
Yeah, and there's 9 stamps in there, I think.
Yeah, good.
So we're just adding in some of the grey sisal there, just for a base for our flowers.
Lovely.
So just making sure that is attached there. And then I'm using the Fancy Florals stamp and die set.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to bring in some of the die cuts that I've already done. So we've got 4 that I've cut out of the Spring Blues paper pad again. And I'm just, in fact, we'll do them in pairs just so we get a nice crease. So I'm just taking some long-handled tweezers there, just pinching in the middle and then just twisting each of those petals. So I'm doing 2 at once here. You can do as many as you want or just do them one by one. Completely up to you. And we're just twisting those just to add a nice little frill into them.
Oh, I like that.
So then once they layer up, it actually looks quite nice. You know,
They
as
look
well,
nice anyway.
if you do struggle with the twisting as well, you can always trim into the centre like this and just extend that a little bit so that then you get a bit deeper of a twist on there.
Looks like there's loads of different ways you could play with those petals actually to get different looks.
Yeah, that's it. You could run them through embossing folders. We did that on a show I did last time I was here. And obviously then you can pick it up with a bit of gilding wax, add a bit of texture to them, and it really does change what you can do with them. or just inking them. Obviously, you've got matching stamps for all of these as well. I'm just using the dies.
Nice idea, I like that. Talking about stamps, we are so busy for those uplifting sentiments. 20% of the stock has gone. I've not even shown you them all. There's 9 stamps in there, but you do need to be quick if you like the idea of getting hold of those. Don't forget, if you're into your stamping and your die cutting, do check out the flowers that we are seeing being used at the moment. There's loads, actually. 2 big sets of elements in there. You've got a big set of dies, not just these florals. There's different styles of petals in there as well,
so you've got 3 different styles of flowers in there. And this one is kind of, it's the biggest amount of petals.
Okay.
And then you've got 2 3-petaled flowers in there that are slightly different to each other.
Wonderful. Price dropping down on your screen from the original $39.99 to just $29.99 now.
So then we're just going to pop these flowers all around this side. So I've then also made some that are spotty and gingham as well, and we've just done them in slightly smaller sizes. So you do get 4 sizes per flower. So it's up to you then which one you want to use, and obviously you've got enough to make a different arrangement of each.
And it's nice because you've got so many different sizes of the petal layers that even your tiny scraps, don't throw any of those away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's nice, I like that.
Arranging them around there, and then we're just going to give a quick trim to the sisal, just to give that a bit more shape. And then we're going to use some of the leaves and bows. So I don't think we used these in the last hour.
Okay.
So we've got 5 different elements in that set, and we're just breaking those apart just to pop into this arrangement here. So it's surprising how few you need once you do break them up to actually fill it out.
I like that.
Yeah, it's really nice, especially, you know, if you do them opposites. And you can create like a little
that's a nice idea,
bow or something. Because this one isn't just typically every day, it can be Christmas as well.
It's a useful little set, actually, that particular one.
Yeah.
And on that set, you've got 5 different dies that you can find yourself using all the time. In fact, shall I very quickly show you, just as Helen's popping those on. So this is your leaves and bows, and I've got a little board there showing you them all cut out. So there you go. You've got the little kind of fronds that we've just saw Hayley working with there. Larger little sweeps, as you can see there. Very useful little kind of accents. That little bow's really, really cute. This is a lovely little set, as you can see there. So all of those dies coming together for $9.99, or are they? Well, they're actually coming to you for the lower price of just $7.99, so I'm sure you'll agree that is a very useful set to have in your stash. So the details are on your screen if you fancy getting hold of those.
Yeah, it's a really handy one, and it's not been in stock for a little while either.
Ah, okay. So that's why it's so popular then, because people have been waiting for it by the look of it.
So just adding these little bits into this arrangement then. And I've just gone for a sage green cardstock just because we've got a bit of green coming through in the patterns here. So I've just picked that up a little bit. And it just depends what you want to do with it. You could maybe put moss in instead if you prefer, but I really like the dies, obviously, because you're never going to run out. You can keep cutting and cutting and cutting.
Just pop them wherever you need them to go as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it.
That's gorgeous.
So just adding in these little bits. I think we'll just add another little bit just at the bottom here. Just in there, and then we can add some pearls onto that, but we can just come back to our base. So this will be set enough now.
Oh, I was having such a good time watching you do the other bit. I'd forgotten about that. Okay.
So I'm just literally trimming this just with my craft knife, and then we can, when it's rounded corners, I tend to find that I make it a little bit easier for myself just going around those with scissors. And then if you have got any straggly edges or anything like that, you can just file those down. And then just for the little slots here, I just tend to run my knife in the side that way and then poke them through on this side.
That's a good way of doing it, like that.
So make sure you get all the way into that tab. And then we can...
And of course, the mirror is going to kind of bounce that light back that you've used.
It is, yeah.
I didn't think about that, yeah.
So then just trimming those, push that all the way through. We've not got it stuck.
The joys of live TV.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm just going to test fit that and just make sure that I've cut away all the parts that I need.
Nice snug fit.
And then just to finish off then, we're just going to add some silver pearls.
Oh, this is something you do so well. So many gorgeous colours.
Yeah. So these we launched last time I was here, like the 5th of May or something, I think it was. So yeah, this is only the second time they've been on air.
So is this the metallic set that you've got there, or?
It is, yeah. It's the whole collection. Is
you
the
get
4.
all of them.
You do,
Oh wow, okay, fair enough then. I don't have to try and figure out which ones they are. I'm just going to get the whole lot of them. So for £29.99, they come in fabulous little containers. £39 and what was the price? Sorry. £39.96, so just shy of £40, coming down to £29.99, and you get the most fabulous little container with them in there. So nice kind of flip lid that you've got with them, which is cute. Essentials, metallics, festive and pastels, all within there together.
So then just using the pearl pickup tool just to drop those in. So I've added a tiny little bit of glue in each of them. And we're just going for in the centres.
Oh, did that one pop off?
It just dropped off my little pickup tool. And then we're just going for 3 down the side here as well.
Well, we've got your fabulous pickup tools on the show as well, haven't we?
We do, yes.
Always a popular item.
So then if we push that into its base there, then there we go.
That is cute. I like that. I like that a lot, and that is perfect because a lot of people do like to keep cards, don't they? And that's an easy way to actually turn it into a piece of home decor.
Yeah, that's it. If you've never done MDF before, I would personally just cut it to the size of maybe that white card blank there.
Yeah.
Treat it like a card blank and then stick it on at the end when you're happy.
And the beauty is the other side, you could actually add a sentiment or greeting, and then it's there all year round, not just for a birthday or just for an anniversary. So Hayley, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
It's been a very popular set, that one, because you are going to get not only the MDF base that we just saw Hayley working with, which is the largest of them, and obviously the base that it sits in. That's going to come together as a little pairing. So you're going to get that one. That one is 7 inches square. You're going to get 2 of the 4x6s. So again, they are going to sit in their little stands like so. Obviously, when you come to make yours up, you'll secure them with a little bit of adhesive, or it might be that you're adding paper and all sorts. So there you go. You're going to get that one. Don't forget, we've got things like Father's Day coming up next month, so you can be making those little plaques for people. And then the last one that you've got is your little 4x4 square. So a nice selection of different sizes with regards to those. Only £9.99, and lots of you shopping for these. Do you know what? While we've got them in stock, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go for multiple sets of these if you can do, because I think they're useful to have in your stash, even if you haven't got a specific project in mind at the moment. But of course, don't forget our lovely Hayley made that fabulous kind of card front that looks beautiful and almost like a presentation plaque, if you will. There you go. If you want to get hold of yours, lots of you coming in for those now, so do make sure you're checking those baskets out. And of course, the beauty is you don't have to glue it together if you don't want to. You could actually send it in the 2 parts, and then obviously when they get to the recipient, they can put them together. So nice and easy to send in the post as well. So I'm going to leave those details with you. As I've said, for anything else, just because we're moving on doesn't mean that item is no longer available. Just means that we've got lots to share with you, and we've got to get through everything. So everything's on the website if you are shopping for anything that Hayley's bringing to us today. What should we look at next?
Right, so we're going to make then a little white on white card.
Pretty.
So I was on Craft the Clock this morning and somebody said, oh, I'm obsessed with white on white cards at the moment. It's like, yeah, same, because I literally did one in that show and I'm doing another one now.
Very glamorous looking.
So we're using the nesting hearts as a focal point here, and then just using that wood grain embossing folder in the background there. So I thought it would be a really nice wedding card, quite simple, maybe even wedding invites.
Yeah, absolutely.
So first off then, we'll run that wood grain through. So I've just got one of my hearts, and we're just going to pop that in and then run that through.
Wonderful. Now, do you always die cut your shape before you put them through an embossing folder, Hayley?
I do, yes. Only because sometimes it can flatten your embossing if you die cut it afterwards. So I always find that's the better way. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I think some people do it either way, but that's just my preference, really. So then we've got this gorgeous wood grain effect.
Oh, look at that.
Now, if you did want to, let me see, I've got a bit of ink. We just pick a little bit of that up just to show you how nice it is.
Lovely depth to it, that design.
Yeah, they are 3D as well, so you do get a nice texture coming through. You can see if you did just change that up and just pick it up a little bit with a little bit of ink, it can really change the effect of it, and especially gilding wax on black looks gorgeous.
Wonderful. Now this particular embossing folder, it's 6 by 6 in size. If you're wanting the details, I'm going to pop those up on the screen for you as well. A little saving on these as well. All those savings add up, don't they? So there you go, £8.99. And you can see, I mean, it looks amazing. Oh, turn it round the right way round. On the white, because obviously you've got the depth that you could add your colour to. But again, look at it on that mirror board.
Yeah, it's so intense, isn't it? The sparkle on there.
Yeah. Love it, £8.99. Very useful one to have in your stash as well. So there you go, details on the screen. So where are you up to? What's next?
Right, so I'm literally just making this card with complete white cardstock. So I've got, it's about 5.5 inches, and we're just going to attach a strip of white just across it. So I'm just lining that up on my cutting board, just to make sure we roughly get that in a straight line. She says, wiggling it in the glue.
So if you were using just white throughout, do you tend to use the same cardstock as your base with your embellishments and everything?
Yes, I tend to.
Okay.
Sometimes it depends, you know, for making flowers or something. Sometimes I'll use copier paper, which I think I've done for these. So it's not always the perfect white on white, but if you can use the same cardstock, paper stock, whatever it is, it does definitely make a difference, just so you've not got different tones of white.
And I suppose if you're working with something that's quite heavy, maybe like a 300 GSM for your card base, that wouldn't work well for your flowers.
Yeah.
The kind of the moulding
I mean,
of them.
you could make flowers with it. You'd probably just be putting a bit more strain on your fingers than is necessary.
Okay, fair enough.
So just layering that up then. So we've literally got white, white, and then white again. And we're just gonna then add on one of these scalloped hearts. Now I want to lift that a little bit, so we've just got a little bit of the natural sisal. So we're just going to then use foam pads on the reverse of here, and then we're going to pop that sisal underneath to lift that up. So then if we spread this out a little bit, and we'll just start getting a little bit of that fibre just showing around the edge.
Nice little touch that, I like it.
Yeah, the only thing is it's not quite white, but I don't think it really matters because it's still a neutral sort of colour, isn't it? So it's just a little bit of extra dimension and texture to it.
Absolutely, yeah.
So then just attaching that just wherever you think, and then once we've got all these little bits out of the side here, got a bit of pink that's got in there, rogue. And then I'm just going to trim it off a little bit just so we've not got too much showing that's a little bit messy or anything, so that's perfect. So then obviously I've covered most of my foam pads, so I'm just going to use a bit of hot glue just on those just to attach it in the centre there.
Beautiful.
And then we've just got our wood grain heart that's going to pop in the centre as well. So just using normal glue for that.
Very classy look.
Yeah, sometimes it is just nice to not have to think about colour. Obviously, you've got paper pads for that as well, where they're all pre-coordinated. But to just have literally white on white and be relying on the shadows as well, it's really nice.
That's a good point, yeah.
So we've got some flowers then to make. So I'm literally just using the frilly flowers from the Fancy Florals duo. And we've got 3 layers, and I'm literally just going to scrunch them up.
Now, I didn't have a chance to show you this die set earlier on. Now, we saw you using the other flowers, or one of the other sets of flowers, in your first demonstration. So probably now is a good idea for me to show you the Stamp and Die Duo. We haven't got very many of these left because you went shopping for them on the website during the demonstration. You can see over here, we've got the different styles of flowers. So that's the one that we saw Hayley working with in her first demo of the day, or the show, should I say. Then is it the bottom one that you're using in this one? Or
it is, yeah.
It is the bottom one, there you go. But what you've actually got is a set of stamps that coordinate with all of those as well. So if you want to add additional detail, if you're not making the most of the pretty patterned papers, then you can actually stamp and add detail that way as well. Either or, with or without. And you can also use the stamps over here, left and right, Hayley. Use this one to maybe make a background if you wanted to as well.
Yeah, if you're just literally tiling flowers or just stamping them randomly, and watercolouring or something like that, they're really pretty flowers to use just as backgrounds.
Yeah, and nice because you've got the different sizes. So I'm going to leave those details with you. Hayley shaped hers, so what have you done with yours?
Yes, so I just literally scrunch them up, all the petals, and we've got 4, not 3. And I'm just pressing my ball tool in the centre of them, just so that then we can layer them up. So this is literally just copy a paper now. So we can have lots of layers and it's still pretty lightweight. So just pop in all of these together. And I'm just offsetting them slightly each time. And we're just going to press in the middle just to lift those up then. And they just kind of make messy little flowers.
They
Just little
remind me
buds.
of little carnations or something like
Yeah.
that. Cute.
So then we're going to create an arrangement on both sides of here. So I've just got 2 of the larger ones. You still get, I think it's 2 sizes bigger than this one in the set. So there's nice sizes in there. And then we're going for 1 small one over this side. So if we...
Oh yeah, in this one there's 4 sizes, yes. Oh, actually, there's 4 in all of them when you look. It just depends, they're kind of nestled differently.
Yeah, the stamps are, yeah. So just pop in these 2 on this side and then a small one above and below. So just popping that over there, and then we're just going to put the single little one just on this side. So then I've got one of the different leaves then from the leaves and bows, and we're just going to break this up. And what I tend to do is break off my top 3 and then kind of misshape the rest of it.
Ah, clever.
So then you can just obviously leave them as you are if you want to make a wreath or something, and just put them around in a circle, but it's completely up to you. And I just tend to break them up and make them a little bit different shaped and get more out of my
How
dies.
they are in nature as well, isn't it? They're not all identical.
Yeah, that's it. And if you do want any smaller ones or anything, you can obviously do that as well. So just popping these just into the different floral arrangements that we've got there. And sometimes I'm so lazy I don't even trim off the little bits that are in the middle like this one. But I don't think it particularly matters.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
So then just add in these little bits then into this one over here.
A lovely little card. I love that. Oh, good afternoon, Sue. So thank you for joining us. Hi, Hayley. Lovely to see you and all your great demos.
Oh,
There we
thanks,
go.
Sue.
Now, you do all sorts of fabulous demos when you're here at Hobby Maker, but do you do demos like through social media and things like that?
I've tried.
It's only if there are enough hours in the day, isn't it? That's the problem.
Well, I was originally doing every Tuesday night, and then I thought, oh, I'm just going to do them ad hoc. And then this last couple of weeks, time has completely escaped me that I've not actually done a live. But I promise, I'm going to get into a better schedule.
Bless, bless. It's not easy fitting all those in.
It's funny, because I was on Craft O'Clock, it's the first time I've seen Adam in forever. Yeah, we were both talking about that this morning, just saying like, being a freelancer, it's managing your own time as well.
Well, this is the. I remember years and years ago, I heard a comment that somebody said, "Oh yeah, being self-employed is so good. You can choose which hour of the day you take off," and it's literally because you're working and thinking of work for the other 23.
That is so true. So I'm then just going to pop in the centre on your wedding day. So this is from our everyday, no it's not, it's from the occasion sentiment strips. So just going to pop wedding day, I think we'll go to one side.
That's cute, I like that.
And then we've got on your, so it's all in one strip, but I've just then chopped up my sentiment as I've stamped it.
It's nice because in this particular set you've got all sorts of lovely kind of occasions, so things like Easter wishes, new baby, happy Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, happy Father's Day should I say, I love you, happy Halloween, on your wedding day, happy New Year. And it's lovely because they're the same style text as you've got on some of your other sentiments as well, so your other phrases, so they work really well together.
So as well, the reason I did this is I don't particularly make lots of occasion cards, and I'm sure there's plenty of people that maybe only make a couple of Easter cards or something like that. And I just wanted something in my stash that I've always got a go-to sentiment, but it's not a huge set. It's not loads of different ones that maybe I don't use that much. It is just literally an occasion sentiment, but you've got lots of occasions in it.
That's a good point. Good way of thinking, and very popular. Oh, now the pearls, we've got these again. Don't forget you've got a set of, 4 different sets within here. And in each one of those sets, you've got 6. So you've actually got, 24 different colours and sizes featuring within these ones. So pastel tones, festive tones, essentials, the lovely metallics as well. Real must-have set, that.
Yeah, so in each box as well, you've got approximately 1,020.
Wow. Gosh, that's a lot.
Approx. I haven't counted.
Them all then, Hayley.
Definitely not. So you've got 4 and 5 mil in each of the colours.
I was going to say, that's, yeah.
Just counting every single box.
Who's our producer for the rest of the day? No wonder you've got no time if you sat there counting all of these.
So then just add in all of those pearls just into the centres of flowers and the 2 corners. And then there we go.
Fabulous. And of course you've got all sorts that you could choose from, but you chose from the essentials on that particular set.
Yeah.
Lovely. Very pretty. Thank you, Hayley.
You're welcome.
But as I mentioned, you've got lots of different colours within that set. So the essentials obviously have got the pure white that we've just saw Hayley add to her gorgeous card, but it might be that you want to use, some of them have kind of got that oil on water look, which is beautiful. Your metallics, I think we saw Hayley work with earlier on. And then you've got your festive and your pastels in there. But these are fabulous because you come in a little pot like this. So you've got your 2 different sizes. Now you said 5mm. What was the other size, Hayley, with these?
4.
4, 5 and 4. So you've got those separated up. But then your festives, and I couldn't agree more, Lauren just said, they don't really look kind of like very Christmassy. We tend to think Christmas, and yes, you could use them for Christmas, but you've got that lovely kind of green tone, lovely red in there, and of course the yellow, and they've got that lovely kind of AB look to them. Your metallics do look like they're made from metal, and then the last set, as you can see, they're the essentials that Hayley worked with. So all of those coming to you for just £29.99 and proving to be incredibly popular. Nice and easy to pop into craft bag, those. Like those. So yeah, take those with you anywhere, indeed. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, then do pop those into your basket as well. Very quickly, I must show you something that has proven to be very, very popular. Hayley used it in her demo to create that lovely embossed detail on the heart that she started with. So this is where you've got the wood grain embossing folder. Now, it's a good size embossing folder at 6x6, and you've got that 3D element. So you've got lots of different layers within there to give you all of that interest. Now, lots of you have added this into your basket, so much so that when you all confirm your orders, 20% of the stock has gone. So you do not want to miss out on this one. Lots of other people are going for it, and you could quite easily miss out if they check out their basket before you do. And you can see all that depth and dimension featuring in there. Another lovely card that's been created utilising it is this particular one that we've got here, and you can see it in the centre there. Just left white on white, no enhancing it, but you could dust a little bit of ink over that if you wanted to. Some of the moss has been used as well around the edges there, so nice set, that one. And lots of you have been going for that wood grain. Metallics, white card, any colour card, you're going to get some incredible results as well. With Father's Day coming up, using that one with a little bit of kind of craft card.
Yeah, that would be really
Very
nice.
useful, yeah. All you DIYers out there. £8.99, proven to be very popular, and lots of you confirming your orders now, so thank you for that. Thank you, because of course that's the way to guarantee you get hold of it, is by confirming your order. I know it sounds daft saying it, but there's so many of you add things into your basket and then don't confirm your orders and wonder why it's gone when you do, because it's sold out. So I think we're going to come back to you again, Helen,
Yeah,
if
that's fine.
okay.
Right, so we're going to make this card now then.
Oh,
so,
that's pretty.
Yeah, so we're using the nesting hexagons. So I think this is one of my favourites of our nesting dies. I'm using the Rose Garden paper pad as well. And we've got that music script in the background
Nice.
here
That's
as
a really pretty card, like that.
Yeah, it's a nice combination of colours, especially bringing in like the mushroom card and the gold as well with the coral.
Now, these are big sets of dies, I have to say. So they're on the front here. I'm going to pass them over. Well, shall I show you very quickly before we get into the demo? Because we didn't show you the nesting hearts, and you're getting a lot of dies for your money. So the one over on the far side, I'm going to move because it's a bit bendy. There you go. You can get all of those in there with the stitch detail again, Hayley.
Yes, so you've got stitch, you've got the pearl edge, and you've got the scalloped edge in there as well. So a nice mix of different nesting dies.
Lovely, and you can see down the board at the bottom there showing them all. And the heart we saw earlier is on the website, so if you do want to shop for that one as well, you can do. Sorry, Hayley, I dragged the cameras away from you.
Right, so first off then, I thought I'll show you the embossing folder. So again, I've already pre-cut mine into a hexagon, and which way around have I, oh no, I'm already, trying to think what I'm meant to be doing because I changed my mind when I was at home.
Oh, that sounds like a crafter. Going down that crafty rabbit hole.
So now, I'm not sure if I actually made my mind changed like demo area or not.
That's okay.
Or if I just thought, oh, I'll do that when I'm there. Right, so I'm just gonna die cut out one of my hexagons, and then I've twisted it round into a different orientation. So on the actual card, instead of just doing it, oh no, I've got it there, look. I knew it was there. It was there all along.
You showed us how they cut out, so we don't mind that at all. And I noticed that you've got a magnetic sheet in there as well.
Yes, so I've used my two outer plates, my shim and my magnetic shim as well.
Perfect, okay.
So then for embossing, I'm just using the two outer panels. So instead of putting this in normal way up like that, I'm actually going to go for
I see what you mean now, yes.
Because
yes.
on this one, I did it the normal way, but then I decided to just change my mind on the actual card and needed it the opposite way. But that's fine, because I can use that on something else.
Well, that's the joy of having the embossing folder. You can decide which way you want it to work. So
yeah. And nothing ever goes to waste, does it?
Absolutely. That's so true.
Right, so then we can then bring this out, and we've got that gorgeous emboss on there. Beautiful. And then all I'm going to do with that is I'm just going to pick it up with a little bit of brown.
That duo has been so popular. So many of you getting involved for that duo set of embossing folders. Got the gorgeous music score that Hayley's working with, but you've also got the script. So kind of like a handwritten text, if you will. $15.99 for both of those, bringing them down to the lowest price that we've seen from embossing folders with our lovely Hayley, because they're usually $8.99 each, but it works out at around like £8, so brilliant value for money. Lots of you shopping for those and confirming your orders as well, which is good. We like that.
So we've just picked that up with a little bit of brown. So we can start to construct the card now that I actually know what I'm doing.
Bless you.
So I'm going to start with the solid hexagon.
So the large hexagon, has that been cut from the die as well?
It has, yes. So
That's
this is your
huge.
largest die.
Wow.
So to make the card, I've cut it twice and we've just scored across the centre there. And we're just going to attach that, and then that's going to let it stand up.
Gosh, I didn't really visualise just how big that hexagon was. The largest
Yeah,
one.
I mean,
Wow.
it is 7 inches.
So it's a good
point
size
to point.
card base.
Yeah. Yeah, a great size for a card base. And then you've obviously got your smaller layers, which are really good for if you're doing stamped images or anything like that. So we're just popping that into the centre of there. And then because you've got the stitched edge, I love to then just trim that off and make myself the next layer down.
Nice.
So you can just follow it really
Good tip.
easily.
You can really maximise that shape, can't you? Not
Yeah.
just the cut edge. Yeah.
Plus you've got lots of smaller ones as well. So we did some artboards together, and you were saying how great hexagons are for patchwork.
Oh, yeah, love them. And also as well, you can cut them up with a guillotine and turn them into triangles. So
Yeah.
that's the other way you can work with them as well and play around with the design. So yeah, loads of you going for those hexagons. Oh my goodness, we're getting very busy with regards to those. We haven't got a huge amount of them, not anywhere near what we would like to bring to you. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of them, do confirm your orders as soon as you pop those goodies into your basket.
So then we're just adding on the pearly hexagon. So this is just an outline die that we can then add as a layer there, and it just adds that gorgeous detail. And it's perfect for if you do want to put pearls on it, but also if you just want to use an embossing tool on the back of each one, it's going to bevel a little bit and make it look like a faux pearl.
It's nice as well as placement for things like flowers as well, because you can kind of choose the corners, the middle point, and you know everything's balanced perfectly, yeah.
So then for the centerpiece then, we've got the next scallop nesting die, the straight edge one, and then again I've followed that stitching to then put our music script on there.
Very nice.
So typically I did it so that you just nest them all the same way, but then as I was playing about, I was just kind of like, oh, I think it'd look just as nice at the opposite angle, and it just kind of changed it up a little bit and just added a little bit more maybe detail, and just it draws your eye in a little bit differently.
Look, yeah, I like it. I think we do that as crafters though, don't we? We have a kind of a plan in mind, and then we suddenly like, oh, I wonder what if.
Yeah, that's the best bit though, isn't it?
So true.
So then just using some foam pads to just lift that up from our base card. So then this is going to pop just in there. And again, you can line it up with your little pearly points and make sure you get it perfectly in the centre like that.
Lovely.
And then we've just got one of the sentiments again. So from the uplifting sentiments, you're a wonderful reason to celebrate.
Oh, that's a lovely phrase.
So then we're just going to pop that across the centre. Well, it's kind of higher than the centre. Again, let me check that, yeah, we're in line. So that is the bulk of the card done. So then we're going to add some flowers on and some embellishments. So,
ooh, those sentiments. Oh gosh, 40% of the stock has gone.
Oh, wow.
Hayley, can I pass the board in to you?
Yeah, of
Just
course
so
you
that
can.
everybody can see all the different phrases, because some people might be waiting to see that, and yeah, if they wait too long, they might miss out. So all of these phrases feature within there.
yeah, so you've got 9 different ones there. So enjoy the little things, wishing you brighter days, you mean the world to me, bloom where you are planted, you are my sunshine, sending smiles, you're a wonderful reason to celebrate, a little something for a special someone, and there's no one like you. And they're all, the block text is the same font as our sentiment strips. So if you did want to mix and match, you can do that as well.
Of course, yes.
And I really like the flowing font as well. It's not too hard to read or anything.
No,
It's a really nice one.
And also nice because you can use them on the outside or the inside of your cards as well, which
Yeah.
is nice. Oh, real surge in people shopping for these
wow.
now. Yes, you better be quick. You could miss out. In fact, we've got more people shopping for these than we have stock available. So yeah, do confirm those orders as quickly as you can. Don't wait for the end of the demo because you might find yourself missing out.
Right, so what I'm using then is the other flower from our fancy florals. So we've used all 3 in this hour. And what I've done is I've already pre-die cut it out. So it's up to you if you want to stamp and then die cut. I just find it's a lot quicker if I do loads of die cutting and then stamp in afterwards. So I just save my waste and then just position the stamp just into that area. And then obviously great for using with a stamping platform. Just position your flower roughly back in.
I love this little stamping platform. I think it's genius.
Yeah, it's such a handy one.
Just the right size for little projects like this. Do we have this on the website as well, do you know?
I think there is some stock, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So then just pressing that flower onto there, you can see we've got that pretty much lined up on there. I've got a few more that I've already pre-done. Obviously, take your time at home, make sure you get it all lined up.
Okie doke.
And then we've just got 3 of these then. So all I'm going to do is just give them a bit of a shape with my fingers. And then I've got some that I've already pre-made as well. So we're just going to offset these 3 together. So we'll go for that dark one on the base because I've used a slightly different ink pad that's got a little bit less ink in it than the one I had at home, or more ink, so it doesn't quite match. So then just offsetting that as well.
Oh, it's so pretty.
And then we can just take the bottle to there. And then I have 2 little ones that I've already pre-done just in the spots.
Cute.
So we're going to add those just along the bottom. So just popping that one just in the centre there, and then the spotty ones either side. So there we go. And then we're going to add in some of those leaves and bows. And again, I'm using a slightly different one than we've used already. So I've just got these in gold mirror board. And I'm just going to separate them. So I've got my big leaves from my small ones.
Again, this is another die set that's proved to be very, very popular today as well. Such an affordable price at $6.99. I'll very quickly show you the different elements that you've got with that. Sorry, $7.99, I do apologise. So you've got a little die set that have got all these fabulous little elements on there. That's what they look like when they've been cut out. And of course, you can chop into them, snip into them, as Hayley's done through the course of her demos. But as I say, it's been a popular one. So if it's one that you want to get in your basket and checked out, probably a good idea. Details of which are on your screen. Very useful little set, that one, Hayley. I like that one.
Yeah, it is. It's back in stock today by popular demand. A lot of people were saying, oh, I've missed out, can I have it? And it's one I think I'll keep bringing because I keep going back to it myself.
Well, it's one of those ones that if it's a good base to have, then very useful, yeah.
So just popping in some of these little leafy bits. So a last little one just in
nice,
there.
Nice in the gold card as well, don't they?
Yeah, it really does just set it off a little bit of gold. So just popping those last little bits in there. And then in that collection as well, you've also got that tiny little bow. So I've cut 2 of these, and on one of them, I'm just going to take off the tails.
Okay.
So we're just going to take that off, and then we're just going to give that a bit of a shape. So we're just kind of making the bow a little bit more 3D. So then this is just going to pop at the top of that hexagon there. And then we're going to layer over that little bit of the bow.
Oh, that's clever. That looks nice.
And then we've got our gold pearls to pop on.
Wonderful.
So we're just going to go with, I think we'll go in the centre of the, oh, this happened to me earlier.
Oh dear.
Oh, my glue was blocked this morning.
Oh dear.
I was having a right nightmare. That'll be fine.
There you go,
Nice clear.
saved.
Get rid of some of that as well. And then,
Oh, Georgie. Oh, thank goodness you messaged when you did, because we're getting towards the end of the show now. Good afternoon, ladies. I'm loving the demos. Could you tell me what size the hexagon dies are, please, Georgie? Well, got a selection really within that particular die set. So I don't know if you've got measurements for each and every one of them, but the largest one, I think, what did you say the largest one was?
it's about 7.5.
7.5, and then the smallest one that sits right in the middle. I'm not too sure of that one, but you can see you've got quite a selection there. In fact, I don't know how many dies have you actually got within that set. It's a lot, I can't count.
Yeah, there is a lot.
So the smallest one, we're going to get a measurement of?
Smallest one, you are looking at 1.5 inches by 1.25 inches, obviously depending,
They're
straight
not
edge to
square,
straight edge,
are
or
they?
yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes
And
sense.
yeah, right up to 7.5 inches.
So yeah, and a nice mix as well. So they're not all got straight edges. Some have got scallops to them. Some have got that almost like dotty detail in there. So nice selection. Showing you those again, I've seen a real surge in people placing their orders for them. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of them, I'd get them into your basket and checked out as soon as you can.
Right, so then just to finish off, we've just attached that to the base. So I've just popped glue on the bottom half of my card there. And then we are finished.
Beautiful. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. Very pretty, like that. Now, you've used the rose garden papers in that particular one, haven't you?
Yeah.
So we might have a close little look at those while we've got the opportunity to do so. Details popping up on your screen. Have you got that pad over there, Hayley, or shall I pass you this one? Did you want to do it on the overhead?
I can do.
Shall we? I'm being very lazy today and getting Hayley doing all the work, bless her.
Can I pass you this?
Sometimes it's easier when you've got the camera over the top to see them, especially when they're a paper pad, because when I flick through them, they all go, yeah, you know what.
Everywhere.
So within this particular pad, you're going to get 48 sheets, and they're all double-sided, Hayley.
They are, yes. So you've got, 48 sheets, 8x8 obviously, and 120 GSM in depth, weight. So really nice for your paper piecing and creasing together if you're making flowers. So you've got some that have got a good, nice white background in there, and obviously you can see then on the reverse,
nice,
you've kind of got something a little bit different, and you've got plenty of generic patterns in there, like your spots. And then we've got this gorgeous full-on pattern there. I think this one's my favourite out of this pad.
Nice,
but also it's not quite a pink either. It's like a dusky pink. It's
Yes.
a little bit coral as well.
A lovely kind of watercolour finish to them as well, which is nice.
And I don't know if we mentioned in this show, I might have already said it. Yes, I have. You have got a full angel policy, so if you are making to sell, then that's absolutely fine. But then obviously you can see you've got some nice white designs in the back there. Oh, we're back to the beginning. But yeah, so the reason we've designed them this way is that if you want to use 12 of one side, you can do. So they're double-sided. We've technically classed it as 8 designs, 6 of each. But if you prefer 12 of one design, you can do that as well.
Clever. It's all about the maths, which is why I don't bring paper packs. And you do, because you know what you're doing. A lovely collection, $8.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of those as well. We've got the blues as well. Hey, Lou. Are you all right if we do that again?
Yeah, of course.
Let's do a swap seat. There we go. So those are the gorgeous pinks. Details are on your screen for those, but we are going to be changing them to the blue. Lots of you, I think, will want to go for both of them because they're a beautiful kind of finish to both sets. I think they could equally work alongside each other, to be fair.
So in this one, they are quite a pastel tone to them. This is quite subtle, but again, you've got those gorgeous florals coming through and that script in the background there, which is then on the reverse of your deep blue, We've got some of that, oh, I love this one. This is what we used in the project with the hydrangeas, which is on the back of, it's kind of like a crushed, if it was gold, crushed gold, but it's kind of like a crushed blue.
I know what you mean.
And then we've got the gingham in there as well, which again, absolutely love using that one just because it's a generic print.
Nice fresh look, isn't it, the gingham? Like
yeah.
that.
And then if you can see in that one, you've got a really fine lacy sort of detail.
Okay, very pretty.
Yeah, so really nice pastel tones. And then just the script on its own, just on the plain white. So depending on what you want to do, you've got a really nice basic
That's a
one.
useful one if you've gone for the script embossing folder.
It is,
because
yeah,
they
it'll
kind
tie
of
in
echo that design, yeah.
And then we've kind of got like the hydrangea heads. You know, all the little flowers
Nice.
just all over there. So you've got so many sheets in here. Again, obviously the 48 and lots of different designs that are pre-coordinated. Just makes it super easy for you.
Beautiful. Thank you for taking us through that, Hayley. But what I'm going to do is tempt you with one of the new additions to this house. So this is where you've got 2 embossing folders, including the script one that I just referenced. But I will warn you, it's been a very popular one of this one has been. Now, lots of you pop this into your basket, so much so that 30% of the stock has gone. Lots of you have been watching the demos as well. So as we get towards the end of the show, what we tend to find is everybody will make a rush to place their order. So don't be at the back of that queue because you could potentially miss out on these. Got that lovely script and then of course that gorgeous kind of music score, both incredibly useful and both featuring in 2 different embossing folders that you've got. So for $15.99, you are getting both of those. Really good sizes at being 6x6. You've got that 3D element in there for that multi-layer detail, which gives them a lovely, lovely finish. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of those, you've got your music score, you've got your script in there as well. For £15.99. And while I've got your attention just for a few minutes as we get towards the end of the show, don't forget the MDF elements. A little while since we've seen Dreamees bring us MDF, and this is a lovely set. Now we saw Hayley working with the 7x7. Incidentally, this bundle, half the stock has gone. You're going to get your 7x7, you're going to get your 4 inches by 6 inches. They're lovely 4mm thick, as you can see, so really solid bases for you. And then obviously they slot into their base as well, if you will. So you're going to get that one. And you're also going to get a little 4x4 alongside it. So there you go. All of those coming together for just £9.99, which make beautiful projects. And as Hayley said, I thought it was really good advice of yours. Just think of them as being a card front.
Yes, because a lot of the time people will say to me, oh, I've never done MDF. It kind of it's a bit daunting for me. So artboards for me are a great place to start because it's just like a card front, definitely.
Wonderful. Now, the designs that you've been sharing with us, can we find these on social media at all? Because sometimes people forget to hit record and things.
All of the cards and demos that I've done today, all 3 shows, then yeah, they'll be on our social media.
Wonderful. So go and hunt those down. When are you due back on our screens, Hayley?
Not until the 9th of June.
Gosh, that's
only 3
ages.
weeks.
Oh my goodness.
Is it? Oh, happy birthday for then if I don't see you.
Oh, that's Lauren. Oh, Lauren might be in on her birthday as
Oh,
well.
nice.
Oh,
Yes.
there you go. I sense a bit of cake being in the building on that
Oh,
day.
let's hope so.
Well, Hayley, it's been a pleasure working with you
Thank
as
you, you
always. So
too.
thank you. You have a safe journey back home. I will see you straight after the break where we're going to be doing a little bit of Sanntangle. Lovely Sandra is back and looking forward to spending the next hour with her. So I'll see you just after this.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Crafting for me is community and sharing craft. I love seeing what people create, whether it's with my product or somebody else's. I love watching that journey from a plain piece of paper to something amazing. My name is Lisa and I am the brand owner at Lisa Horton Crafts. I have quite a unique style. I'm a very clean and simple crafter. Everything I do will work together, so you can pick up a product, old or new, and know that you're going to be able to still create something beautiful. You will be absolutely blown away by what you can achieve with our products. So we are actually a family business. There's myself, my husband, we have a couple of part-time staff, we have my daughter. We work 7 days a week pretty much, but we absolutely love it. Prudence. Who is Prudence? Where have you been? Prudence is my cat. You'll find Prudence on my desk, knocking things on the floor, which is a big distraction. I think Hobby Maker will be a great family home for myself and our family, and I'm really looking forward to sharing my style of crafting and hoping I can bring something different to the Hobby Maker family. All right.
Did it?
Yes.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Storage for Crafts is celebrating 20 years, so join us on Wednesday for Storage for Crafts' 20th birthday show. We will have the best ever prices, never to be repeated. So join us on Wednesday for a Storage for Crafts birthday extravaganza.
I love that. Paper and a pencil and she's happy.
I always have been.
Oh.
Even at Christmas when I was younger.
Really?
Pens, pencils, paper. Yeah.
And do you know what? I think it's one of those things that, with kids, to give them pencil and paper, and that's it. They're just so quiet with what's going on.
The world opens out to you, doesn't it, when you put something to paper?
Very true. And this is a perfect craft for kids right the way through to adults, I have to say. Not simply, all you do need is your paper and pencil. Unless you're a bit like me, where you need a little bit of inspiration as well.
Yeah, or a little bit of structure.
Yes.
And that's where I come in.
Love it.
Like we planned that, we had no idea.
It's just, it rolled, Now, I will let you know, something that Sandra and Dave introduced to you a little bit earlier on proved to be very, very popular. And we're preempted in this hour that it could potentially sell out. So we've kind of taken care of that with a little bit of extra stock. But of the whole day stock, 70% of the stock has now gone. So we still don't have a huge amount. We don't have anywhere near what you started with.
No.
So we haven't kind of double quantities or anything like that. And there's a lot of you getting involved very early on. So shall I very quickly introduce that to you? Because if you are just tuning in, you'll be thinking, what on earth is that Hayley West waffling on about? I get that a lot. So have a little look at this set. And this is lovely because it's a little starter
It is,
set.
and to be fair, I've opened it, so I've used the pencil and stuff. So
Okay.
let's have a look at what we're going to get in there. Yeah, and I did steal the paper from earlier, and I was just looking at it before we went live.
I think technically you can steal it.
Well, that's
since it's
okay.
yours in the first
That's okay.
place.
So what do you get in it? If I open it, you get the folder, which means you can
okay.
write.
Nice.
And you get your 2B pencil, it's Sanntangle branded. This is
Lovely.
what we use for shading and things like that. Tortillon.
Lovely.
Pack of pens. Now I've given you 3 pens, but you see I have 2 one out. So I'm saving them till I've used this one. It's going to last you for ages.
And are they the same size each one of those?
They're all 03s, and you can draw on paper, wood and fabrics.
Oh, okay.
Not that I've been at Hayley's jacket today.
I know, do you like it? Do you
Look
like
at
the jacket? The Sanntangle jacket, yeah. I've been waiting for the occasion.
You get your stencil, which we sort of did a little bit of work on earlier.
So for anybody that's new to Sanntangle, stencils that you bring are a little bit different to stencils they might have experienced previously.
Yes. With these stencils, you don't, like I say, you don't kind of get what you're expecting. It's not a stencil you just draw round.
Quite often we'll just kind of like push mediums through stencils.
This is
and
it,
things
yeah.
like that, but with
These are
this it's different.
shapes.
Okay.
So you can quite clearly see with this one, you've got a butterfly body, you've got butterfly wings, but you can have this body and that wing and that wing.
Okay.
Or this body and that wing and that wing, or that wing and that wing.
All
So
sorts of different combos.
absolutely, what you find is you're suddenly starting to create your own butterflies and your own variations. But I don't leave you with just that. I have used that and I did clean it up after.
That's okay.
They clean up. But I don't leave you with just a stencil and on your own way. I actually give you instructions showing you how I've actually drawn the images that are on the front. So you can decide that actually I like this butterfly, Sandra, but I don't want to use that bottom section.
Yeah.
Swap it over and do something different.
See, I wouldn't be able to. I might just about be able to do the abdomen. Might be able to draw
Yeah,
that, but the wings and getting them looking the same,
it's
I wouldn't
all
be able
there.
to do it.
So all the little patterns that I've included, how I've put the piece together. This is one. I mean, this is an A4 piece, but of course I've only put A4 cardstock in here because it's an A5 cardstock. So it's an A5 folder, but you'll still be able to do, you know, plenty of butterflies. This is another version. Look at all the droplets.
Oh, those are cute.
Everything on here. We did explain earlier, we don't get the circle frame in with this stencil, but the circle frame was available in the last show.
Okay.
And I did show how to use it. You want to see this is what we drew in the last show.
Now, we're not going to be focusing on this particular set in this hour. Just wanted to introduce the details in case you missed out. But if you want to see this coming together, that is beautiful.
Absolutely. We drew that from scratch.
That is
the last one.
gorgeous. And that show was at 2 o'clock, I think,
It was at 2 o'clock, yeah. And you're going to get 4 A5 pieces of cardstock. They're going to be light, so you might find, I say I've used them.
That's okay. But these are projects
but but you're going to get some really decent, it's 270 GSM, high quality cartridge paper, so you can actually get from the word go. You've got everything you need to
and
start
I like this because
drawing.
you put quality elements in to start with, so you've got the best fighting chance, really, haven't you?
Absolutely. I mean, this cartridge paper is second to none. It's sourced in the UK.
Wow.
And it's not the most, it's affordable.
Right,
it's one of those that if you get what you pay for, and my goodness me, you get a really good result with these.
I need to go and get some cartridge paper, and I told this story last week, and I nipped to a local stationer slash artist shop to get some, and I was horrified at the price that I had to pay.
Yes.
Because I've done shows with you and thought, hang on a minute, I'm expecting double that quantity for that price. So,
Absolutely, yes. I honestly, I can't find better than this. And I've tried a lot,
Absolutely.
honestly.
Now, I must warn you guys, you remember me saying that we've got that additional stock? Well, it is literally flying out now. We've only got a couple of handfuls left, so if you are wanting to get hold of yours, now is the right time to get it into your basket and your basket checked out. Do go back and watch the show from earlier on. It'll be on YouTube, it'll be on our website for the next week as well, so you can see how that design came together. But don't worry, everything that you're seeing on the front cover, you're going to learn how to make with the instructions from the lovely Sandra as well.
Yeah.
But what's our focus going to be for this hour?
Well, we've got a few different bits and pieces. We've got some kind of returning favourites.
Oh, okay. So now I'm intrigued by the design that we've got there.
Yeah, I've been drawing a little bit in the green room. Yes.
This one.
We looked at the circle frame earlier.
Okay.
And our frames, when I say frame, don't just look at them as frames. We do lots of different things with them. They're shapes. So it works in exactly the same way as the circle did earlier. You can do it as a single frame, or imagine doing this as a full mandala.
Oh, wow. Well,
you can go anywhere from a 2-inch frame up to an 8x8-inch frame.
So it's a similar sort of idea. You've got that base to get started.
That's
loads of
it, yeah,
tuition.
yeah.
But look at what you could be making.
Like I'm saying, it's not just a frame, is it? It can be. You can have it as thick or as thin as you want, but look at that.
That is beautiful. Now, let's address the price that is on your screen, because we have got a fabulous deal price for you. So I love this. I love that, but creating like a background.
Absolutely. It's not, I know we call them frames, but they're not. No. It's not just a frame. No. There's so many more things you can do with them. It's quite crazy.
£16.35. A lovely design that you'll be able to use.
The colour, look at the dimension in that. It's just divine.
Beautiful. And these,
there we go.
And these are designed, like lovely Angie's made this one. So she started off knowing a little bit about tangling, and we'll chat about that as the hour goes on. Yeah. Adding in different things like, again, this is a lovely Angie. This time she's almost put those jewels in there. I like that.
This is it. And you're like, where's that shape come from? But it's there.
It is. It's a
amazing
foundation.
What you can do. And then
very clever.
This next one, look at this.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful.
Absolutely. You know, if you're not wanting to put too much colour in, use a coloured paper background.
That's lovely. Lovely little accent of the white in there.
Bring it in.
But then your design could potentially grow and grow and grow, I guess.
It certainly could, absolutely. It's, you know, I look at these again and you think, oh, well, I've seen them and I know what it can do, but it never ceases to amaze me, the variations. And every single time you use it, you're going to get something different.
I mean, to think that every single one of the design team members have used that same foundation piece.
Yeah, look at it.
But so different.
You do get a little bit addicted to it, we must say. And then, of course, you start small, maybe with a 2 or a 3 inch little frame. And then before you know it, you're like, well, what if I put them together? What if I do it in this colour? What if I do it in that colour? And before you know it, look what you're doing.
Absolutely. Now already 10% of the stock has gone, but don't worry, day one, you don't have to achieve that big, huge design.
No, not at all. You see, there, I've given you ideas there. I have given you a little bit of instruction as how to do a single frame and how to do like a little mandala kind of shape, so you can see there where you get going. And of course then, once you've done that, it's entirely up to you what patterns and how you add it in.
You've got all the spacing there, you've got the dots so as everything is balanced.
Everything, yeah, the dots are important. And of course you see there, I've got dots on every single line. You don't need all the dots, it depends what size you're working to.
Yeah.
You use the dots closest to that shape.
And I do love a diamond because it's portrait or landscape.
It is, it's got that lovely little curved line on it as well, so you're going to get the correct shape on all four sides.
Love it. And of course, loads of ideas, loads of tuition, but you could turn it into a frame if you so choose. It's entirely up to you. It'll be your design to create in whichever way you so choose. Oh, we've got a message coming. Hello, lovely Susan. It's good to have you, your company this afternoon. All set for a relaxing hour. Yes.
Oh, me too.
I love Sandra.
Absolutely.
She's got feet up. She's got fluffy slippers on there. Yeah, no, she hasn't. I love your jacket. I know, I found this.
Oh, look at this.
Bit of second-hand shopping, and this is it, up your pot.
Absolutely,
So there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Perfect hour for it.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
Right.
I'm going to leave those details with you. So if you do want to get hold of that one, do pop that one into your basket.
Ooh.
But so how do you fancy a little mindful moment?
Oh.
And this is where a lot of people that get involved with Sanntangling, they go off to these kind of little places in their heads and lose track of time and days and all sorts.
Well, this is it, see. I mean, there's different focuses for everything. We're all about teaching you to draw, but drawing in its own right and being able to follow steps and do simple lines and little curves is all about being mindful and relaxing and not trying to worry about things too much. And I'm giving you the artwork and the structure and the instructions there for you to create all these wonderful pieces.
Yeah, there's loads in here. And now within this one, I mean, for the price you can see on your screen there, £19.65, you might think to yourself, well, that's brilliant value for money for the booklet with all the designs in there, but you're going to get a little stencil in with this one as well.
Absolutely, yes, it's there somewhere.
There it is, tucked away, there you go. Oh my goodness, lots of shapes featured on that one.
Now what on earth is all this? You've got a smaller frame there, as you can see, but you've got lots of different shapes. And if you open the instructions up, front and back, you've got instructions for doing all of those pieces.
And you know what? I mean, we were just talking on the Dreamees show, and she was placing kind of little gems and things. Even any project that you're making, this is going to be so useful because you kind of got the equal division.
That's exactly right.
So whether you're Sanntangling or not, that's going to be useful.
Yeah, we've done the maths for you there.
Love it. So many fabulous cards here. Let me very quickly take you through a few of these as well. Love that because obviously you can see the circle content with this one.
The rose, you know, and the flowers that are in there.
Beautiful.
You've got that little hint of fantasy, but you've got things that you can make quite realistic at the same time.
Absolutely. Loads and loads of ideas. Loads of you getting involved with this one
That's
as well.
actually a fabric. And John Scott has got that fabric. He's got a shirt
Has
in that
he?
fabric.
Oh my goodness.
He copied Dobby. Dobby's got one.
Oh, did he? Oh, I know. Well, he's setting trends, his Dobby. He's an
those flowers.
influencer, don't you know? Beautiful designs, and this is your own artwork. You are literally taking that blank canvas, that piece of white cardstock, and then creating from it. Or maybe you're mixing it up and using a little bit of your craft card.
I do have here, Hayley, sorry to interrupt, the actual original piece of art for the big picture.
Okay, right. Let's have a look at that.
Round.
Let me move
So
this
you
out of
do
the
have the
way.
instructions for how to actually draw. I know there's a bit of a glare on it, sorry. To actually draw that piece of art. So you can see where the circle comes in now, and you've got those lovely flowers. But then I've actually tangled around the black frame or black mount.
Wow.
I've used a white gel pen. So
can I slide that in? There you go.
There it is. I'd go the other way around.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So there
I should
is.
have looked at where the loopy bits were.
So you've got instructions for drawing that. So not just cards. You can think of wall art as well. Yeah.
Can you imagine making that as a gift for somebody?
Yeah.
Wow. So you are going to get obviously all the tuition, the idea, the instruction, all within your booklet for multiple designs. You've got 4 designs at least within that, or 5 actually within that one. But then so many other ways that you're going to be using this as well. And of course the stencil comes alongside it with just £19.65. So details on your screen. Keep checking those baskets out. Please do so as well. I'm going to pop that one there as well.
Yes.
I'm just going to disappear for a moment. Oh no.
Oh, do you know?
And it's always the one that's furthest away.
I know. This is it.
All these, I could have all the choice of the ones that I can just reach across and get.
This is
but
it.
No, I've got to go
what
one.
can I say? What can I say? This one's it's just lovely.
So what's this one all about?
This one's about being written in the stars.
Beautiful.
But the nice thing about it is it's not just a picture of a star or a picture of a sun or a moon. You've also got the constellations in there.
Love it.
You've got the star signs in there, and it shows you how you can use them and how you can merge them together.
Very clever.
To create different things.
Very clever. Now you've got a big book with this one. You are going to get a lot of stencils in
Well, this
here.
is it. We've included the background stencils because honestly, there's something that you really need. And if you look really closely at one of those background stencils, yeah, you've got the stars.
Yeah.
Brilliant. But the other side, they just look like random dots.
Yeah.
They're constellations.
Oh, so what we've just seen.
So you could pick and choose little bits if you wanted
That's
to,
clever.
or have it as a complete background, but that is actually all the constellations.
Beautiful, love it.
As a background.
Foundation there with your circle.
You definitely need that, of course. And again, you've got lots of different sizes there, so I'm not restricting you to doing one single drawing.
Love it. And then here you've got all of this content in there as well. I love the crescent moons in there, the stars, more constellations.
Absolutely. Really, really nice, this. You've so many things. And I think sometimes when you do stars and moons, it can be a bit cliche. So I've steered away from that, and I've given you, that's kind of a mandala feel, but look at that.
Oh,
It looks
love
like a
that.
marble.
Yeah.
It's not sort of what you would kind of expect.
Absolutely.
This
Beautiful
one.
designs.
And the nice thing with this is you can personalise, so you could put their star sign, or
That's a
who you're
nice
giving it to,
idea,
in the
yeah.
middle, and have all the sort of horoscopes and zodiacs around it.
Yay.
See there, you've got a moon within a sun, within a crescent moon, within a sun. It's sort of quite
Beautiful.
in depth when you look at it, really. It's lovely, that one.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And then you've got, and I love these kind of little individual elements.
Well,
that
they
you've
are.
got.
You could do this as a whole thing. So they are your zodiacs.
Yes, yeah.
But of course, if you wanted something like on the side, you know where you stick a butterfly on it?
Yes.
You've got the zodiacs there, but you've got little extra elements, top and bottom, to give it a little bit more of a piece of art. And it's all about being a bit more unique, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now you're going to get all of the tuition, all of the ideas, all of the inspiration, again, featuring all of these wonderful projects, as you can see on the cover. You're also going to have the stencil in there to give you the foundation and help you start building those designs. And at £29.99, I'm sure you will agree you are getting a lot for your crafty pennies in that one. Do make sure you're popping that one into your basket as soon as you can, because it's proving to be very, very popular, and already 10% of the stock has gone. Personalisation is what people love, isn't it, with the project? So I think that's a lovely, lovely idea. Now, because we're talking about, is that something different?
It's sort of in our pack, but...
Okay.
You know what I mean? We don't need them.
Where should we go next then? The delicate designs. That's the one that I put over there.
Sorry, we're kind of going down the counter. We'll get to a demo.
We will do. We shan't be very
We just want to show you all these lovely things because these are exactly what they say.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're very delicate, but they're pieces of artwork in their own right.
Beautiful.
And you can do these. I don't want you to look at these and think, oh my goodness, I'll never ever do it. And the subtlety of them, they've been painted in watercolours. Just to give it that little soft touch. I mean, look at that lotus kind of design at the bottom there.
Gorgeous, beautiful.
Just beautiful.
Price just in on your screen, as you can see. So with this one, it's coming down to just £21.45. Again, tuition, all the designs are in there. Again, everything is explained. We will go through how these kind of come together. Oh, is there another piece in there? Have I missed? Oh, that's...
Yeah,
that's a different thing.
Yeah,
That's
it's because we put everything together in packs.
Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Absolutely beautiful. And again, you can take those bases. Doesn't have to be going straight onto a white cardstock. That's very pretty going on.
It certainly is, absolutely.
Mottled design.
Yeah. That's one of my background papers.
Beautiful. Oh, is it?
It is. You've not seen my background paper?
I don't think I have. Why have you
don't-
not shared
yeah,
those
I
with
don't know.
me?
We've not got them on the show today, but we have got them. I'm on the website.
Whoopsie daisy upside down.
Look at that.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, all from within that set. And I have to say, I mean, that is gorgeous. Look at
They are lovely, aren't they? So
Beautiful.
you can take the main concept and you can just do your own thing with it. You use it as a structure to start you off. It's like you buy a ruler. It doesn't mean you're not going to know what you're going to do with that ruler. It's not distinct, is it? But you're going to create wonderful things with it.
Love it.
It's exactly the same with this.
Well, there you go. £21.45, proving to be incredibly popular. One more thing that I'm going to share with you, then perhaps we'll get into a little demo.
I know, it's
So
like,
the heart frames, I think that's what I've got here. Isn't it? I'm not sure where that one has come from. Delicate design.
Yeah. So we're all of a mess today, kind of thing.
All
We've got a
of it,
few
cool.
samples, but we don't have a lot kind of things sticking out.
Now,
There we go.
this hearts, we all love a heart, don't we?
Now this one, I couldn't make my mind up.
Okay.
As to which shape heart to put in it.
Yeah, because they do vary it.
They
I mean, you
do.
can see that one's kind of like a broader
So,
one,
yeah,
that's a taller
you've
one,
got-
yeah.
You've got two in this one.
Oh, okay, so instead of just thinking, right, I'll just put one, you'll put both.
I'll put both in. I
Okay.
couldn't make my mind up, so you get both.
Lovely. And again, what a lovely design to actually build up that framework, that outside area.
Well, it is. And again, you've got anything from a 2-inch up to an 8 by 8 inch, and you can go as detailed as you like. You can do mandalas with them, and they're just lovely to sort of mix in with other things.
Love it. But of course, all the maths has been done. All of those spaces are there. So you can literally take that foundation, that outline, and get going. But I appreciate that you might be completely new to Sanntangle, even if that is the case.
What's
it
going
might all look a little bit daunting. Well, Sandra is a brilliant teacher. She teaches you how to literally take that white piece of paper that it can be so terrifying in so many different ways, and add your own kind of mark, if you will.
Well, there's no pressure now, is there? I've got to-
Absolutely. Go for it. I know
Okay.
you can do it. I wouldn't say it otherwise.
All right. So I'm gonna mix a few things. I've got the delicate stencil, and I've got the diamonds and curves frames.
Lovely.
Because as much as we've got a nice picture in, it's nice to have something to put around it.
Yeah.
So sometimes we'll draw the picture first and then put the frame round it. This occasion, I'm going to put the frame in first.
Okay.
Because then I've got a bit more structure to help me.
Does it matter if you're completely new which way round to do
No,
it?
not at all.
Okay,
It's
whichever you
absolutely-
feel the
Whatever
flow.
you feel, yeah. So you might think, I'll draw the picture first and then I'll see how I feel.
Yes.
And put a frame in. But I know I want to show the frame as well.
Okay.
So, as I say, we've got a little 2-inch frame here. We've actually got one even smaller.
dinky
So if
one.
you've got a small little fairy stamp and you think, I want to do a little motif,
Yeah.
you could draw a frame that big if you wanted to. Or you could go this big or this big or this big or even round the
That's a good
outside.
point. Teaming it up with things that you've got,
Yeah.
like the stamps, yeah.
Or you
good
might
idea.
think, oh, I want to have, I don't know, a frame here, and then I want to have a frame further down.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the lines where you can do that. So you notice I'm using my pencil out of the pack.
So is this the one that came from the butterfly
It
starter
is, yes.
kit? Okay.
I'm kind of trying to stick with the basic equipment today for you, so you can see just what you can do with it. And as much as I could have drawn this before we came on air, I like you to see how I do it sometimes.
No, I like that, thank you.
So because I've gone here and here, I've got a series of dots in between there.
Mhm.
So I can come in and I can draw in those dots. When I say draw, I'm just marking them.
And do you have to mark them all?
You could mark all of them. You could mark every other one. Depends on what you're thinking of doing. I'm going to just kind of mark the top because, of course, you really don't want me spending the whole show drawing these dots. But I think it's important you see it because when you look, you think, oh my goodness, what's happening there?
Well, the thing is, we don't see the dots, though, do we? Because we see
Exactly.
what the dots have helped create.
That's right.
Because they're giving you the structure.
Yeah, so I've got my little dot in the middle here now. You know, you could use a ruler for this, but what I'm doing is I'm going to draw in those lines. You see it's all going to that centre dot?
So you're kind of imagining that it's going from the outer
Yeah,
frame
that's why
to the
my
middle.
I know it sounds really daft, but that's why my finger's there because I'm kind of guided towards my finger rather than the
Right.
dot. But again, you can use a ruler to mark this.
But I like that you're using your finger because that would help people, perhaps.
Absolutely, yeah. And I find it I do find it really useful. So you see,
Okay.
go from the dots, and now I've got sections.
Yeah.
I don't need to look at those sections just yet. I'm going to leave them, but it's good to put them in. And then when you draw on the top, you've still got your structure underneath.
Okay.
But we're not going to worry about that too much. So here we go. Delicate designs. Within this, you've got a lovely stencil where I've numbered everything.
Okay.
So it's advisable to look at this and then number your stencil with a Sharpie, something like that.
Okay.
So you know when I refer to a number in the instructions, you know what you're going to.
Good advice.
So
yes.
3 pieces of art in here. They're usually A4 size, but we can go a little bit smaller, a bit bigger as we work our way around. So let's have a look at this first one. We've got this lovely sort of flower going off, and it shows you you see I've got two little shapes there, and then I've got like a cross, and it shows you then how you follow it along.
So that's as simple as structure it is.
Simple as an instruction it is. So I know I'm going to put that to one side and draw, but I wanted you to see how, even down to this curve here, you've got a curve on your stencil, so you know what size it's going to, and you know, because this is a bit scary doing a curve.
And also as well, if you've ever tried to draw on a flat, you kind of hold your breath for that last one to make sure it's going to be the same shape and
You
fit
do.
in the gap that you've got.
You do, so we're not going to worry about that at all. So, okay, I think it'd be nice. So I'm going to come straight in with pen because I think it's a little bit clearer for you to see.
Okay, but at home we don't
At
have
home,
to.
no, I would, let's do the smaller one first. So I'm going to come in, look. I notice, look, I've not put it in the middle.
Okay.
If I was going to put it in the middle, I would have seriously marked it first, but I don't want to. I'm going to have it slightly off.
Kind of nice almost to flip a coin, isn't it? It's
It
like,
is,
to
yeah.
see where it lands, and that's where you circle
It doesn't really matter, does it? It really doesn't matter. I'm going to put that extra one in. And then I'm going to come in with pencil. Now, in order to get a nice vertical line, I'm going to put my stencil on the edge of my paper.
Ah, good tip.
So I know I'm going to get
straight down the middle.
Straight down. I mean, it might not be in the middle, but it doesn't really matter so much. I want a straight line.
And does it matter whether it's longer on one side than the other or anything
No,
like that?
because this is purely for construction, hence I've gone in with pencil because you're not going to need it once we've finished. This is just about placement. Okay, so here's my little shape here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use that line to line up my point.
Okay.
And then I've got the 2 points at the bottom of the shape there.
So they're lining up with the outer circle.
Lining up with the outer circle. So I can come and put that one in there, like that. Turn it round, and I'm going to do the same on this side. So I'm going to line up again. And this just means that when I draw it, I'm going to get similar top and bottom. I'm not saying exact, because if you miss the point a bit, please don't worry about it.
And also as well, these are created, the apertures, the holes are from your own drawing, so they're not always...
No.
There might be little nicky bits in them and stuff.
Yeah, if you get a stencil and it's not a perfect circle, I didn't mean it to be.
Okay.
And my husband is an engineer and it drives him nuts.
Oh, it will do, if he's an engineer.
Because I don't, I want things as I want. The whole point of it is, so I'm just going to rub that bit out because I don't need it because my petal's going over.
Okay.
Just makes life a bit clearer.
Yeah.
I actually draw the image first, and then I'll take off the basic shapes that I need, and then the stencil happens, and then I use the stencil to redraw it to prove that you can get what I drew in stencil form.
Okay.
Look, there we go.
Lovely. And I like that now because it now looks like it's sitting on top.
That's it.
Nice.
So I'm going to take this shape. Now, I don't want all of the shape. I could put a line in to help me again, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I've lined it up with the centre point there.
Okay.
But then here, I'm going to put in that line. Now, you see why I rubbed that out? Because I've not got anything complicated inside, whereas here I've not rubbed it out.
Okay.
It can get a bit confusing, so I don't need it.
Okay.
Rub it out if you don't need it.
Fair
Or
enough.
rub it out so it's just very light.
We are very, very busy for the kind of bundle that Sandra's working with at the moment, the Delicate Design Stencil. The details are on your screen, don't forget, and I know how easy it is. We get ourselves drawn into the demonstration, we want to see what Sandra's up to, and we forget to confirm those orders and check your baskets out. Well, I know, and I've seen it happen time and time again, when everybody checks out at the same time, you could be at the back of the queue and find that you've missed out on it. So if this is something you've got your heart set on, do not leave it too long. Oh, now what you have?
Curves.
Oh,
I've got a
okay.
curve in here, and I've got a curve in here. Now, you don't have to use the curve, but I know some of us get a little bit worried about drawing curves. I know when we do class, I make you breathe first.
Okay.
Breathe, the curve's coming, and we kind of pretend it's going to happen. And that's a really good
Did
point.
you flip the stencil over then to create that
Not
one?
particularly.
Oh, no, there was a little one at
There's
the
two
top.
of them, a little one
I
there.
didn't notice that one.
But if you want it going the other way, you can do
Yeah.
whatever you like.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're drawing curves without a stencil, it's really good if you actually pretend to draw it first. And then you're going to get that muscle memory coming in. And then when you're confident, and you've been drawing a little bit,
You did that, it's
there's your line.
fabulous.
And I've a bit of pressure because I've done the small one.
See, this is the thing, it's easy to do one. Well, it's not easy to do one, but it's to get them balanced. That's the
Absolutely.
thing that I always
But here we
find
go,
tricky.
look, see, so I'm going to stop.
Oh, you're allowed to stop?
And then I'm going to turn it a bit, and then I'm going to pick it back up again. And bring it up. Don't ever panic about it, because we're going to do other things with it.
Okay.
Here we go.
Just enjoy it. That's the thing. Sometimes we forget to enjoy it, don't we? I love the little like flourish that you did at the end.
Yeah, here we go. So either side now, look. I'm going to come in and do some heart shapes.
Oh, okay. But if you weren't confident enough, you might find a little heart on maybe another stencil.
Absolutely, yeah.
So cross-pollinate them.
I would go in with pencil first.
Okay.
Because if you see, they're kind of getting a bit squished because I'm putting them inside each other. So I'm following from there. So your shape's going to change a little bit. But by all means, yeah, whatever works for you.
So it's kind of nesting with the previous one.
Now, as I get a little bit further up, I'm going to start getting smaller and smaller. And you see how it sort of works its way around. There we go. You see there where I stopped and started, I've got a bit of a crossover there. So let's go and address that and sort that out, because what I'm going to do here, look, put these lovely little heart shapes going up this way as well. I think confident strokes is the best.
Is that easy to do? Because obviously you've done some going to the left and some going to the right now. So, I mean, is that pretty...
Well, I'm actually working top to bottom, aren't I, really? I'm working vertically.
Yeah, true.
Because I'm moving my paper.
Yeah.
So you can't see that line anymore.
True.
And so each time I'm drawing kind of the same heart, but just in a different position.
And it's moving the paper to make it comfortable rather than moving
Absolutely,
your arm. Right,
yeah.
I get that.
Okay, so let's do another...
Wonderful. Don't forget, when you get started, you will find yourself adding to things like the starter kits with additional stencils as time goes on. But the starter kit that Sandra has introduced to us today has got everything that you need in it to get started. So you can see Sandra working with that micron pen. You're actually going to get 3 of those within that set. You're also going to get your HB pencil that Sandra was using to start with.
Oh, it's 2B, Hayley, sorry.
What did I say?
HB.
HB, oh, sorry, no, 2B.
I don't want to get you...
No, but that's a good point, because 2B is relevant because you're going to be able to use the tortillon to actually shade.
Yeah, I'm going to show you that in a second.
To be a little bit softer. So no, thank you for correcting me. You're also going to get a stencil that's going to help you create beautiful butterflies. So it could be that you're creating a design like this one, utilising that fabulous curved frame, but maybe adding in a butterfly rather than a flower.
Absolutely. I've added a few loops in there, and I've done a few, I say swirls, but they're all in the instructions because I just want to show you a little bit of shading. And I've not brought pencils and things on today because I want to give you the basics and show you that we can actually work within it. It's how we would start. So you see how that's grown ever so quickly. And I do similar on the other side, of course. But of course, we've got the frame to deal with as well. Frames are great because what I can do here is I can come in and create any shape I like. So if I use the dots, for example, and I come in with little curves like this on each one, and every one of my frames works in the same way.
So you're starting that little kind of diagonal line at the same point and taking it to the dot on each one.
That's
right,
it. Okay. So from the corner to the dot, and then I'm going to do, this time, let's have a look, I'm going to go from this point, but I'm going to aim for this corner, but stop short.
Oh, yeah.
But you can, there's so many variations. I've ignored that for a bit because I just want to show you how you would, there you go. And then let's do this one here. So I'm going to come out here, look. Do that one.
And again, with this one now, is this following the actual booklet, or you just
I've no idea.
No,
but no, that's the thing.
What you're doing here is what you would have learned during the course of creating.
Of course, in your instructions, you get how you do these little. So it is a bit the same, I would say. But I've got flowers in there, see?
Okay.
Then you've got lines and you've got petal shapes. Here it gets a bit more intricate. We've got like zigzags going off and little bubbles and little curls. So you mix all of this together, or you take elements that you like the look of and then put them together.
And I suppose it's a bit like when we do, and sorry for making this analogy, but when I work with quilts, there are some quilt blocks that I love.
Yes.
And I can do till the cows come home. And there's some that once I've done it once, I'm like, do you know what? I'm never going to do that again. I didn't enjoy that at all.
Absolutely.
So
I know that feeling.
Do you find that with tangles? There are certain tangles that you love drawing and others that you maybe...
Absolutely. And I think sometimes we fear some of them. We sort of shy away from them because we're not sure. My advice is do it in pencil, give it a go.
Okay.
And if you think that tangle, that pattern's not for me, doesn't matter. Do another one.
And it doesn't have to be on a large piece like so. It could be a small piece.
No, not at all. Have a
with,
practice.
Okay,
So I'm just going to bring my pencil in. Let's get rid of that. See those lines we didn't want earlier. There you go. Let's get rid of a few
And
of
that
those.
ink dries pretty quickly, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, just make sure it is before you get your rubber out and start doing this. But look at that now, how it looks like it's going underneath.
So you wouldn't know how that was structured to be so balanced.
Because
but-
all the structure now we've took away.
Yes.
So it just looks like you've drawn it.
Clever.
So here we go. If I put a bit of pencil in there,
Mm-hmm.
let me just get rid of that there.
Get rid of the evidence.
That's it. I'm going to put a little bit of a smile there. I always imagine a little smirk, imagine little eyes.
Little eyes there, yeah, cute.
Let's put a little bit of pencil in here. And I'm just going to do a little bit of it because then you can see where it started.
So you're kind of thinking going to the darker points
Do you know,
that would be in nature and stuff
where
like
the
that.
dust settles.
Where the dust settles.
The dust settles and all these little corners and these little bits you can't get to.
so
Could you
clever,
get your feather duster in there? No, that's going to be darkies then, isn't it? Let's put a little bit of this around.
Sorry, I got myself really distracted.
Sorry, talk about
got
dust.
Got into the moment. I wasn't listening to our lovely Lauren, who's our producer, and she's just
Yeah, we
giving me
don't
an update. Less than 20 of those starter kits left now. Now, if we hadn't managed to get more of these, then we would have sold out at this stage. So thank goodness we were able to get those few extras. But those few extras, we've only got 20 left now. So yeah, please don't leave it to the end. Lots of you confirmed your orders. Thank you. You know that yours are going to be on their way to you very shortly. But if you are yet to maybe even get this into your basket, now is the time to do so, because you will potentially find out that if you're ordering after the show or later on this evening, that they won't be there and you'll be just a little bit too late. So we do try to give you plenty of warning. I know it sounds like I'm banging on and I know it's irritating, but I don't want you to miss out because I found that myself.
Come on, just passing the time. Yeah.
Oh, this
So
is lovely. Is it nice on a coloured card base as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So sometimes it's nice to bring colour in and you can go to a lot of detail with it. But I say I wanted to stick to basics colour-wise. If you want colour at my next show, which is Thursday, I'm bringing colour.
Oh. Oh, she looked me right in the eyes when she said
Colour,
that. She's
bringing
not messing
colour.
about.
Absolutely. So you can see where moving the pencil around, you can start to create some really nice
three-dimensional
dimensions. But I have got one that I've worked a bit more on, and so from that, you've seen me draw that from scratch, a little bit of shade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
There
that
it is. So of course I've got a bit more detail inside here. You can see those lovely little hearts. I'm thinking of actually colouring the hearts in. Just having a pop of colour, but I have not shaded any. And I've done a different design around here. I've actually used 2 of the frames to create this pattern. But you can see completely same frame or same stencil, completely different frame. And that's a lovely piece of art. It's a nice card. It's just something that you'd have to sign before you sent it.
Well, it is a piece of art,
honestly.
isn't it? Exactly that, and it's your art because you've created it from scratch. So even if you've had a little bit of help along the way. But the thing is, when we're learning all about these gorgeous little designs, now I know they're called tangles, and I know it started off with about half a dozen, and now there's like a million of them. Where can people find this Jewish? I know obviously it comes within the books and everything, but the community.
How does this work? You find me on Facebook.
Okay.
Look for Sanntangle. Go onto YouTube. YouTube's great because there's over, I'm only going to do 12. There's over 500 little pieces of art on there that are completely free to watch. They last anywhere from half an hour to an hour, and we draw something from scratch. So yesterday we did tile 500 and something. It was about mental health awareness.
Okay. Yeah.
So we did a little picture with a green pen and a bit of colour, put some little words around it. So you can go and have a look there. And my friend Chris, he puts them on and puts little thumbnails. So don't go back to number 1. Have a look through and think, do you know what, I like the look of 324.
Just choose.
Click on that one and watch it. You can mute me, you can pause me, you can tangle along, you can have a look at it and then go back and watch it again. But they sort of give you the patterns and the ideas and they feed into these stencils. So when you get these instructions home and you've listened to me waffle for a little bit on a tile, you can sort of get the idea and think, oh, I can hear her saying that now and I get what she's doing. So both of them work together. You can go on there right now and pick one and have a go with whatever you've got in hand. And then when you get your kits or when you get your stencils home, you're already doing it. You're already in that kind of mode. And I'm not, honestly, this is not advanced. This takes you straight from the very first line, as you saw,
absolutely.
to the very end, and then you colour it however you want to do it, whatever
Just
you want
having
to do
that
with it.
structure, that's what strikes it for me.
It is,
because I
isn't it?
look at
Yeah.
that and
You've
it's
gotta
so,
do it. Pick
it's
it up
so
and do it.
balanced, and
Yeah.
I might get one corner
Yeah.
that looks okay, but then there's another 3 to deal with, and fitting them all in and
You
getting
don't have
the
to worry
dots.
about that. You just have to
all
draw
there.
the lines in, and it's muscle memory, and before you know it, you're creating that.
Lovely, thank you for explaining everything to us, Sandra. So the details up on your screen is that lovely butterfly starter pack. So you've got some gorgeous inspiration there with the butterflies, but you've also got tools as well. Tools that we saw Sandra working with. So you're going to get your 2B pencil in there. You're going to get your 3 micron pens. Are they 0.3? Were those? I can't
There
remember.
are
what
3,
size
yes,
they
and
are.
they're permanent. They're water-based, water resistant. So once it dries, that's it. So if you've got it on your white jeans, it's not coming off. You're going to have to draw
But you
some
might
lines
want
on
it. Might want it to go on your white
great,
jeans.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've drawn on wood with them. I've drawn on shoes with them. I have done clothes, fabric, anything and everything.
Love it. So you're going to get 3 of those
absolutely.
in there. Also going to get paper to get started, and of course those very, very useful stencils helping you create your own beautiful butterflies.
Yeah.
But do explore, do have a look at some of the other stencils, because of course it's all well and good having a butterfly, but having a beautiful frame to help demonstrate. I think
Yeah,
that's
there's
really
all
well
sorts
with
of
it as well,
things.
so that's
Yes, all
the thing
sorts
as
of
well. Now, something I must share with you from the heart. Now, we did look at heart stencils.
Trying to be tidy. Mine's a bit, well, I don't know, we're about the same, aren't we, at the minute?
Not too bad. I've still got piles, so we're okay. I haven't got piles, but yeah. The cream worked perfectly. I'm okay now.
She's all right now.
I'm all
But
right
she's
now.
standing
That's
up.
why I'm standing up rather than sitting down. Caring is sharing, they say, Sandra. Now, here you go. I have piles of booklets and stencils. You can stop giggling over there, Sheila Halliwell. I can see you. But this is a beautiful, beautiful arrangement from the heart.
Oh, absolutely.
Gorgeous.
Yes.
Bring a sense of adults to us, Sandra.
It is, do you know, I got a bit carried away with this one because in terms of what you actually, what you get in this, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different designs. They're all there on the front and the back. And not only have I given you the two stencils, you've got quite a large heart shape, but I've given you the mask as well.
Oh, wow. So it's all included.
So it's all there, yes. Because I know some people like to draw round, some people like to draw in.
Fair point,
And if you
yeah.
want to ink outside or inside, you've got the shapes. But everything else then goes towards creating those 5 beautiful little images.
Gorgeous.
But it's not just 5, is it? Because once you've done
Goes
them,
on and on, doesn't it?
you can then use them to create your own variations.
Beautiful. Now, lots of you coming in for this one. Marcia in Devon, I can see that you say here that you've got 4 of these in your basket. If you are having any issue checking out your order, checking out your basket, do speak to our call operators. They'll be able to help. I mean, it might be a case that you wanted to go for 4 of these. Oh, no, you've knocked it down to 2, so you've obviously figured out whatever it was. So, yeah. If any of you guys, because we get lots of new viewers joining us every single day, if you ever have an issue with what's going into your basket and checking your basket out, then do speak to our call operators. Now, we only have 25 of these left, and way more than that many people actually shopping for this one. We love our hearts, don't we? It's one of the go-to designs.
And you know, if you've got a question you want to ask about Sanntangle, or if you've drawn something and you need a little bit of advice, go to the Sanntangle Facebook page, and loads of people on there. It's a fantastic little community, and they will actually help you out. If I don't get to you first, somebody else will, and you'll get a load of messages saying, why don't you try this, why don't you try that? So it's really nice. So please go and have a look and say hi on there.
Wonderful. There you go. So do go and join that community. So those are the lovely hearts. Lots of you shopping for that one as well. Oh, we've got a lovely message. And in fact, they're asking a question.
Oh, right.
Hi, ladies. Just wondering, is Dobby trying to escape?
I think Dobby's, I don't know, I think he's dropped something, or he's found something in that bag, and he's doing a bit of a mission impossible to try and get out of it.
I wondered whether he was having a nosy moment, trying to see what's in the box below.
He is a bit like that. There was a bag over there the other week that he was in, and I check his pockets before we go. I do. I do.
But well spotted. Well spotted.
Yeah, he's a bit of a menace, to be fair.
I love it. Now, where are we going back to? Sorry, Lauren.
Oh.
The curved diamond. Now, the curved diamond.
Oh, it is
obviously,
nice.
we saw you working with this one earlier on.
it is nice.
Proving to be very, very popular. I think it's a good foundation, and it's something that's a little bit different. It's, quite often we start off with circles or squares, which are lovely, and we can help you with circles and squares. There's loads of different stencils there. But it's something a bit different.
It's nice to bring something a bit different, isn't it? I mean, Doesn't look like anything, does it? Until you actually see it being used.
Beautiful.
I mean, do you want to show that finished piece
Yeah,
again?
let's
I say
do
finished.
it.
I am going to put a bit of colour in it at some point.
That's lovely, isn't it? Look at that. All coming together during this this hour. So there you go. If you like the idea, getting hold of that, Sandra. Now, with regards to this one, we're going to go to another demo. Are we doing another demo with this particular frame? Is this the one that you wanted, Lauren?
I could do,
don't mind.
I could do
sometimes.
hearts. Do you want me to do a heart?
Let's do a little bit of
They work in the same way.
The hearts have been very popular, I have to say.
Oh,
So
she's
like
demanding,
being
isn't she?
She's on, she's flipping. She's here, that she's there.
demanding.
She's getting me to show you these bits. She's making me wander off the set.
Right, okay.
there
So
you go.
now you can tell I use mine a lot. Look, it's got notes all over it and everything.
So when they come to us, because I've noticed this a couple of times, I've kind of picked up these envelopes.
Yeah, they
Is
come
that
in an
how everything
envelope.
comes?
Yeah, with a
Okay.
little sticker on the front that says what's in it.
Nice.
And you've got like, and then when you open it up, you've got your instructions.
Do you know what?
of
I like
course.
this because you could put little notes and things on here, couldn't
I
you?
do, yeah, I do. I write on
dates of shows that Sandra's demonstrated it
So
on.
you're going to get your little instructions.
Okay.
And again, look, I'll show you how to do 2 different types of frames. Pictures on the front there. So you've got this lovely detailed, like almost like a wrap curve. And then here you've got that kind of square design, a little bit like I did earlier, and some lovely little droplets inside.
pretty.
But imagine just putting a sentiment in there. So I've got one that I've done a little bit on, and what I've done here, if I sort of show you this, this is come from the hearts. It's one of the flowers within it.
Okay.
So if I just quickly show you that, then we'll have a look at doing the frame.
Lovely.
There it is, look. So
Oh,
rather than me do
okay.
the whole thing, I've kind of followed how to do this flower.
Yeah.
And I've mixed it and just put it on the inside there. I've got my dots ready to go.
Okay.
And you notice, again, look at the size of this stencil.
Huge. And don't forget, you're getting both of the hearts.
And then look at the size of the frame.
Yes,
So
yeah.
I've not done a large piece. So let's have a look at this. Let's see what it does. Okay, so let's have a look. It's this one. Now, I've done it on the, what we're going to call it, slightly fatter one.
Okay.
And I've drawn the thinner one, but don't matter. Don't matter. Let's do it. So it's telling me, okay, draw around the edge, the next 2 rows in. So it doesn't, I've used a different sort of size. And what I've got here is it's wanting me to kind of join the dots. So I've got another border within inside there.
Okay.
So I can do that. Now this one, it's a little bit different because you get more dots here than you do at the top because it's just how the shape is.
Because I suppose it's not a symmetrical shape, is
No,
it?
it isn't. And again, it's quite a tricky one to do, but because we've done all that work for you, you know that it's going to fit, it's going to work.
That's why it works, because there'll be loads of people at home thinking, oh, I'll just draw a couple of hearts, but you won't get the kind of the definition and the exact spacing.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So I'm going to imagine where my middle is, and I'm going to put these lines across. So it's going to look a bit weird, because you see it sort of spans out over there. And then as we work
Radiating from the centre,
our way down, you see it gets a little bit straighter.
Okay.
And then as we get a little bit further down there, it comes to the point there, which is what I insisted on. When I said to John, I want a point there, he said, oh, God.
I was going to say, you sounded very definite. I insisted. I thought, oh, I sense a bit of tension.
I know. Oh, Hayley, this week coming, we've been married for 26 years.
Oh,
so.
congratulations.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah. There we go. So we've got that kind of a shape. So I'm going to come in with pen, and we sort of start with it. Oh, have I got one there? Oh, another one there. Symmetrical. And it's kind of like this shape. So you see, I'm using that top section. I've made the sections even smaller.
So you're going, it's almost dot to dot again.
I'm doing
isn't
a
it?
diagonal across each box.
Yeah.
Now, the diagonals will look a little bit different because the shapes are a bit different.
Yes.
But I'm following the process. Here we
So
go.
trust the process.
Absolutely, every time. Okay. And on the other side, I do a mirror image, but we'll just focus on this side for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start at this bottom edge, and I'm going to join this one to this one, but I'm going to do a slight curve. And a slight curve, like so, all the way along.
So again, just where those marks are.
Yeah? So practically joining the dots, but that's why I've drawn the heart in pencil, because it gives us the construction. You see, it's changing now, look, because it's got wider at the top there. But trust it, it'll be fine. Coming down to the bottom.
And I wouldn't know that if I was trying to do this just thinking, oh, this would be a nice idea. I wouldn't know the first place to start with the spacing or the angles or anything.
That's it. Look at this.
Almost like a twisted element now. Yeah, like Lauren's just said, like rope.
So all we've done is we've drawn a diagonal line and we've put curves top and bottom. That's it. So look, see, and it's perfectly formed.
That's coming together.
All the way coming up.
Sweet.
And then on this section inside here, again, I'm following the instructions here, which I don't usually do, because, you know, once you've drawn one, you can all be a bit different. So I'm drawing a little box inside each of those shapes, like this. So that's my first sort of bit.
Oh, yeah.
And then here, look, I'm going to kind of follow the shape. We do this ever such a lot. It's always about structures and shapes inside.
And I suppose once you learn these structures and shapes, then you can add them to whichever style.
Of course,
frame you
yeah.
want.
And remember, the instructions for this particular design are on the other shaped heart, which shows that you can, you know, do it whichever way you like.
Yeah, that's true.
Go. And let's put those in there like so.
And it's nice as well because this design, you were talking earlier on, sometimes you start with the frame, sometimes you start with the design, and this one you'd already made the heart as the design.
Absolutely. So in the middle here, we've got kind of a, let's have a look. It's like a little leaf shape like this, and then I'm going to put bubbles in the middle like that. Now we did do a bit of bubbles earlier, so you know, just I'm starting in the middle each time. So let's put that little leaf shape across the middle. And a bubble in.
And I love this because we do hear the same terminology, like the leaf shape and the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time and time again,
honestly,
don't they?
there's nothing technical. I don't call anything posh. It's literally this curve, this line, this bobble.
But it's all relatable. That's why it's such a popular way of learning.
That's right. And of course, we referred to the videos earlier. You get used to that terminology. And as I'm saying it, you see what I'm drawing. I just do
it's a bit like
one more and then
card making back in the day. When you first start, you haven't got a clue what mats and layers means, and you don't know what nested means, and it's all learning the phrases.
Absolutely.
As time goes on.
I'm going to bring a bit of pencil to this because you know they do take a while to draw, as you can imagine. But once you get into the flow of it, and you're not talking and you're not trying to demonstrate at the same time, it kind of does come together a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
But that's.
But you know what? You're not winning a race or anything like that. You're enjoying the process.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. So don't think you've got to work at my speed. It's there we go. Going to put a little bit of pencil there.
They're getting cheeky in that.
They are, aren't they? Yes. Ailey and I go way back.
Oh, don't. Too many years. Too many years.
She knows what I meant. I wasn't.
That is cruel.
Oh, that's fighting.
Do you know what they do that in the gallery? Sometimes I'll mention something like something that happened in, I don't know, 1980.
They've just referred to our age,
yeah,
really.
I wasn't even born then. You're like, oh, how rude.
They don't.
Some of them, their parents probably weren't even born, to be honest.
They don't know how old I am.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Don't know.
I think they need to put that
I
spade
just had
away.
a very hard paper round.
Yeah.
I'm really 23.
Yeah, they'll get my teacher voice.
Oh, yes. Well, how were you as a teacher when you were in the classroom?
Firm but fair.
I think that's a good way to be.
Yeah, I was always on the kids' side, but they had to do what they were asked because I worked in a place where they could injure themselves or somebody else. It was a woodworking area, technology.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So as you know, I mean, there was times that we sat down and they set their rules.
Yes.
And we agreed them and things like that because working with kids can be a bit tricky.
I did, I mentioned this to you, I did a training course in education a couple of years ago, and it was interesting that if you let them choose the rules, then they have to follow the rules. Obviously within boundaries, like they can't say, oh, we just want a 15-minute class or something like that. But anyway, we digress, sorry.
We do, yes. So, I mean, I'm not going to do it up, but look how that's starting to work and how three-dimensional that is. I mean, here I could go a little bit darker, maybe we can bring a black pen and make it a bit thicker, and then that's going to start to go further and further back. Beautiful. And this is going to get further and further forward, so you're going to get that three-dimensional element. I haven't got a full finished version of that one, but I think you can see where that's kind of working. A little bit of sparkle on that as well. Beautiful. A little bit of a sentiment.
And do you know ultimately what Sandra has used? She's used her paper, she's used a pencil, a 2B pencil, used the micron pen, the tortillon.
Yeah, and a rubber.
There's not many crafts that you could get started.
And you
with
create
just
something.
that, and create something as beautiful as that.
That beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's truly unique to you. And every time you do it, you're going to get something different. They're lovely. They're absolutely beautiful. Really nice to work with. Very addictive.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's not a bad way to spend your time, is it?
No,
to
not
be
at all.
fair?
You know, you're going to have a wonderful time doing it. You're going to have the pleasure of somebody seeing that and going, oh my goodness me, did you draw that?
Yeah.
And then you,
Yeah.
It's
and
great.
you can take it in the garden with
Absolutely,
you.
yeah,
In the
yeah.
conservatory. You could do this on the beach. Wherever you're wanting to craft with. But one of the best ways to get started is with a starter pack, because Sandra does amazing starter packs, loads and loads of different ones we've seen over time with a focal point, this particular focal point, the butterflies. And it's one of those designs, we all love butterflies, but butterflies can be so varied. So love the fact that you've got the structure of something that we love, but then the variation that you can make it into whatever you choose. But you've got some structure there to start with, you've got some designs to get you started with. So you've got the explanation and the tuition there. But before you know it, you will be off and creating your own style and your own design.
I think within the word go, you'll draw the first butterfly and then you think, do you know what, I'm going to add another one, but I'm going to use that shape because I like the look of that. And don't forget, you don't have to just draw these, you can draw them then you can paint them. If you draw them in pencil and watercolour them and then remove the pencil, it looks like you've watercoloured it.
Yeah,
so you get a different version. Draw them on fabric, colour them on fabric, embroider them, applique them.
Gorgeous.
So whatever craft, it's just going to integrate into what you've already
And also I was
got.
thinking about how you're putting these elements together. If you're a stamper and you work with masking techniques to actually build up your scene, it's not similar to that either.
Not at all.
All of that
no.
tuition that you've learnt with other crafts, you'll find you'll be using with this
you
as
can,
well.
and because you could ink through the butterfly to get the main shape, and then perhaps go in with a grey pen.
Yes.
That'd look really soft and subtle, so you can take the black out of it
Yeah.
if you want to, and just come in with that little bit of a colour.
Absolutely.
Really nice.
I love
really
it.
Nice.
But of course, the starter kit on your screen is a perfect way for you to start because you've got your pencils, you've got those pens in there, you've got your tortillon in there, you've got your stencil, your tuition, and your cardstock to get started. So, Sandra, you're back again on Thursday, did you say?
On Thursday with something new.
Lovely. We will be tuning
Something
in to that, I
colourful.
am sure. So I'm going to leave the details with you on the screen. If you've yet to confirm your order with the starter kit, can I get you to do it in the break? Because I think if you come back any later than that, you're going to miss out on it. So the details are on your screen. We've got less than 10 available now. So they will go. It's just a case of how quickly they do go. So don't miss out. Sandra, thank you.
Thank you. See you soon.
I'll see you after the break.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the Hobbymakers Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 AM on Craft O'Clock.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome back. You up for singing a song?
Well, can do if you like.
I was just thinking that maybe we could have our own little kind of singing contest here, but I can't sing, so you'd win.
Can't you? I'll be on my own.
So maybe, maybe we'll forget about that one. Now, this hour, let's focus on something that we know that we are both going to be very good at, and that is crafting with gorgeous craft items.
Of course, yeah.
Studio Light have done it again with a beautiful collection. And this one, I must admit, when I saw the title of it, I was thinking, okay, right, yeah, this is going to be kind of a bit kind of cartoony. Things that quite often that we see that a cat theme tend to be, there's cat bowls in there, there's little cat beds, there's often like a fish bone and things like that. This couldn't be any further from that.
No, this is like the good, pleasant side of cats, not the naughty, cheeky, misbehaving side of cats.
And so pretty, so pretty. I mean, that's something that Studio Light do so well. They bring us prettiness in abundance.
Yes, definitely. When I got this kit, I was like, oh my goodness, and it's so cute because it's in such a cute bundle. And I have cats as well, so obviously, it registers really well with me. Yeah, so it's very pretty.
Beautiful. Now, something else that Studio Light do is they bring us loads and loads of different elements within collections as well. So in this, you're going to find stencils, you're going to find some beautiful die cut elements, beautiful papers, and loads of creativity. And you're also going to get dies in there that are going to allow you to create some beautiful shapes as well. So let's bring the details up. Now, you may want to see this earlier on because you were here with Dave, weren't you?
Yes,
showing everybody this a little bit earlier on. Well, the stock that we had, and we had a considerable amount, we only have half of that stock left. Now, I know lots of you have been out busy doing different bits and pieces during the course of the day, so this might be the first time that you've seen it. So we are going to go through everything. But I am also going to mention that price on your screen is not the price you are going to be paying with this. In fact, this is what you are going to get. 94 elements in total. So brilliant value for money at £39.99. You've got elements in there that you'll find yourself using over and over again, like the dies and the stencils in there. There are a few little consumables in there, but what a lovely arrangement of different elements to craft with.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's a real nice assortment because it's funny sometimes. I was talking to someone recently that said when they get a kit, the first thing they always look at is kind of the backing papers or the paper pad. Whereas for me, I always tend to go with more like the toppers and things like that.
Right.
So I think it's this one covers all that because you've got the lovely little like topper tags, you've got the paper pad, you've got the beautiful A5 pad which has got all those die cut elements in. There's over 300 elements on those 36 pages that you get in there. There's 18 designs. And you get 2 pages of each, and they are just absolutely crammed full of lovely die cut elements.
So when we're talking about an element, we're talking about like a sheet. So we're not counting every single little kind of character on that page.
That's on that
just
sheet.
that one. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there's over 300 elements just on that little A5 pad, which I think is why everyone has loved it. Beautiful. But we've also got the 2 masks, and we've got the die sets as well. Beautiful die sets. Nice and small and compact to fit with this collection because we've got lots of images of cats, so they will fit within the dies once you've cut the frames.
And these are beautiful. So these are the die cut shapes. So this is the pad that you've got, the A5 pad with your 300 plus elements in there. You don't need your scissors because everything is die cut for you. So in here, literally, you can just pop those pieces out.
Yeah.
That's so easy.
Yeah, they pop out really easily. You'll just have to, as you do with everything that comes on a die cut sheet, you'll have little catch points that you need to just pop.
Well, they'd just
either
fall
snip
out
off
otherwise, wouldn't
yeah,
they?
they would. They
Yeah.
wouldn't be die cut sheets, would they? They'd just be a bag full of bits.
Which isn't as exciting.
Which is as exciting, yeah.
Now, these are uncoated as well, so if we wanted to add additional colour... Oh, look at his little face.
I know, it's so cute, isn't
Beautiful.
it? And you'll find in some of the little images on here, there'll be extra roses and things that you can put on top. So some you can decoupage up, but predominantly they're just all separate items that you can build up a layer as and where you like on your projects.
So hopefully this is giving you an essence of what you're going to get in there. So beautiful. Loads of tones of different pinks in there.
Yes.
Some elements featuring cats. Not a huge amount in there, to be honest.
You've got a lot of flowers in here. You've also got a lot of like little buttons. You've got a lot of sentiments. You've also got hearts. You've got foliage. You've got flowers that look like they've actually been made from fabrics. You've got the lovely teacups. All the teapots, you've got the little crates, the ladders, you've got little wall sections with like climbing roses, there's little tags, there's like jars, hanging items, bunting. Yeah, there's lots, balls of wool in here as well. You've got baskets, you've got little sofa, chandeliers, there's absolutely tons to be used.
And everything is die cut, so no scissors required. It's a lovely paper pad, A5 inside, with over 300 elements, and that will give you a sense for the kind of whole range that we've got with this, the colour aspect, if you will. Yeah, just one component. So I'm going to pop this to the side because we've got things like dies in here and embossing folders, which I know you've got some
Yes,
lovely
we
boards
have. So
for.
we've created the boards from the dies, just to show what you're going to get. So you're going to get obviously the main piece, if you like, and then you can create a frame with that by cutting the rectangular die out of the middle. Again, this cuts as it is, but you've still got that other rectangle that you can use. This is just putting this one on top of this one when you die cut, and it gives you that nice little frame, which is quite ornate but really pretty. And then again, as you build them up and you put the outer section on top of the whole section, that's what you create. You can create like a nice little picture frame. You can layer up the rectangles, and then the last little bit, you've got the little macaroon. So you've got like the bits that all go on top, and eventually you get this little macaroon here when it's built up. But you can cut that in any colours, pinks, creams, yellows.
Nice
we do think as
idea.
well, this looks a little bit like a burger bun. So it can
That's
actually
a
be
good point,
put a little bit
yeah.
of green in for some lettuce and a bit of red sauce on or whatever you like on your burger. But that's another option you could use.
Now, it does form a part of the big kit that we've just been sharing with you, which is where you've got the biggest saving, but it is available individually as well, which is why we've got the details that are up on your screen. So if you do want to kind of cherry pick, get little elements, maybe go for additional of those kind of paper pads and things that you're going to find you'll use. What's the word? Oh, gosh. Consumables. That's it. I couldn't think what the word was for a moment then. So the consumables, you can get extras of those. But this is another little die set as well.
Yes, so this is the other die set. So this is oval shape, and it does actually allow you to put some of the images of the cats in the pad, as does the other one actually, but some of them are sized quite nicely to just fit within these ovals. But as you can see, we've got that beautiful ornate frame. You can cut it out so it's just flat by using the oval die that comes with it, and then you've got these beautiful little corners. So obviously you've got the back piece, and then you've got the detailed piece, and that's how it is when they're put together. And then you've got these roses as well. So again, they look beautiful, a bigger rose and a slightly smaller rose, and they work beautifully with that one. If you combine the two, you can actually put the oval into the middle of the rectangle to create a different frame. You can put the rectangle in the oval panel.
So if you've gone for the big bundle, you could do this.
You can do this, yeah, and you can cross these two over as well. Maybe put a sentiment on there, maybe some flowers or foliage. And then this bit here, as I showed it earlier on, is actually a piece of this one. So if you see, what we've done is cut this one. And this was, I wasn't intending to do this, but this was just a piece because I'd cut the edges off here.
Oh, so it's almost trimmed off.
Yes, and put those on something else. And I thought, okay, well, you could use that.
Yeah.
If you snip as well, you can snip these edges off, or you could do it the other way. You could snip these edges off and have these down the side. So lots of different ways of doing it.
Let's shimmy it about There, perfect. Thank you, Sheila. Oops,
Oh, that's all
amazing.
right.
So yeah, I mean, very
yeah,
versatile.
Yeah, definitely. It's worth looking at. Can we mix and match these together and use them and create our own shapes?
Absolutely. So there you go.
Different frames.
Using the combinations, either or, both together. £7.49, I think it was. Were they both the same price on? I wasn't paying attention. Yes, yeah. So you can £7.49. Originally £8.99, so you might think to yourself, you know what, that is a brilliant buy, and it is, to be fair, for a die set that's so versatile. Both of them are. But if you add both of those into your basket, you will on your way to halfway for the bundle.
Yes.
So in my opinion, wait till you see everything rather than confirming your order just on those dies.
Yes.
Because I think you'll find yourself using everything.
I do, yes.
You're going to get the little stencils with these.
Yes,
as well,
so you've
aren't
got
you?
the lovely little masks as well.
Okay.
So with these, you can use them as you would normally do with a mask. So you would obviously, ink through it. So this is not the whole mask, this is just part of it. I cut these pieces down and then I could actually get them all onto this 12 by 12 sheet. But again, you can emboss it like an embossing folder and then sand it back.
Yeah.
That's on using our paper that we've got coming up in the show. This is using the structure paste.
Oh, so you kind of got the
So
depth
again,
on it.
you've
Look at
got
that.
like some, a lovely, it almost feels like clay, porcelain in a way. And then what we've done here, this is just some of our tape that we use for putting our stencils onto our cardstock.
Okay.
And I've put it on in different strips and then put that through with the mask. And that's embossed, that one. This is embossing it as well and then inking through it afterwards. So again, you still got that raised section, but with the colour on. This one, I've put my embossing ink through it and then put embossing powder on and heated it. This one is again structure paste, but I've put gilding wax on and cut it out. So at least you've got like a separate element. And then this is just using my fine liners through it, just to colour. So again, you've got, and it's just, these are just snippets of the whole mask. So there's lots of ways of using them and trying different things with them. They slid down.
I picked them up to show them, but then I dropped them. So apologies. Michael, thank you for helping us out with those ones. But again, it's one of those things, stencils and masks, I think sometimes we undervalue what you're using them for because there's so many different variations and techniques and things. We forget, don't we?
Definitely. And there was a time when, like back in the 80s, well, probably
they won't know when
90s.
that was.
I know you're younger than me, so you wouldn't know.
Well, these guys in the gallery now, this is when they say things like, I wasn't even born then.
I wasn't born then, yeah, gosh.
Rude.
Yeah, in the 90s, when I got my first house, it was really in to stencil your walls.
Yeah.
And I used to do all crazy things on the walls.
Bit of rag rolling and all the techniques.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
But yeah, with the ones that you've got here, like the, the lovely fleur-de-lis.
Yeah,
and
it's like a damask look, isn't it?
Yeah. They are lovely. You could use them as corners or you could use the whole mask. As it is, I'll just do snippets of it. But they are very versatile in what you can do with them, like with inks and with pens
Imagine
and with paints.
that with some gilding flakes.
Definitely,
you've got that sticky surface and kind of creating that foiled look with them.
Yeah, definitely.
Beautiful.
And even don't forget to use them with your mirror card or your metallic cards.
Could we put them through the machines then?
Yes, I'm going to do that on the first demo.
Ooh, okay. Look forward to seeing that.
Last time I did it didn't work, so I've had a practice.
I'll get
so
ready to
it'll
hold
work.
something. Okay. So are we getting, which one is it that we're looking at the moment? The Baroque adornments, that's that one, isn't it? I'm guessing. £4.99 if you're wanting to shop for that one by itself. And of course the roses are going to be available with their own details. Everything that we're talking about is within the bundle though, so if you do like the look of everything, then you don't have to worry, you will find it all within that particular set. So £4.99 each, but again, in the bundle. So yeah, it's one of those things that you might want to consider just going for the whole bundle because it gives you the most versatility.
Yes.
Now there's just one component I think is the paper pad that I'm yet to show you. See if I can get hold of this.
I'm
without
sure you'll
wrecking the
grab
display.
that, yeah.
We'll have a little
There we
go.
go.
There we
I
go.
think when we did it before, Dave's a lot taller than us, isn't he, with longer arms, so he can reach.
He's probably put it further away
He probably
as well.
has, yeah.
He's like, I'm off on holiday, I don't care anymore.
Yeah,
Go on.
yeah.
Now, often the paper pad is the kind of like, you said, the thing that people go to first to have a
Yes.
look at. This
Yes.
is beautiful.
It is really pretty, and you get 3 of each of the designs, so you'll see each time we turn the pages over, some have got cats on, some haven't. I think there's only 4 of the designs that have got cats on.
many,
And they
isn't
don't
there?
take over the whole sheet, they're quite small. But yeah, you get 3 of each, and they're really, really pretty designs.
Gorgeous.
So if you're thinking of, if you make and sell cards and you want to, you know, or send cards to someone who loves cats.
Yeah.
You don't, as a card maker, you don't have to be a mad cat fan, because you're not sending the cards to yourself, you're sending them to someone else.
Or supporting animal charities as well.
Definitely. I mean, Cats Protection and all those animal charities would love anything like this. But they are very beautiful, and the pages are really detailed. You'll find the more you look at them, you'll see there's script on there, there's texture effect lines, there's lots of different flowers, there's foliage, there's hearts, there's all kind of things once you start to look on them in detail. They're just very beautiful, very, very vintage, but I think there's also a bit of a contemporary feel to them because of the images of the cats.
Gorgeous. And can you believe that if you do want to shop for an extra one of these, you're only having to pay $6.99? I mean, how amazing is that? It is a consumable. If it's in the bundle and you're utilising it, then obviously over time you are going to find that you'll get down to that last page, which is never a good feeling.
No.
So if you want to go for an extra one, do it while we have them in stock. So details are on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of it. So please do get hold of that. And there is one thing that I have missed, which I think might be on the front of the display. Is it? I'm going to have to go and have a wander. You're right for a moment.
Oh, yes,
Back
yes.
in a minute.
Is it for the little tag?
Back in a minute. The
Yeah,
little
we've got the
tags.
little
Oh, there
tags.
they are. Let's bring those in.
Yes.
Is that something else I've missed? Oh, I don't know.
Those are the dies, yeah, so you can... There's 2 of those, so there'll be another one there as
Oh,
well.
is there?
So that's it with the,
we'll
out
get
of the pack.
Michael sorting that out for me. Thank you very much.
perfect.
Half a job. That's what I was doing. Half a job. Now, these are the tags. These are pretty.
Aren't they lovely?
Oh, wow.
They're so unusual as well. I think you could use them as maybe bunting even, you know,
That's
if you've
a
got
nice idea,
one of your
yeah.
printing machines, or you've got some alphabet dies, you could spell someone's name out, happy birthday, and
Nice,
hang them
yeah.
up. But look how beautiful they are. The nice thing about them as well, you've got different shades of pink, so you've not just got the pale pink, you've got a darker pink, you've got a brighter pink. You've got lots of cream in there, there's a bit of brown, a bit of grey. But look how lovely they are, and there's you get 20 of these.
And it's nice because you could take a tag like that and then take one of the die cut elements from the other pad and make up your own kind of configuration with these.
Yeah, definitely.
Beautiful.
They do work really beautifully with the kit, and you can also do some of the die cuts on here as well, and even a bit of stenciling with the little masks. They're really nice.
If you want another set, you're only looking at $5.99, so very, very affordable.
Yeah,
I think lots of people will be going for extras of those as well. And then the last 2 elements that we've not mentioned, just very briefly, are the 2 smaller dies that you're going to get within the set as well. Now, I think these are coming, are they coming individually as well? So the little macrons, do these come as a pairing? They do come individually, lovely.
Yeah.
Which one should we start with then, Lauren? Let's go with the rose, that's that one. There you go. So you've got that gorgeous oval frame that we saw earlier on with the little roses and that gorgeous little corner element there. So brilliant value for money when you're shopping for this one at £7.49.
As we mentioned, if I just mention again, because I might not be cutting this again in the demo, with the frame, the little ornate panel, it's, if you look at it, I mean, it looks like it's identical all the way around, but it's not. There's a bit of patterned detail on here. So at the bottom, I can't really, well, yeah, we can actually show it on the board. Yeah, so what you'll see, and I think when I did mine, because I didn't realise this, I did it upside down. So this one here should go the other way up. So you'll see here, you've got 2 little, like, kind of dots there and 2 at that side, and 1 at that side and 1 at that side. That should be the other way around because there's only one way that will fit. Onto this frame. And what I did, I only realised afterwards when I was doing this bit here that I'd done that the wrong way. So I showed it in the first demo, so how it will only fit within that frame. But even when you get the die set, you'll be able to see it. If you take this frame bit out, the fancy bit, and try and put it back in the other way around, it won't go.
It won't fit.
So just be aware of that if you're getting that and you're cutting it. Don't think there's something wrong. You do need to just make sure the 2 little decorative holes are at the top and the single holes are at the bottom end.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And that was 4 o'clock, I think, were you on earlier on?
Yes. 3 o'clock,
3
sorry.
o'clock,
Yeah.
sorry. So 3 o'clock if you want to go back and see that. And then the last one with the little macrons in is this particular die set that you've got. Lovely little frame as well. So yeah, if you like the idea of that one, we're going to drop the price on this one too to match the price that we saw previously for the other die sets, £7.49p. But as I said before, if you're thinking, well, I'm just going to shop for all of the different die sets, you're going to be well on your way to £30 with those, aren't you, really? Because they're £7.49 each. So 2 of those is £15, 4 of them is going to be £30. So you might as well look at the big bundle.
Yes,
But,
yeah, definitely, because they do work really well together. And obviously, we've got lots of the little macarons, whatever you call them, in that paper pad. Not the paper pad, in the elements pad with all the die cut images. So there are lots featured in there, so they will work together.
Perfect.
But yeah, I think they're really nice, these frames to go with that kit. They just set it off really nicely.
Shall we get into a demo?
Yes, I
I'm
shall
going to
go
let
over
you
to
go and
my
get
demo
yourself
area.
ready. I say we. I'm just gonna, I better put the set back together after I've knocked everything over. Now you'll notice the details changing around on your screen. They will change dependent on what our lovely Sheila is working with, but ultimately she's going to be working with that big bundle that we shared with you. So we're going to pop those details up on the screen to start with. But everything is available on the website, so you can go off and find everything. Speak to the call operator if you need to, and they will be able to help you with regards to that as well. And if you've got any questions, then you can very, very easily just drop us a message. We can pass those on to our Sheila, and yeah, anything you might like to share with us. So what's the plan now, Sheila?
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just get that out of the way. I'm going to use the rose mask, but what I'm doing it on is a 6x6 card, and obviously the mask is not square, rectangular, so I'm going to do it this way because then I'm going to add some paper and some vellum and bits at the bottom, so it does mean I can at least do it, I can still do it on a bigger card. So I'm going to pop this through the machine. Now if you recall, last time I was here, I'd never used a gem pouring machine before, so I had no idea what mat went where, and it didn't do a really, I didn't do a really good job. So what I need to do is do my stencil or my mask, my card, and then the rubber mat on top. Now what I am going to do, because obviously there's quite a bit of marking on the mats, I don't want to mark the card, so I'm going to do a little bit of cheating.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this, get it on then, hopefully it won't move too much. We can't tape it because the rubber mat needs to have the freedom to compress it. So what I'm going to do is pop that onto there. I'm letting my card hang over the edge so that this bit doesn't go through the machine in between the plates and get marked. I mean, it doesn't matter for me because it's just a demo. But if you were doing it to sell, you don't want to have any of the marks on from the mat.
That is a fair point, yeah.
So as you put it through, the rubber mat moves a little bit, and that means it's compressing and going through, and we should have a lovely rose effect at the end. So let's check, fingers crossed. There we go. We've not quite got this end on, but that's okay.
If you've got the luxury of being at home and playing around with your own die cutting.
Yes. But it has done it.
This isn't your die cutting machine, is it? So it's like you say.
No, so we can, it's fine. We can, what you can do as well now, if you take your mask and put it over the top, if you wanted to ink through that, then you can. But I'm not going to ink through that. I want to just leave it kind of plain.
Okay.
So what I will do as well, I've got some of my twine as well. So I might wrap a little bit of twine around this edge where we've not quite...
Is this the hemp rope that we've got on?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it's beautiful. So what we're going to do now, what I wanted to do is where this ends, and we've got the line where the actual, I'll pull that down a bit.
Oh, yes.
Where the mask finished, I want to put a little bit of vellum, and I'm doing it in the greeny blue colour because that matches what we've got on our sentiment here. But I want to make it a little bit more kind of vintagey. So we're going to just tear that along there like that. And then I'm going to pop this on here. Okay, so we're going to do that. That just hides the line that we've got, and then we're going to put another piece of paper over the top. So what I will do, first of all, I'm going to use a little bit of ink just around the edge of the paper here.
Just as you're doing that, Sheila, we've got the details up on the screen for the vellum. We've only got one pack left.
Oh, gosh.
The shades of blue, if you like the idea of getting hold of those, there's going to be a bit of a bun fight because we've only got one of them. So be as quick as you possibly can, not just getting it into your basket, but confirming your order. So make sure you check your basket out if you have got your heart set on that one. And you've got 36 sheets in that pack. 18 different colours, from the lovely palest green to the deepest blue. So brilliant value and a lovely, lovely range of colours.
Yeah, they're really nice. We do a lot of, our studio like do a lot of pads with different coloured papers. There's patterned papers. There's also vellums as well. So it's, you know, there's a nice assortment. But obviously you can go online and look on the brand shop on Hobby Maker website, and you'll be able to see.
They do gradients of colour so well, don't they, in different formats?
Yeah, and the nice thing is it's got like a white core on the papers, not the vellum obviously, on the papers. So if you're wanting to use the masks to emboss and then sand it back, you'll get that lovely white panel coming through, which looks really nice. So what I'm going to do now is just pop this here, so we've got a little bit of the vellum showing like that. Okay, and I'm just going to trim that extra little bit off there because we don't need that tiny bit, and then that will then stick at the bottom of the card. And what I will do, because I've covered up the tape, I'll just put a bit more on there, just so we know that stays where we put it. Okay, so let's do that. So have we got any of the hemp cords left? Any of the
We
colours?
think it might have all gone.
Is it all gone? Okay.
We're just going to double check. We did have it in like a grey bundle and a green bundle. You're okay to still use it though.
Okay,
Sheila.
okay.
That's fine.
All right.
So yeah, it's one of those that people have already bought it, so they want to see how they can use it. So that's okay.
Yeah, okay. What I'm doing now, I'm just going to go around the edge of my tag here with a bit of that deeper pink that we've got.
Lovely.
And then we'll tie a little bow with the greeny teal cord, which is almost identical to the vellum. So whoever's got the vellums and the hemp, well,
They've
you're
done well,
going to
haven't
be
they?
all
Yeah.
matched up there.
Well, I am sure we will see more of that hemp in the future. Sadly,
I
not
think
today
so.
though. So yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit of a last minute thing because I thought I think it was Thursday, maybe Wednesday or Thursday last week, I thought, you know what, I should perhaps email Liam and say, you know, these go really well with this kit because those are what I've used. And I probably left it a bit late, bearing in mind that we need to get them
That's not
sent
your
over
job to
from
do that.
Holland.
Don't worry about it, Sheila. It was
No,
nice of you to mention it.
It's all right, but you know, it will be available again because I think they've probably got lots of it over in Holland.
Yes.
You know, and obviously we're always getting things filtered through. So now we've got our little tag here. Put a bit of ink around it, so it's quite nice on the cream background there. So what I'm going to grab is my might just grab my other. Let's see, maybe we could put a little bit of the pink around here as well, just to hide that little bit where I didn't quite get the roses. So we'll pop a bit of the pink on in a sec. We'll just go around the edge of the card now with a bit of this pale pink. So there's a little bit more pinky this, where the other one had a bit more of a brown tinge to it.
Lovely.
So it just stops the edge of that card looking too kind of bland and clinical.
Do you know what? I've just had a little thought, because obviously you've got the little tags that are in the complete set, and some of you are shopping for them with the details on your screen. Because you've got your background papers, those 8x8s within the complete set as well, you could actually cut your own tags as well, because we've got two lovely sets of tag dies, as you can see with these. Now the classics, which are, there's that one, like a shipping tag. So with this one, you've kind of got your straight sides and your straight tops. Haven't got very many of these available. We've got a lot of them, and you've also got your little kind of protectors that you've got with those, your reinforcers. Less than 20 available, but it could be potentially that you're making your own tags, or you might want larger tags, longer tags. This one is the other tag die that we've got on the show as well. So if you like the idea of this lovely kind of flourishy edge, this is called the Lovely Tag. Lovely
Isn't
Tag.
it nice? A lovely name.
What should we call that? Well, it's lovely, so that shall be its name.
Yeah,
So there you go. £10 and 99 pence. Again, beautiful design. Like that one, classic. So maybe make your own tags.
Yeah, definitely.
How are you getting on over there, lovely?
Everybody likes a lovely tag, don't they?
Absolutely. Oh, that's
all
pretty.
tags are lovely. Okay, so now we've got, that's just kind of taken away from that, that edge where it didn't quite do the emboss, but that's fine. So what we're going to do now is we're going to build up the little elements onto the tag and the rest of the cards. So I've put two of the big pads on here, so we know we've got a nice flat base. Now I think with the original one I did it in slightly different colour with white, and I put the tag on a bit of an angle, but I think I'm going to keep this straight on this one just because we've got this here as well. So we start to build up. Now we've got all these beautiful rose panels in that elements pack, and these are really nice because they're quite long. I thought it was nice to actually sit that so the tag looks like it's sitting in it. So we're going to take, now what I've put here, because of the effect I want to create, you'll see I've used the foam tape, and I've actually used the thinner one, which I think is 2, I think this one's 2 mil, or it might be 1.5, and then this one is 3, I think. So this one is a bit deeper, so it means when I put it on there, it sits a bit further away at the top than it does at the bottom. So it just kind of looks like that cat is sitting in amongst those. So you get that, you can see how that's tilted. And then what we want to do as well, we want to add, and now I'm going to put this on with, I think I'm going to pop this on with glue. So this is a little bit of foliage with a rose. So what I'm going to do is glue this on, and this is going to glue onto the top of the tag here, like this. So we're just going to kind of cover that last little hole up. So it's very similar to what we've just put on here, like that. And then we've got a rose. So I'm going to put the rose, and I've got foam tape on the back of here just to raise it up a little bit. So that one is going to sit just there.
It's lovely because you're giving it that fullness now that you've decided on, yeah.
And then what we've got this what looks like a little bulldog clip, and I thought, wonder if there's a way that I can get that to look like the clip is holding it. So what I did was I actually took my scissors and cut part way up the edge of the pink there, like that, so that I can kind of tuck that in, so it looks like that's actually holding it.
That is so clever.
On there. So what I'm going to do now, a little bit of glue on this bit, so on the bigger bit there, so that that can just slide in. And it, if you put it on the angle, it doesn't actually cover the words. And the words are, you've got this and I'm here for you. So if someone's feeling a little bit low or a bit down, it's like a nice little kind of card with a nice sentiment.
That's nice. Sometimes we need to do that, don't we? Just send a little card to say you're not on your own.
Exactly. Especially as well, I think, this week, because it's...
we were talking about mental health awareness,
Yes.
Very true.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of tied in perfectly. Just going to lift that rose up a little bit, I think, and I can get that nice heart in there.
Oh, cute.
And that heart is beautiful because it actually looks like it's embossed.
Oh, I thought it was. Is it not?
No, it's not. It looks like it is, but it's not. And then we've got a little butterfly here as well, and we've got a button. So I'll put my button on first, and then I can place my butterfly. I'm going to put a little bit of ink around the butterfly because it's quite pale. We'll pop the little button there. And this is really nice if you're a bit like me and you don't do a lot of layering of elements generally as a rule, because I like to do kind of squares and rectangles and keep things almost a bit regimental. You know, I like things to be
nice,
symmetrical.
All lined up and everything.
Yeah, all lined up and neat. But you know what? I've really enjoyed doing this because I think it's nice to kind of try. I mean, I have done it before, but it's not my thing if I'm making a card.
Sometimes it's kind of pushing yourself into other areas of crafting, because ultimately, if you're making cards to give to somebody for their birthday or whatever, you're giving that project away, you're giving that card away, you're not keeping it for yourself. So,
Definitely. And I think it's quite
boundaries.
Quite nice to do that. And I'll put because the butterfly's quite big, I've put it down at the bottom there. I've only glued, to give it a little bit of shape with my fingers, I've only put the glue under the body section.
Okay.
So we'll just leave that to dry. And then what I am going to do, if I've got them here, I've got some of my little studio-like gemstones.
Oh, okay.
Just
sparkle.
Going to pop a bit of sparkle on. Now, these are in strips. I don't know if we've got these on the website because I've had these for a while. But I think what I'm going to do is they're in strips. I'm going to cut a couple of them separately so that I can pop them on just in a random place.
Lauren's gone on a mission to see if she can find these on the website. We've not got them allocated to the show already. You may well be able to find them on the brand section. Lauren's gone to have a little look, and if she can find them, I will give you the details in the next few moments.
I think every crafter's got gemstones anyway, haven't they?
Yeah,
I've got like 2 huge boxes, and I go into those boxes every day and go, right, have I got some orange ones? Have I got some? Oh, that one's shot away. We'll grab another one.
Oh, is it pinged?
Yeah, it's moved away somewhere. I'll just put my thumb over it while we do that. So yeah, everybody's got gemstones.
This is true.
So what we'll do, we'll pop one
It's
there.
that little finishing touch, aren't they? It's cute like that.
Put another one just over here. And we'll just chop that off there. And then we can stick that. I need that one to stay here and not ping away. I have got my tool somewhere that I can pick it up with, and I keep forgetting that I've got it. But what we'll do is we'll just do that. And then grab it on my poker tool, like that. They do have a mind of their own, gems.
That's true. That is so
And
true.
then we'll pop that one there.
Lovely. Oh, it's really
And I don't think we'll put anything else on there, because what it does is it just gives that a little bit of a lift.
Yes.
And then you can see then when we've finished it, how it looks with that little bit of embossing. But again, it just means if you've not got an embossing folder, you might have, you might not have. You might just have dies and a machine, but you can still use that mask then to create that texture on there.
Beautiful. Sheila, thank you. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you.
That lovely.
Thank you.
Beautiful card. Very easily put together when you've got the right ingredients.
Yes.
And you know what? You struggle to make a card that doesn't look pretty, utilising what we've got within this collection. Reason being, Studio Light have done it again. They brought us a lovely collection where the colour palette works across all the different elements. So you've got your 8x8 papers in there. You've got your little tags that we saw earlier on. You've got your die cut elements in there for your toppers. You've got dies in there as well, which will allow you to create a whole plethora of different kind of frames and bases. You've got your lovely masks in there that you can use. Obviously, they're perfect to go through things like your die cutting machines as well, but some really, really pretty designs with them. To the side of me, I've got some really pretty finished samples as well, just showing how you can put all of those different components together. So whether you like your large cards, your small cards, your different kind of gift elements as well, because it doesn't have to be a card that you're making. Love the idea of these little frames and this kind of little kind of dingly-dangly thing that we've got going on. It's gorgeous.
When I saw those frames, I thought that, you know, the little kittens or little cats that are in the pad fit perfectly. I've had to cut 1 or 2 down, but there is one that just fits perfectly in there. And then just adding those little elements and a bit of ribbon to sandwich them together. It's just something, again, a little bit different. These are things that you can hang on your wall in your house, make something for yourself. Because I think so often we make things and we give them away or we try and sell them.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
yeah, it's really nice to make something like that. And then there's another little hangy one. Just hanging,
This
there,
one here.
and that's just cutting 4 of the oval panels out, score them down the middle, and then put them back to back. And again, just put some of the little elements in between. So
beautiful.
it's, you know,
Like
it's almost a bit like a Christmas tree decoration, isn't it?
Very pretty.
You know, like a vintage style one. So there's lots of different things you can do.
Beautiful. Sheila, thank you. Have you got another demo there?
I have, yes.
Ooh, let's have another look at a demo then.
Yes.
Don't forget, if you've got any questions, anything specific you want to see, do message in and we will try and answer those messages. Do check out some of the bits and pieces, things like the natural pad with all the different colours in there. We haven't really gone through that, but that is on the website. So it's a perfect base to work with this colour palette as well. So yeah, the show's been put together beautifully with everything working so well together.
It does work really well. It's really nice. And when I got these tags through, I thought, oh gosh, we have to make a tag-shaped cards with the lovely tags. So you can see here, I've already done a little bit of prep. So I wanted to make a tag card from the larger tag. So if I bring that in, you can see that's the bigger one, and it does cut the hole in there for you as well. So I've already done my card. However, when you've done the card like that, you end up with a flat edge where the fold was on your original card. So I've cut a piece from, again, this is from the paper pad that we've got on the show, with the neutrals in, or naturals, I can't remember, it's neutrals or naturals. Naturals, isn't it, in an A4 pad. That's from there, and it's a lovely grey colour. So I've then cut the whole front so that when we put that on, we've got that whole tag shape. So if we get that on there, and then we're going to cut the next tag down, and that will show you how that actually fits together with the base panel. So remember not to actually put glue right up to the top edge, because that's going to hang over. It's not the end of the world if you do.
Of course, yes.
And because we're going to cover all this anyway, so we don't need to put like masses of glue on. But this makes a really nice, unusual card shape, I think.
Cute, I like it. And you're so right about that paper. I mean, that paper is perfect for that palette of colours that you've got there.
It
Absolutely,
just really is.
yeah.
It's amazing. So we've got that on there, and then what we're going to do, I'm going to take a bit of my darker ink, and I'm just going to go around the edge of that. So that just highlights that edge. And I'm using this kind of grey colour. It's like a dark grey, because some of the elements I'm going to put on, and one of the little cats has got quite a lot of grey in it. Plus the sentiment has got a grey edge. So I thought, okay, let's, rather than do pink on everything, let's go with the grey. So what I need to do now is I need to cut the second tag, and this is the next one down. So again, I bring this in. This is the next one down that allows you to cut around where the holes place.
Okay.
So I'm going to use my little Studio Light machine, because it's perfect size
I
for
love this little machine.
Isn't it great?
And it also shows you as well, you don't have to have a big die cutting machine to be able to cut out things that are of a reasonable size, because these tags are really good size.
Exactly. And that's gone through there. I might have to just pop that through. In fact, I'm not going to, I didn't quite move it over. I'm going to just snip that edge that didn't cut out with my scissors.
Okay.
I should have gone through twice.
Little die cutting machine, I don't think we've got it on the show, and I don't know as we've got it in stock, to be fair. But
no, I think it was out of stock.
It's, yeah, if I remember rightly, it literally flew out when we had it in. It's very popular.
It's a really nice compact little machine, and you can have it on or off the base.
Yeah, very
It had
clever.
cut partially through there. That's just me.
That's okay.
Let's pop that there. So now what we can do, we can add a little bit more ink to this again. So it kind of shows that lovely edge, but it's subtle, and it just defines it, so you can see we've cut another panel out there, because I quite like.
Lovely. And it's nice as well, because you've kind of got one creating the hole and one creating the layer that goes on top for all four sizes, which is nice.
And you've also got the reinforcement circles as well, which I think you could use those for lots of other things. I mean, if you're doing, you might be making journals and things, in which case they would be great for actually adding some strength to the holes where you may put your twine or your book rings or your ribbons.
This could be a little tag that you're making to go in a memory book or something like that, couldn't it, in a little pocket?
Definitely, definitely. And we were saying earlier on the show about maybe, because this will stand up, it's almost like a little sign. So you may do like you know, sell things. You could actually, if you're selling your cards on a store, you could actually put, you know, A5 size cards, you know,
like your
£3 or whatever.
Your little price tag. Nice.
Definitely, definitely. So what we're going to do now is we're going to bring in some of the lovely elements again. And we're going to kind of put these on the card, because this one actually made me think, right, because we've got the ladders and we've got the crate and we've got this lovely piece of like a stone wall, let's actually put that on here and make it look like it's almost outside, you know, like being in a yard almost. So we're going to glue this onto here.
And all these have come from the die cut pad. So
They
you haven't
have.
had to cut them out, they've just popped out.
They've popped out. They have indeed. So we've got that one on there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put the ladders up. Now, what I'm also going to do, and I love these that are in there, we've got like little jars and like old style bottles that you might have had medicines in or elixirs or something like that.
Yeah.
And we've got flowers on there as well. So what we're going to do is pop that at the bottom in front of the ladders. So the ladders, you'll see now when I turn this over, I've put 2 strips of tape, but only halfway down, so that the bottom of the ladders will go flat and they won't stop that bottle sitting on there. So let's do that, and we'll add a little bit of glue so we know at the bottom of the rungs here, so that we know that that's going to hold
dangling in midair.
In place, yeah. And we're going to lean it against the wall, but on a slight angle, so it looks like an old ladder, and the cat could climb up that if it wanted to. And then, next thing to put on is my little crate. So we've got the crate here, and the crate is going to sit at the front there like that. So we'll take off, we've got some of the foam tape here, but this is the thinnest one. I think it's 1 millimetre, that one.
Oh, so the kind of the depth of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to pop that about there like that. And then we've got the little books here as well. We've got like a stack of books, so we're going to put those on top too.
Nice.
And then I've gone with a slightly thicker depth of tape here.
Just to let you guys know, we are very, very busy for that tag die that Sheila's used, the lovely Tag Essentials die. You've got 9 elements in there. We haven't got very many of them available, and of the stock that we've got, it's flying out, and at $10.99, I'm not surprised. You've got single figures with those ones now. You've got 4 sizes, each made up of the 2 kind of elements. So you've got your base tag, and then you've got your layer on top. And we have tried to add the die cutting machine to the show, but it isn't allowing us to do so for some reason, don't know. But do have a little look on the website, because if you do want to shop for it, you can probably find it on there. This is coming together a dream, Sheila. It looks really pretty.
You know, and it looks like it's quite congested, but it's not. You can actually see everything on there. You know, and it's all layering up really nicely.
And you're building like a little scene.
Yeah.
Which I think is gorgeous.
It's really compact as well, but it almost looks like we're outside in the yard.
Yes.
And we've got like that, there's that big bottle there, and there's a crate, so with all the books piled on top. So it almost looks like you've been, you know, you might have been sat reading, or the
little cat getting into everything.
on the end there, the little nosy kitten. And then let's do... my cats have been going mad this week because I filled the bird feeders. And in the tree, there's a big conifer in the back garden, and it's been full of starlings.
Oh, okay.
That have been breeding. Obviously, they've had this.
There's
hundreds.
Oh, really?
And in 3 or 4 days, they've come down from the conifer, and their mum has been feeding them. And within like 3 days, they're now eating on their own, and she's been taking food off the fat bowls and feeding the chicks.
Say what you're feeding these little
Well, they've got
chicks if they're feeding themselves.
Well, they've now figured out how to climb up onto the bird feeder and get the fat bowls, like the bits off the fat bowls themselves.
5-star accommodation in your garden,
Oh my
Sheila.
goodness, it's been crazy. And my cats are on the windowsill going absolutely mental to get out to these birds. They're going like this. It's really funny.
And your cats are brother and sister, you
Brother
said
and sister,
earlier.
yes they are, yeah.
What are their names? Because they will be watching.
So the names are Loki is the boy and Ursa is the girl, like Viking names. But we don't call them that because since I got them, we took so long to decide on names. We just used to call them kittens.
Okay.
So now I don't even use the names. I just shout, "Kittens, come on!" and they both come running. And if one of the girl, she is an absolute nightmare. Every time you touch her, she does this funny little noise. If you poke her anywhere, she goes. like that. So my partner Wayne has great fun just poking it.
Sounds like one of those like toys that when you tip up they growl.
Yeah, it's really, really funny.
So how old are they, these little
They're
kittens?
4 now.
Oh.
They're not kittens, they're 4 now.
But you can't change the name to cats now because they won't know
No,
who
you
you're
won't
talking
know who I'm
about.
talking to. So I just shout kittens and they just come running. If you shout boy, kitten boy, the boy comes, so they do know. But yeah, they're very funny and very amusing. But there is the card. I'll put it there because I know we've got the...
That is beautiful.
And you can see now how it's only small, but we've got all those elements. There's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 elements on there in that small space, but it doesn't look too much. And one
But you
more
know
thing.
what? When you've got over 300 elements in that die cut pad, you don't mind putting 12 elements on one project because you've got loads in there.
Not at all. I forgot to put.
And doesn't it look different when you are generous with those embellishments? Because it gives a totally different look to something. It makes it look very expensive, very luxurious, but not at a luxury price. And of course, the dye, the base dye, my goodness, wow, so many of you shopping for that now. It's called the Lovely Tag, and it is lovely, as you've seen with this one. It's got a gorgeous, lovely kind of edge to it, and it's got that perfect matten layer with it. So absolutely beautiful. We haven't got very many of those left, though, so yeah, do be as quick as you can. Sheila, that looks gorgeous.
Do you know what I think as well? It looks quite different because if I stand it up now, you'll see that, like the first one we did, which was cream and pink and a bit more soft.
Yeah.
And this one's almost, it's not masculine, but because we've shifted from more pink towards more grey, it's given it a different look. And because I've got that grey kitten, it looks like it's almost from a different kit. So again, you can, play around with the colours and stuff and make something different. And it's nice, really nice, I think, to have those dyes. They fit really well.
Absolutely,
with
yeah, they've been
everything
very
that's
popular.
in the pad.
And they sit perfectly with that collection that we've been sharing with you. Now, obviously, we've got that lovely tag, but we've also got the classic style tag. So this is the one which I always kind of think of almost being like a shipping label, a shipping tag, because it's kind of got that straight edge to it. Still got the mats and layers that we saw. So for every single one of those 4 tags, you have got that gorgeous kind of matte and layer effect. This is a nice one. If you've got things like edgeable dyes and you might want to add your own decorative element to those, you could do, because of course you can add it to both the top layer and the base layer and you kind of stagger those as well. But I will warn you, this one might be your only choice if you don't check your basket out with a lovely tag, because we only have 4 of those available now, very limited in stock. But the thing is, you have to get hold of this one if you're wanting to. Now, loads of you shopping for the classic, so we've got less than 10 of these. Oh, well, I've got a lot of names on my screen. Thankfully, you guys are checking your baskets out. You're going to get your 4 different sizes of your tags. Obviously, the one tag is going to create your base tag with the little hole in there. Then your second tag, just as Sheila showed us, is going to be that layer on top. And then, of course, if you want to reinforce it, because you're adding your twine, adding your ribbon, then you can add that reinforcer to it as well. So a lovely little set. Perfect to go alongside that bundle that we've got. Now, time-wise, Sheila's got a little bag of goodies for another demo. Are we going to have time for another demo, do you think, Lauren? What sort of time have we got? Oh, so you've got about 7 minutes or so.
Oh
is that
gosh,
okay?
well, yeah, this will be quite a quick
quickie
one.
Sheila's going to go back to using that complete collection, so I'm going to change the details on your screen. Don't forget, in the complete collection, you're getting your background papers, your pad, where you've got your 48 pages in there, where you've got your 8x8s. You're going to get your pad with your die cut elements in there. You can get that lovely little pack of tags in there, all coordinating with the theme. You've got your 2 different die sets, creating loads and loads of different frames. And of course, you've got your 2 masks and stencils in there as well. So that's the bundle. Price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying for this one, though. £51.93 was the original price on this one, but it came down to £39.99, if I remember rightly. Did I get that right, Lauren? Was it $39.99? Was it $39.99 that this dropped down to? It did indeed, so there you go. I suddenly thought to myself, I'm sure it wasn't that price. Anyway, over to you now, Sheila.
Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to do what I've done with this is a piece of A5 card, and I've folded it in half lengthways, so we've got a really tall, slim card. These used to be, like, when I first started, you know, making cards, like, seriously, years and years ago, this size was really popular because you used to be able to get envelopes as well in that size. There wasn't a name for them as such. Everyone used to just know them as tall, thin cards.
Yeah, and it made me laugh as well. Sometimes they were called a slim DL.
Yes, a slim DL.
In terms, because a DL is a particular size.
It is, yes.
And a slim DL didn't really exist.
Yes.
But
so
nice card size.
I think it's a really nice card size. And this, I'm using quite a few of my scraps for this, because when I cut some of my papers down to use on my bigger cards, these are the pieces that were left, and I thought, okay, so this will work really well. And I'm just scuffed it just to give it that real vintagey feel. And now let's go around the edge just to highlight where we've kind of
make it a feature,
scuffed it and made it a little bit more vintagey. So that this is like one of the brown inks. It's kind of a browny, pinky red. It's very nice colour.
Nice warm
quite
colour.
Rich.
Yeah.
Yes. So this will just sit nicely.
And it's nice because you kind of pick that colour out from the print that you've used. So yeah, look at the background paper that you've worked with and find an ink according. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll pop that on there. Now I'm doing the flowers that go at the top because there was actually some script on here. So I know that the flowers go at the top because I can still see one of the letters. But you could, in theory, turn it round. The flowers look fine either way because they're roses.
Good point, yeah.
So let's pop that onto there.
Make a nice bookmark this as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And then I've got there was another scrap piece. I've already scuffed this one just to save a little bit of time because it's just done what I've done there. This was another scrap, and I thought, okay, we can put that on there as well. So let's get this onto, I'm going to use a couple of my pads for this, just to sit this on here. I'll cut another one in half as well. These are big, chunky, thick pads, which I love these. And they feel really solid as well. So let's just take the backing off there.
Lovely.
And then we're going to pop the cat on here. So let's put that there like that. Okay, and then we've got our lovely cat. And this is just popped out. This is actually the size it is in the pad. So this is the one that fits behind that little frame die, the rectangular one. Looks really nice.
So is that one die cut as well? So
yes, yes.
Perfect.
Whoops. Okay, so I'm going to put this on with my really thick tape.
Oh, that's very thick.
Really chunky, and it's quite nice and soft, this one. So this one will fit. I might have just done that. Oh no, I think we'll get away with that.
Now, just to give you a bit of a time check, we've got about 2.5 minutes left.
Okie dokie. So we'll get the cat, we'll pop the cat on there like that.
Lovely.
And then we've got this beautiful teapot here.
Ooh.
So again, because we've got the thick tape, if we bend it like that and then put that thick tape down the middle, it'll kind of keep its shape a little bit. Like that. Okay. And then we've just got a couple more elements. And I am going to put on here, I'm going to let it slightly overhang. We've got some of our beautiful
I love macarons.
Macaroons.
I never know if they're macaroons or they're macrons.
I don't know. I think it depends where you come from, doesn't it, really?
Proper treat, though, aren't they?
Yeah, so we're going to pop that one there. Like that. Let's just lift that up a bit. That can just...
It's nice as well, because these ones are calorie-free.
Yes, we're not going to eat these, are we? Unfortunately. Go with our slightly smaller tape. Put that one on there. I was using some gilding wax yesterday. I've got gilding wax. I keep seeing it all over everything. It's down the side of my nails
It does
and
get
everything.
everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, this
When
is
you have to do
really
it with
cute.
your fingers.
Now, just as you're adding these last few elements, when are you next back on our screens then?
I'm next back with Studio Light on the 7th of June.
Oh.
And I think then, are we going into Christmas then, I think,
It could well be, yeah, June, 6 months before Christmas, that would probably make
Yeah, that
sense.
sounds about right. Nearer to last Christmas than this Christmas. That sounds right, doesn't it, for craft?
It does sound about right
Yeah,
in the
it does
crafting
sound right,
world.
yeah. Okay.
Well, people who craft Christmas all year round though, isn't there? So,
yeah, definitely.
Oh, this is so pretty.
We've just got the little bow to put on the top and then we're done. So you've got the bow again, it's another press out one, another one that's already die cut. You can just bend it a little bit like that, so you've got a bit of shape. We'll glue that on for speed.
Perfect.
And then that one's done.
That will be us done as we get to the last 30 seconds of the hour.
There we go.
Sheila, that was perfect timing.
Hopefully that will just stick. It's not, yeah, it will stick. It will stick.
It will.
A quick one.
Oh, that is so cute.
Thank you.
Now, don't forget, thank you, Sheila.
Thank
You
you.
can go back and watch any of those demos from Sheila on our website for the next 7 days. Beyond that, you'll find them on the website, so on our YouTube channel. So when you do get all your studio-like goodies home and you want to recreate those cards, you know exactly what to do. I'm going to see you just after the break. We've got loads of inspiration coming up, and the lovely Sharon Curtis is going to be joining me with HIMI.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the Hobby Maker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Crafting for me is community and sharing craft. I love seeing what people create, whether it's with my product or somebody else's. I love watching that journey from a plain piece of paper to something amazing. My name is Lisa and I am the brand owner at Lisa Horton Crafts. I have quite a unique style. I'm a very clean and simple crafter. Everything I do will work together, so you can pick up a product, old or new, and know that you're going to be able to still create something beautiful. You will be absolutely blown away by what you can achieve with our products. So we are actually a family business. There's myself, my husband, we have a couple of part-time staff, we have my daughter. We work 7 days a week pretty much, but we absolutely love it. Prudence. Who is Prudence? Where have you been? Prudence is my cat. You'll find Prudence on my desk, knocking things on the floor. She's a big distraction. I think Hobby Maker will be a great family home for myself and our family, and I'm really looking forward to sharing my style of crafting and hoping I can bring something different to the Hobby Maker family. All right.
Did it?
Yes!
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
At Hobby Maker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. Hobby Maker, let's get crafting.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to our last hour here on Hobby Maker. We're looking forward to it because Sharon's in the building. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Lovely. And you're going to be helping us get all creative with HIMI.
Yes, we've got some lovely selection of HIMI tonight actually, and we've kind of got the really cool new stuff.
Okay.
Then we've got the kind of staples that you all love. So we've got sort of something for everyone really.
Yeah, and we were chatting earlier on and we were saying that the thing with the HIMI show is what you will find is you may well have already shopped for things in the past and you probably not even scratched the surface of what's in there because elements last for such a long time. But also as well, they do bring us new things. So we have got new things to share with you today. We're also here to help you and answer questions. So if you've worked with your HIMI paints and you've had a bit of an issue or there's anything you need a bit of guidance, then Sharon's here. She's been working with the HIMI brand for a couple of years now, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's about 18 months.
Yeah. So, let's turn it into a bit of a HIMI clinic if you need it. So, doesn't sound very nice, does it? But yeah, you know what I mean. So do message into the studio or email in if you're wanting to. But we're going to work our way through pretty much everything that Sharon's brought to us today during her 2 shows. But we're going to look at the newer things for this hour, and then we're going to go back and revisit what you brought earlier.
Yes, yeah, in case you missed earlier, we'll recap all of it.
Lovely. So what we've got to start with?
Well, we've got some new glow-in-the-dark.
Oh, lovely.
I'll open up both because we've got the one that we've had for a little while.
Okay.
And then we've got, this is the brand new one, which is brighter colours.
That is fabulous.
And then we've also got the one.
I love the packaging because they go to town, don't they, with the packaging and make sure
their packaging is so lovely, and it's great because obviously these are water-based paints, all of them, and the packaging, although it looks beautiful, is also really practical because it's quite airtight, which means that your paints are going to be fine for longer. You will need to spritz some of them with water every now and then.
Gorgeous.
So this is the new bright colour that we've got. Now the glow in the dark, you kind of need to activate them.
Okay.
And you can do that in different ways. Sunlight, or just the lights in your house, your electric lights. Or if you've got any sort of UV light, maybe you've got a nail lamp or something like that. The nail lamp, you can literally activate them really fast.
I think that's the same with anything that's kind of got that ultraviolet look to it, isn't it? It needs to charge itself up in order
it needs
for it
to charge up from light.
Makes sense. Now, this is the little set of 6, as you can see. Details are on your screen. Such an affordable price. That's the thing that always strikes me with HIMI. Everything is such an affordable price.
It's always a really good price, but it's really good quality. You're not getting a sort of economy brand here.
Yeah, because you could think that, couldn't you?
You could,
it's
from
like
the price.
Prices, so it's kind of like kids' prices, kids' quality.
Yes.
But you are going to get the results with these because that's
you really
the thing,
are.
isn't it?
They're really artist quality. Don't take my word for it. If you go to YouTube and look at sort of reviews of HIMI paints, you'll see some really quite talented artists reviewing them and saying that, you know, for the money they're great.
HIMI, where does HIMI come from? Where are they based?
It's a Chinese company, but I don't quite know where the name HIMI comes from.
Yeah,
the parent company is called something else, I think.
I know that Nigel always talks about the HIMI Shimmy, doesn't he?
The HIMI Shimmy.
He's a big fan of the Shimmy.
It's a brand that Liam, Scott and Andy came across at the Frankfurt Trade Fair a couple of years ago and brought it to Hobby Maker. So the great thing is that Liam deals directly with them, which is why we always get really good deals. Yeah, HIMI actually is quite hard to find in the UK anyway.
Yeah, I only know it through Hobby Maker, I must admit. Beautiful colours, I have to say, brand new colours as well. Now you may have seen the original, which are kind of more of the kind of pastel tones.
Yes.
But with this one, you're looking at...
You've got serious bright colours here. So if you've already got the pastel set, you might want to add this one because it just gives you, you know, some other colours to use and maybe stronger colours.
Lauren, our producer, has done a little bit of research. She's gone off to try and find out. And she thinks, well, this is interesting because HIMI being the brand, and HIMI bring us not only gouache, but they also, I never know if I'm saying it right.
Everyone says it differently. And I don't think there is a wrong
But they bring us
way.
watercolour paints as well,
They
don't
do, yes.
Lauren's finding that it's kind of like the Chinese equivalent, the word HIMI to gouache. So maybe that's where they started. I don't know.
Could be. That's interesting, and I think they're more well known for the gouache. I mean, we've had quite a few of the watercolour sets. We've probably got we've got some up on the set behind us.
Look like the planet ones.
All of their paints I love, and I've loved doing the shows because it's given me an excuse to sit down every month and do a bit of painting, because it's something normally I would only do in my spare time, and I don't really have any spare time.
Oh,
So
this is the thing,
I love
isn't it?
doing the HIMI shows because it gives me the excuse to do a little bit of relaxing painting.
Got little characters here. Have these been painted with
Yes,
you?
they have.
Oh, okay.
Now with the glow in the dark paints, you will find, unlike all the other gouache, they do tend to go on a little bit transparent.
Yes,
I
yeah.
think it's whatever they've had to put in them to make them glow means they're not quite as creamy and as opaque as the normal colours. So what I tend to do with the glow in the dark is I paint my character with just the normal gouache, then go over the top with the glow in the dark.
Oh, to give them that depth.
Yes, because otherwise they only really look good in the dark. And of course, you know, for the most part, you're probably going to be looking at them in the normal light.
Love it. But
Look
as
at
we drop the lights in the sheet, oh, look at that.
Aren't they cool?
Love it. There you go. Where am I going? Oh my goodness, look at that. Just step back. Can you imagine having these all in little kind of frame? I love these little ears that are glowing there as well.
They're so cute, aren't they?
Aren't they sweet?
So I've gone over those with normal paint and then popped the glow in the dark over the top.
Now, I think because you haven't charged it up.
No, and I have to say these have been in a box, so
I don't know how long I have to. I could be here for a while. Bear with. So move it away a little bit. Tell me when to stop, Dan. Oh yes, you can see how it's starting to go.
It's charging, yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Love it. There you go. So, oh gosh.
Ooh.
Hello. So, if you like the idea of getting hold of yours, $12.99 is going to get that brand new set to you as well. And you've got 6 gorgeous colours in there. Lots of fun to be had. Something that the kids are going to enjoy working with as well.
They're great
aren't they?
fun.
Yeah.
And I will warn you, you'll get a fright when you walk into your craft room if you've got them on a shelf, because they'll be
Oh,
glowing.
really?
I've done that a couple of times. They've been on the shelf and I've walked in and thought, what's that? Glowing away on the shelf.
Like you've got a kind of interplanetary activity going on in the
Yes.
corner of your craft room. Love it. $12.99 for those 6 colours if you like the idea of getting hold of those. Do keep checking your baskets out on those. So, yeah, if you like the idea of those. But you may be waiting to see the pastel tones. So, pastel tones are the next ones that we've got. Similar sort of kind of set with these.
Similar
so
set.
Lovely solid box for them
Solid,
to go in.
yeah, lovely packaging. All of the HIMI packaging tends to have this sort of clip on it. So once you put the lid on, it's really quite secure.
Yes, yeah.
And these
good,
are lovely, lovely little sets, these, compared to the bigger sets. They're quite dinky. You will find you get it on the lid, but it doesn't really matter because it's always going back in the same place. So I don't bother cleaning that or anything. And of course, mine end up coming in the car. I think if I kept them in my craft room, they wouldn't be quite so bad.
And I've seen you do those handbrake turns in the car park. I know what you like. So, yeah, it's always useful to have a nice secure lid on those, isn't it? Oh, Jacqueline, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Hello, ladies. Just ordered a HIMI gouache set and wondered if it's water reactive. Do you have to seal your painting? What do you seal it with if you do?
Well,
Oh.
I don't bother sealing anything of mine because generally it's either just going to be on a card or in my book, really. But they are water reactive, so yes, you can come back. If you came back in and wet your paint, it would
wake it
move.
back up.
So sealing it, I
So
suppose.
sometimes, look, if you actually have a look on the website, I recently, and I don't know, I just kind of thought that's a good idea. I was printing something off on my inkjet printer, and I wanted to kind of applique it onto something like a collage type thing, and I sprayed it just with a clear lacquer.
Yeah.
So something like that, maybe if you've got something that's a spray, you could maybe go over the top to secure it. Clear gesso might be another idea.
Yes, yes.
But just maybe try not to move it too much as you do.
Yeah, don't scrub it as you do it.
Yeah.
A spray one would be good.
Yeah.
Some sort of.
Yeah.
You know, if you use something that's designed for any water-based paints, like watercolour paints or something, it's going to work. I must admit, I don't bother sealing any of
I
my
suppose
work.
it depends on what your plans are for it in the future. But yeah, if you're just looking at using it for, I don't know, going into a picture, it might have a piece of glass on the front of it anyway, so that's going to protect it potentially.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's any help at all, Jacqueline. So sorry if it wasn't, but as I say, maybe a clear gesso, that might be something worth thinking about.
Yeah.
Or a spray lacquer. Something like that, but in a ventilated room as well.
Yes.
Oh, nothing messy. Oh, hello. Lots of you getting involved. Now, who have we got here? Hi, girls. Love HIMI. Have now got my daughter addicted as well. I think HIMI means HIMI.
Ah, could
Actually,
be.
that's
nice. Yeah.
Maybe that's the question for the hour.
Yes.
What do you think that HIMI stands for? Is it an abbreviation, HIMI? What would it stand for? Let's have a bit of fun with that, see if you want to. So, yeah, that's a good suggestion. I like that. So thank you for getting involved with that one as well. So 2 different neon kind of creations for you with those 2 palettes. Equally as popular as each other, but obviously the newer one being the
brighter
one.
one, yeah, it's the one probably a lot of you haven't seen before. I think we've only had it on once before, so that one's relatively new.
Lovely. So there you go. I'm going to leave those details with you if you want to take advantage. Now, another range that I know is always very popular, whichever brand of paints we're looking at, we always love our metallics.
Yes.
Because our metallics give you such a fabulous look. I think I might have some of the metallics featuring here.
Yes,
so.
well that one is the metallics with some glow in the dark over the top.
Oh, really?
And I think the metallics are great to grab if you are going for the glow in the dark.
Okay.
Because obviously the glow in the dark really only looks great in the dark. They're quite translucent in the daylight.
Yeah.
So the metallics are great because they give you that really dramatic look.
So should I put the torch on
Yes,
this one as well? Will this
you'll
do
see
something?
it's
Okay.
got highlights.
Just to charge it up again. Oh, okay.
You can see I've just gone over in different areas.
Now, bear in mind, I haven't charged this up, so it's only kind of just showing you under the light there. Oh, that's a clever idea.
So you can see most of it's pearlescent, but then I've just here and there put some of the glow in the dark.
If I move it very quickly, you can kind of see how it has got that little charge in there.
It's clever, isn't it?
Love it. So there you go. Nice combination. Oh, sorry.
It is.
Turn the lights off before the
It's
lights
a nice
go back
combo
up.
because it looks really good.
You've got something to look at
in
when
the
it's
light
not
and the dark, yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
$12.99, that's what we're looking at for these metallics, but you wait till you see them. They are so creamy rich, loads of gorgeous colour in them. Of course, they're metallic as well.
They are, and you've got 12 in this set, so you've got a good range of colours. Now, these also, as a card maker, I use this set a lot for splatters.
Okay, right.
Particularly the gold, because I
Yeah.
do quite often like a gold splatter over my finished cards. And this gold is a lovely rich gold. And being gouache, it's nice and opaque.
Yes,
Because if
yeah.
you use watercolours to do your splatters, sometimes they're a little bit translucent.
true,
Whereas
yeah.
these, you just add a tiny bit of water to do your splatters and you get a really nice opaque sort of
Really
splatter.
deep wells that you've got with these.
They
as well.
are, yeah,
'cause I
they're,
know that
they're nice,
obviously they're
generous.
one of your favourites, and you can see that you've got loads in there.
Yeah, you can see they're well loved and well used because I do use these a lot. But if I lift that out, you can take the
Oh
pots
my
out.
goodness, wow.
Yes, so
Gosh,
they're
there
going to
is a lot
last you
in
a good
there.
while. Very generous, the HIMI sets. I mean, I've been doing HIMI for 18 months now and I haven't got anywhere near using
Well,
up
this
any
is
of
one of
it
the
yet.
things that we were saying earlier on. Once you shop for these, obviously you might have your favourites and you might come back for them time and time again, but they're going to last a long time, especially if you're only doing little areas with them. So yeah, you'll find yourself investing in the whole range, I think, before you'll find that any of them run out. So yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Love it. So there you go. If you do like the idea of your metallics, you've got your twin cups in each one of those. So each one of those being split with complementary colours, actually. So it's
Yeah, they're nice, aren't they? You've got sort of 2 shades of the green,
Yeah.
2 shades of the blue.
nice, yeah, I like that combination with the orange.
The orange and the
there.
pink. They're nice bright colours,
Yeah.
which, you know, it's what you want from a pearlescent
Absolutely.
shade, really.
We will see the different paints in action in a little while to show you
Yes.
how rich they are and different things. But of course, in order for our Sharon to do a demo, she's going to need some brushes. Well, we can help you with brushes. Got a combination of different ways you can get hold of brushes. We haven't seen these ones today yet, though, but this is a little set of 3 that you've got within here. So nice way of getting hold of maybe just a starter set. Maybe you're just wanting to try that brand. Usually you're looking at $12.99 with these, but that price is not what you're going to be paying with these. You're looking at just $5.99. That's a really good.
It's
good
great
price.
value, and I've
Right.
got to say, I'm really impressed with the HIMI brushes.
Let's get these out and have a little look.
I have bought brushes in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I've got brushes at home, I was saying earlier. I've spent £25 on one brush.
Oh, I'm not surprised, yeah.
And the problem with doing that is, yes, you get a lovely brush, but then you're almost scared to use it.
It's like your best shoe.
Like
This is
too
your best
nice.
outfit, yeah.
And I kind of only use it really when I'm using like my best watercolours or something. Since I've been doing the HIMI shows and I've built up a bit of a collection of the HIMI brushes, I tend to use them for everything.
Okay.
Because they are just as good, they're really good quality, They keep their shape, they keep the point nicely, and you know, we each time we bring on different brush sets, so there's quite a nice range. You'll probably see more on the HIMI brand page, but they're really good quality.
Now, I will warn you, it says on their colours may be different, so you might not get this kind of turquoise tone that we've got here. There might be a yellow that you're getting. They kind of complement the palette.
They do vary a little
they?
bit, yeah. See, I've got some that are in
but
yellow.
The heads will be the same, won't
Yeah,
they?
you'll get those shaped heads, and this is a good starter kit because, of course, you've got 3 different types there. You've got your nice pointed edge. You've got a filbert, which is the one. That's that one.
Is that the
with
rounded
rounded edge. It's sort of flat but with rounded edges. And then you've got a nice flat brush. They're nice because they do hold their shape nicely, and they you know, the round ones are the ones I use for most things, and they do keep their point nicely.
If you've shopped for anything today, I have to say your post and packing will have been paid for with whatever order
this
you
is a
place.
good
So it's a
little
good like
extra
just
to
pop it in because
if you've
you
bought
you
anything.
shop, and at £5.99, it's definitely worth giving them a go, isn't it? Because
Definitely, yeah. I would definitely recommend them. I mean, you'll see me do other shows whenever I'm watercolouring. Stamped images.
I love it.
I'm using
We have got another set which I might show you in just a few moments, but Sharon, as she says, is going to be working with these ones. 20% of the stock has gone of this one, so yeah. While I pop that little cover, but I'm not going to get it on now.
No, once you get it off, it's
yeah. There's going to be a little one sticking out, like you know, you have that stray hair that's just like.
Yes.
I might do it without you watching me. I'll pop it over there. But you're going to get all 3 of these for just £5.99. So yeah, pop those into your basket. Go for multiples if you want. I can see some of you doing exactly that. And of course, just a nice feel to them. And it does actually tell you the sizes of the brushes on there as well. So you've got that reference point. So if you are watching any of the YouTube tutorials from any of the fans of HIMI, then they will often reference which type of brush that they're working with, so you can kind of follow along very, very easily. So £5.99 for those. The other set of brushes that I know Sharon brought to you earlier on, because lots of you shopping for brushes.
Yes, and I am going to use these. So,
oh, right. This is a nice set.
They're lovely. They come in this lovely little carry case.
The reveal.
Yes. So you've got the little handle on there, which means they're very portable. And then once you open them up, this is a set of quite detailed brushes.
Oh, okay.
So they're all quite small sizes. You also get a lovely little cloth in here.
I just wondered whether that was
really
comes
handy.
with it. Oh, yes, so it does.
Yeah, it's
very soft.
It's great for on the move because, of course, if you're out and about, you could pour a bit of water in here.
Yes.
Do your painting. You've got a cloth for, you know, sometimes you put a bit too much water on your brush, but they're very portable, really nice. And this set is the one I use really mostly when I'm colouring in sort of stamped images, and they're a bit smaller. I tend to use a slightly bigger brush for most of my sort of painting, but when you're colouring in a stamped image, you're kind of usually working in much smaller areas. So you've got this fan brush, which is great for your splatters. That's what I use that mostly for. You can see mine's a bit grubby. And then you've got some really nice pointed brushes.
Very detailed brushes.
Some of them, you've got a filbert there.
So the filbert that you've got there, what number's on your filbert?
I've got 2 in
like
here.
a very personal question to ask.
Your filbert? I've got a 6.
You've got a 6. So I've got an 8. So if you go for the other set, you'll get a different
Oh, you get a
filbert.
different. Yes, you'll get a different size.
Okay.
And then the flat brush.
Again,
is a 6. Yeah, they're
and
both
again,
6.
I've got a 6 here, but that's quite a common one to use, isn't it?
Yeah,
and even if it's the same, it's good to have more than one of those.
It is, and then you've got a 0 line, which is a nice fine one.
I don't think you've got the tapered one in there, have you, from the other set? So.
No, the rounded ones in this one are much smaller.
You could go for
yeah,
the 2
definitely.
sets,
And of course,
you?
you know, having the best range of sizes you're going to use for different projects. You know, my normal sort of everyday brush is probably this one, which is a 4.
Yeah, I think it's not the same as that one, I think.
Oh yeah, same as that one.
Yeah.
That's the one I use kind of most of the time.
Yeah.
But these are the ones I grab when I'm doing a stamped image because they're nice and, you know, detailed. You can get into smaller areas.
Good price. You are going to get your ice blue brushes with that particular one. So that's the colour that we're looking at here in the ice blue packaging.
In the lovely packaging.
So yeah, brilliant value for money. Loads of you going for those. Not surprised. It's nice to have your brushes in one place as well, because sometimes, I mean, we might have like little pots that you put them in, but you can kind of lose them almost.
You can,
you?
and also, you know, you want to
to
keep the tips from getting bashed and going out of shape.
Yeah.
So keeping them in some sort of storage is quite a nice way to sort of make sure they don't get damaged.
Yeah, you could pop other things in there. Maybe you're watching earlier on and you've got things like your black micron pen because you're doing your Santangling and you want to add a bit of paint to your design.
Yeah,
your
it's
pencil,
great.
your torchon, everything could go in there.
Yeah, you could fit a few more tools in here
Yeah.
if you were, you know, going out and about doing some painting outside or something.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Sharon. So there you go, £12.99. And Sharon's going to be working with hers when we get into a demo, which will be in the next few moments, I believe. So, yeah, should we go for it? Can you believe we're nearly halfway through the show? I
know, the time.
Where's that time gone? Lots of you watching. Don't forget, any questions, do get involved. Do maybe share with us pictures if you created things with your HIMI Paints.
Yes, I love to see what everyone else does because I always bring my sketchbook and I like to see what you're all doing as well.
We're nosy like that.
We are nosy like that. And I'm going to use the fine brushes. Well, I've stamped an image. This is an All and Create stamp, actually.
Nice, good stamp.
And I've stamped it on black card. And I know you're all going to ask me, because every time I use this ink pad, everyone asks me, what ink pad was that? I had a message just the other day.
What ink pad was that, Sharon? Straight on cue.
It is Lisa Horton's.
Okay, okay, 9.
Now, she's got 2 different white ink pads. You want the opaque white.
Okay.
That's the one that really shows nicely on black
Apparently
card.
she's in on Monday.
Oh, she'll probably have this.
That's about the only day that I'm not in over the next 7 days.
No, I'm not in on Monday. But that ink pad is brilliant for stamping on black cards because most white ink just doesn't really show very well on black.
It just disappeared. That's a good solid image.
And I wanted to do it on black because I just think the metallics just show so well on dark cards. And I thought, I was rummaging around, I thought a butterfly would be lovely in these paints. So I went searching for a butterfly stamp.
So you're using that fabulous set that we were looking at with the metallics earlier on.
Yes.
These have been flying out. Loads of you have been shopping for these. So it's good to know that you're liking the look of these particular ones. Lots of you shopping for the paintbrushes as well. So we'll probably toggle the details on your screen, but both items are available on the website. These are the metallic paints if you do want to get hold of them. $12.99. I mean, for $12.99 for these and $12.99 for the brushes. Was it $12.99 for the brushes? I forgot what price it was now.
Can't remember now.
The brush is $12.99 as well. The set within the little
they were less.
That set. I can't remember. I've just read. This is terrible. I've just read it out and told everybody. I'm not listening.
I'm terrible for not listening to the prices.
Yes, they were $12.99.
Oh, they were.
So both of those were $12.99, $12.99.
Oh, it was the set of 3, wasn't it? That was.
Oh, they were.
I was thinking about the P&P thing.
They were $5.99.
Yes, $5.99. Yeah, that's just something to add, isn't it? If you bought anything today.
Absolutely.
So I'm coming in with purple.
And are you using it straight from the pot on this?
Pretty much, yeah, yeah. I haven't added any water. My brush was a little bit damp.
Okay.
But obviously, when you're working on dark cards, you really want good opaque finish.
Yeah.
So I kind of go in neat. And if you want to, you could even do a couple of coats to really intensify that colour.
Can you dilute these down though, if you wanted to?
You absolutely can. Yeah, yeah. You can really water them down if you want to.
So you could do washes with them and all.
Yes, yes, definitely. So we'll have a bit of blue next.
Oh, that's a good blue. Very nice.
That's a nice. And I can, because I've got this detail brush, I can go in all these little detailed areas.
Perfect for those.
So isn't it lovely? Because I don't want to go, because this paint is opaque, I don't want to go over my stamped lines too much because you'll lose the design really.
Yes, yeah.
So having this small brush means I really can just go
right into the nitty-gritty.
Right into where I want to. Very easily.
And those colours are sitting beautifully on the card.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Mm.
There we go.
Gorgeous.
And of course you can, mix them up a little bit. I really like this bright green. I think that would look nice with the blue. I might do this one half green, half.
So Jacqueline, I think, was talking about them being water reactive. So if you layer them up, will it kind of wake up the layer below?
It kind of does.
Yeah.
If you do want to layer them, let the first layer dry and then come in with your next layer, but don't scrub at it.
Yes, yeah.
Because, you can sort of move the colour around.
And I suppose the more kind of concentrate that you use them, the less that they're going to move around anyway.
Yes, exactly.
So,
yeah. I mean, you can see here, because I'm using them pretty much as they are. My brush is a little bit damp, but that's it.
I bet you could use these with things like, I mean, we were talking earlier about your clear gesso, anything that's water-based.
Yes, anything that's designed for water. So any of your sort of varnishes, because you can get sprays, can't you, for like watercolour paints.
Yeah. Or you could actually probably put these into a little spritzer bottle with or a water brush pen even.
Yes, you could, couldn't you?
It's experimental. That's what it's all about. $12.99, you don't mind experimenting, do you?
No, and these, I love using these for splatters as well. I think we'll do a bit of splattering.
But like you say, that good solid colour with these lends
yes,
perfect to that.
And you know, there's not many paints that would look this sort of bright and vivid on black.
Absolutely. Very, very busy, incidentally. Lots of you shopping with us today, so it's good to have your company. Lots of you going for this wonderful gouache set that we've got. Don't forget, you've got these kind of, they're half pans in that respect, but they've got a lot of depth to them, as we saw earlier on.
They are 12 millilitres. So
there's a lot
if you
in
think
there,
about what's in a tube, that's about a tube's worth. And I will say, you know, if you're not familiar with gouache and the whole thing, do a little research. Look how much a tube of gouache paint is.
Yes, yeah.
Because you can pay between sort of £8 to £12 for an average quality. I'm being conservative there. You can
So if
spend.
that's the equivalent, so if you're looking at the 12 mil being the equivalent of a tube, and you're looking at, well, I can't do the maths very well, but say we were £10, let's hit it in the middle. So you're looking at £120 to buy those, and that's not out of the realms of possibilities.
No, it really isn't. And I was saying earlier when we were looking at some of the bigger sets and what ridiculously good value they are, you know, a lot of you will probably have never tried gouache before.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know I've done it with watercolour paints. I've gone into an art shop and I've thought, right, I want to try these, but obviously I don't want to spend £300 here.
Yes.
So you go in and you get your primary colours or you get a little rainbow.
Yes.
Well, of course, by the time you've bought sort of five or six at £10 a pop.
Well, one.
Yeah.
If you buy one colour, you might think, oh, I'll go for the silver this week, or I'll go for the silver, the gold this month. And you're paying £10 a tube. You're well on the way to covering the cost of the whole set.
You are, yeah, exactly. So that's what I think, you know, the HIMI pricing is definitely give it a try pricing.
Yeah.
You know, it's the sort of money that, you know, you can give it a try and see if it's for you.
So many of us love our metallics, don't we? I mean, I think there's a couple of items. If you never shopped for HIMI before, there are a couple of items I would say just give them a go. First one being the set that you're working with, and the second one would be that set of brushes.
Yeah.
Because I think these two together give you a really good feel, a good sense of what HIMI is all about.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, we've got a paper pad as well. Maybe you can add that in as well. That
Yeah,
might be
the
an
paper
idea,
pad, we'll come to that, but it's a great one because it is designed for this. Now I think I'm gonna put some gold on here.
Do you need to stand back?
Yes, I don't want to splatter you.
I'll get my umbrella.
And then I like to just get my pokey tool or something. And
oh, that's nice because it's like you say, it's solid, isn't it?
It's nice and sort of.
Even though you've added a fair bit of water to it, you still see
it still shows really nicely. So it's, you know, that I use this set for that a lot because quite often, particularly if you're doing a bit of a rainbow, it is just nice to have a bit of a splatter.
Oh, that was
so I could just pop that on a card front now. If you want to intensify the colour, you can always go back and add another layer. But once that dries, you will find it really...
Does it take long to dry?
Not long, but this is the one I did earlier, and you can see it does intensify a bit as it dries.
Oh, look at that metallic
when it catches the light.
Yeah.
So,
that looks amazing.
Very dramatic.
I like it. Like it a lot. $12.99, that's all that you're paying for those fabulous paints. They come in a brilliant little container with that clip-on lid to keep them nice and fresh, but we have got some other little suggestions of how you can keep your paints fresh and get the best out of them from HIMI as well. So the details are on your screen for those. We're going to move on, I think, to another set. Where are we going next? Or should we? let's mention the paper pad since I've mentioned
Oh,
it.
yes.
Why not? Let's do this as well. So this paper pad, now this is brilliant because what you've actually got is 50 pages in here.
You do.
Really good weight to, oh.
Well, it's stuck
hang
together.
on. Okay, right. So what's this
The
all
reason
about?
it's stuck together is so that you can paint straight onto it. And this, of course, another reason why you've got the ring binding, because you can tuck the back around.
Okay.
Great for on the move, because you could literally sit with this on your lap. But the reason the pages are stuck together is so that it's not going to warp. So if you're adding water, you know, if you think about generally when you're watercolouring, you're going to tear off a sheet, tape it to a board to work with. Because this is glued on the top and bottom, the sides are open. So when you actually want to come to take it out, you can just slide a palette knife in the page that you're on and just...
That is clever. See, that's designed by people who know what they're doing.
And actually, that's, if you go in a really expensive art shop and you buy watercolour
it is like that,
pads that are like 60 quid or whatever, this is how they come with it sort of gummed on two sides. So it's a lovely pad, and for the money, to get 50 sheets with that.
£9.99. That's amazing value.
It is.
Brilliant value.
And obviously it's
thick pad, look at that.
It's also a nice, quite smooth.
Yeah.
Because obviously watercolour, gouache, paper does come in different
as well,
textures.
because if you're actually adding water to it, then
yes.
you do run the risk of it.
Now
kind
it
of
says
killing
it's
and stuff like
160 grams, but it does kind of feel. I think it feels a little bit thicker.
Yeah, that feels.
But
thicker.
that's what it is. It is 160. So it's a nice weight, and of course, the fact that it's sort of in a block like that means it's really nice to work on.
Like it.
So yes, that's another good
So
little
yeah,
addition
again,
to add.
£9.99. Maybe add that one into your basket. Also, as well, it's nice. We saw Sharon working with stamps earlier on. Utilise the stamps that you've got in your stash. So again, use those die cut elements, things like that. You could actually adhere those, glue them to that page, stamp them on that page, and use that as your outline to follow.
And then you can, fussy cut them, do whatever you want to.
Nice idea. Love it. So there you go, if you like the idea to get hold of that one. Now, we are next going to the Ultimate. Now, I don't know which colour is the Ultimate set.
Is it the big?
Is it the blue one? It's the blue one or the white one. Do we know what case it is? We think it might be the white one.
The white one is the 56.
56, is that the one? Right, that's the one.
This is what I call the big daddy.
Okay. Sorry, I'm distracted with a little palette.
That's great.
Yeah, I like that. Right, anyway.
So this was the first HIMI set I got. Now, bear in mind, this is mine, and I've had this for 18 months now.
Okay.
So you've got huge pots in here.
Right.
You've got 56 colours, but they're 30 millilitres.
So this is over double of what we saw with the metallics. Okay.
There's a lot of paint in here.
Okay.
You've got these airtight clips on all sides. And when we open it up, so this is 18 months old. I use it quite regularly.
Gosh, you've hardly scratched the surface of some of these.
No, because they're huge pots. Now, in this set, you've got 56 colours. You can see the size of the pots, they're huge.
Gosh, this is going to last forever.
Yeah, and you can see I've barely made a dent into that. You can rearrange them if you want to as well, because obviously they lift in and out. So if you want to have them in a different sort of colour order.
Nice.
You've got sort of normal gouache colours. Then you've got some neons.
Nice.
And then this bottom row is all sort of metallic pearlescence.
Nice.
Really lovely. These are lovely for splatter. You can see this one I use quite a lot. This is like a lovely platinum sort of lovely shine to it. You'll notice one of mine hasn't been opened.
Yeah.
Which you might think is a bit odd, but that's because you've got two whites.
Oh, so there's no point.
And I just think, well, I'll wait till I use up the other white first, because white's a colour they think you might get through quicker because you might use it to do your highlights and things.
Yes,
so they've given you an extra.
I love it.
And I should say, because we haven't covered this yet, what gouache is.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because you might be thinking, well, what on earth is gouache? Or rabbiting on about these paints.
Yeah.
Gouache, I've always thought of, you've probably been the same, I've always thought of it as been for proper artists.
Yeah,
not something us crafters particularly use. But actually, since I've been using them, I don't know why we don't all just use gouache instead of anything else, really.
Easy medium to work with?
It's very easy, and we always think of watercolours as extremely forgiving, extremely easy.
Yeah.
But the thing is with watercolours is they are quite translucent.
Yeah. So you have to build that
and if you put down a dark blue watercolour, You can't go over that with a lighter colour.
Yeah.
You just can't. It won't, you know, you might be able to lighten it a bit, but you won't be able to go over it.
Yeah.
Whereas these can be completely opaque. These are also water reactive.
Okay.
So like a watercolour, you can add quite a lot of water to it and it will be like a watercolour. You'll get a translucent finish. If you use it just with a little bit of water, you'll get an opaque finish. So that means you could use these on dark card. You can use it on your MDF.
Yeah,
I mean, if you've ever tried to watercolour on an MDF, you just don't see it, do you?
It's like a sponge, isn't it?
Yeah, and the colour just disappears.
You have to go over it with a base. Like
You've got to do a gesso and then, whereas these you could go straight onto MDF. And then if you think the other end of the spectrum, what I would normally use on MDF would be acrylic paint, because acrylic is opaque. But the one thing this does that acrylic doesn't is when you put acrylic down, once it's dry,
it's like locked in.
It's locked in. Yeah. There's no going back. So if you're painting, you might have done a bit of shade, a bit of shadow with a slightly darker, say brown, and you've got too harsh a line. With an acrylic, you're stuck with that.
Yeah.
You've got to go over it, really.
With this, you can work
with this, you can still come back in and sort of blend out the lines a little bit if it looks too much of a harsh line. So it's really the perfect in between the two, because you've got the properties of both.
Yeah.
You can be opaque if you like the acrylic look and you want to go on MDF, or you can use them as watercolours. And I've got to say, with the size of these pots, if you're using these in watercolours, they're probably going to last you your lifetime, because when you're watering them down that much to watercolour with them, you're barely touching them.
Look, you got me convinced. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of yours, loads of you going for this. Don't forget, as Sharon said earlier on, if it's a new medium, just do your research, go out onto YouTube, type in, obviously HIMI to start with if you're wanting to actually know how these work. But gouache in general, I suppose, really.
Yes, I mean, that was the first thing I did. I hadn't really used gouache before I started doing these shows. I had one tube of white that I'd use for splatters because it is so nice and opaque, but that was all I'd ever used it for. I'd never tried painting with it. But they are really lovely to use. This set, as I say, is 18 months old. The only maintenance you need to do with them is give them a little spritz of water.
Okay.
Because you can see this one here is quite dry.
Yeah.
Because they're water reactive, even now that's quite dry, I can come in with my water spritzer and just reactivate it.
So just regular water?
You can use, I use regular water. We have got the mildew spray on the show, which I'll tell you about in a sec.
Right.
So you'll find it's the ones in the corners that get a little bit dry, like this one's a little bit dry. So when you come to use them, I get them out, give them a spritz all over, and then I'm ready to start painting.
Wakey.
Yeah, like wake up. And if you've left them so long, I tend to get mine out once a month because I'm coming here, so that kind of maintains mine nicely. If you leave them, say, for 6 months, you go to get them out and they are literally solid. Just give them a good old spritz and maybe let them sit for a few hours for the water to sink in. And then you might need to get like a cocktail stick or something and give them a little stir. But you can reactivate them no matter how dry they get.
And if you get in this set, in fact, I'll ask the question when we get to the next set. The mildew spray, though, we've got the details up on the screen.
This is worth grabbing, because if you perhaps are a bit heavy-handed with the water and you then put them away, particularly if you're storing them in somewhere that's maybe a bit damp, like a conservatory, you might find if you've got too much water sitting on the surface that you get little black mould.
Well, it's kind of that combination of the nature of the paint, and you're adding liquid, and then you're sealing it in and heating it up.
You're sealing the water in because it's quite airtight. So you might, and also it kind of varies on different climates. I've had these 18 months. I've only had it happen once. Once I think I'd gone really heavy with the water, put them away, and this one up here had some black on it.
And it's potentially when you got started with them as well.
Yes. So I scooped that off, fine, and then the spray came out. So since then, what I do is I give them a spritz with water when I'm painting. Then when I'm finished painting and I'm going to put them away, then I get my mildew spray out. And before I put them away for another few weeks,
night,
I just give them a little spritz like that, put them away, and that will stop anything growing on them.
Perfect. I love it.
Yeah, so this is going to last you a while. I mean, I've had this since they came out, probably nearly a year.
Yeah, you need a little bit, don't you? So
yeah.
$6.99 if you're liking the idea of getting hold of those. So yeah, do pop those ones into your basket potentially to look after your paints as well. Now we've got another set which I think is this set that we're looking at. So this
smaller set
is you've got 48 colours in
Yes.
this particular one. So that is the big boy, the big set that you've got with all of them in there. How many did we say was in there? I forgot how many. We
This
said
one's
there.
got 56
So
because
56
they're the
in that one.
big pots.
Oh, the deep pots.
The next two sets we're going to look at are twin pots.
Okay.
Which means you get two sort of colours in the same space.
So a bit like we saw with the metallics,
Yes.
that sort of scenario.
So
okay.
you get more colours, but
a smaller
slightly
quantity.
less quantity.
Okey-dokey.
But of course they're going to last you so long anyway.
Wonderful.
I would say if you're trying to choose, the white set is great if maybe you want the quantity. Perhaps you are going to use them on MDF and things like that, where
Yeah, 'cause you
you
might
could
use
probably
more
be
of them,
using them
yeah.
with not watered down very
Yeah.
much. If you're using them to watercolour with, then I would go for one of the other two sets.
Okay, now this is a colour set with 48.
This is 48
pots
twin pots. So
Okay.
this is a smaller set. This is a good starter
Ooh,
set,
okay.
I would say, because you've got a good range of colours here.
So it's is it 48 colours or 48 twin pots?
48 colours.
Right, okay.
So I'll get one of these out to show you.
Lovely.
Again, you can rearrange these if you want them in a different order. So
Okay.
you've got the two pots,
Good
and each
quantity.
pot is 12 grams.
Okay, so that's the equivalent of the tube. that
So
you're talking
yeah,
about
about
there,
equivalent
yeah.
to a tube. So quite a good quantity in there. I like the way they're sort of colour matched as well.
Yes,
So you've got kind of
yeah.
a slightly lighter or darker shade of the same colour family.
And the question I was going to ask when we were looking at the large set, when you get a set home, do you just literally rip all the lids off?
You rip all the
everything?
lids off, yeah.
Because they do come sealed, so yeah.
They do come, you saw mine that was
the white
unopened
one,
in the
yeah.
last one. Yeah, they've just got little foil lids on them that you just peel off, and then you're good to go. This one, you've got this little well that you could put your brushes in.
So do those brushes fit in there?
They would. Mine's a bit manky in there
Yeah, they'd fit in there nice, yeah.
So yeah, same principle. I do like the mix of colours you've got, and I think this is a nice sort of try it set.
Yes, yeah. Well, for $29.99,
Yeah, for
definitely,
the price.
Yeah.
And again, if you compare it to buying tubes of gouache, this is the price of like 3 tubes
and
of
it's
gouache.
a nice one to go in your craft bag when you go on your travels, because
It
the
is.
white set is lovely, but it's got quite a weight
It's
to
quite
it.
hefty, isn't it? Yeah.
This particular one, you still got all the, because don't get me wrong, it's still got a good weight to it.
Yeah, they're still quite
But
heavy.
if it's going to go into your craft bag, then this is
Yeah,
probably easier to
this
take
is
with
a
you
good
than that
travel
one,
size,
yeah.
I think, and a good starter set. And I'm not that great at mixing colours, but I find with all of the HIMI sets, you've got such a good range of colours. I don't generally need to do that much mixing. I always like an olive green. Well, I've got one there. I like a nice lime green.
Yeah.
So you've kind of got quite a lot of shades of each colour. But if you are someone that really wants to mix colours, then of course you've got endless
No,
possibilities.
this is a question that might throw it into the mix, if you excuse it, the pun. If you've got, say we've gone for the metallics, I know a lot of people have gone for the metallic set, or those
Yes.
neon. So if you've gone for the metallics,
Yes.
are the little pots the same size? So say if I was going on my travels, and I
Yes,
was taking this
I think
with me,
they are.
and I didn't want to take all those metallics, and I wanted to take some of the primaries with me or something like that.
Let's have a look. They look like they might be.
Interchange. They do look the same sort of size.
No, they're
don't they?
higher.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. So you might not be
The
able to spot
metallics.
them.
Oh yeah, because what was the size of these? 12 millilitres.
Okay. Perhaps it's just the formula. I don't know why.
Yeah,
It popped
just
into my
different.
head,
Yeah.
that come out of
to
that
make that
size?
more compact. Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
get that in that one as well.
What's
which
that for?
with the metallic one, it's just a little silicone mat. You can put it
just-
underneath. It stops it
Oh,
sliding.
I see. Clever idea. Sorry, I'm confusing the issue by bringing something else in. I do apologise. So as you were,
Yes, these don't
Sharon.
fit in there. We've
Yeah.
discovered.
There you go.
Even though they've got the same amount of paint
I didn't
in.
know whether they
One's
were the
taller
same,
than the
but
other.
no, that's
Yeah.
fair enough. Might have been a question you were thinking of.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
I'd have thought that for travelling.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a nice travel set. Really, it's quite compact compared to the other two. It's and I think for a starter set, this is probably a good price point as well to give it a go. The other two sets we've got are more kind of, you're never going to need to buy any more in your life. You've got enough here.
A nice set as well. Anybody that's going off to art college or something like that,
Yes.
or a young person, maybe they're doing the GCSEs and they're just getting into.
Yes, perfect for that.
Yeah.
Perfect for sort of, if you've got someone that's a student and wants to
Yeah.
give it a go.
This is artist quality, isn't
It is, and I think this would make a nice gift as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think with all the HIMI products, the presentation is lovely. The packaging is always lovely. I like all the different colours. It's very well designed with the airtight. They've all got this.
Amazing, yeah. I mean,
they've all got this click
solid,
lid,
isn't it?
yeah, which is great because it does mean that you know, they'll be fine. You want to spritz them every month or so.
Just to cover, yeah.
But,
when you wake them up and send them to bed.
If you left your paints out, they dry within a few hours, wouldn't they?
That would happen with any paints, wouldn't it?
So it's great to have this lid, but I do love the fact that they reactivated with water because it does mean even if you forget them, they're going to still be, you know, salvageable.
Beautiful and a fabulous range of colours. So that's nice as well because you're not having to mix your own colours as well. So if you struggle to actually get those blends and get that formulation of that exact same colour, I mean, something like that dusky pink would be a really tricky one to bang on right every single time.
And I love it because, and when we look at the blue set, you're going to see even more colours like this. These are the sort of colours that you wouldn't normally get, and I would have to try and make. By mixing,
I wouldn't know
sort
where
of.
to start.
You normally get sort of a baby pink and a bright pink, and then I'm trying to add grey to kind of get it to this point.
Yeah.
Because these are the colours that I love, the sort of more subdued
like a
tones.
dusky rose, isn't it?
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it's lovely. And I do like the fact that your starting colours are beautiful.
Yeah.
But you have got what you need to mix because you've got a cool red, you've got a warm red, etc.
You can add the tones if you want to go deeper, bring those in.
You've
if
got
you
your
want to bring
neutrals.
The light tones, you can in. Oh, I love this, Jo. Hi both, I love my HIMI sets. Had to buy more to stop my daughter using them.
I bet that's our Jo, isn't it?
Oh, right, yes, it probably is. It probably is. Now, obviously, that set we've just looked at where you've got a whole range of colours, making it easy because you're not having to mix your own. If you really want to avoid mixing your own, the next set's
The
gonna be
next
a good
set,
one to go for.
if you, if you really don't want to mix colours, this is the set.
Okie dokie. So with this one,
this
you've got
is a beauty.
112 colours in these.
You've got 112 colours. Again, they're 12 grams. The packaging on this one is stunning because it's this lovely ice blue.
Nice.
The handle folds flat.
Oh, clever.
So you've got a carry handle that you can just tuck in, fold flat. It's got the clips on all sides so that it's nice and airtight. Again, you know, to stop them getting dried out. And look at the range of colours. I'll give mine a little spritz because they haven't been used for a while. Now these, again, are the twin pots. Same 12 grams. I'll just get one out to show you. So you've got that same twin pot design, and you've kind of got two shades of the same colour family within that. And I like the way that they kind of go in colour families. You can rearrange them if you want to have them a different way, but you can see we've got all our purples here and lilacs. Then we've got the reds and pinks. We've got our oranges. And look at these, we're talking about dusky pinks, and these are just gorgeous colours. They're real sorbet sort of shades.
Nice as well for different skin tones as well.
Yes, you've got,
colour.
look at these for skin tones, absolutely perfect. Then you've got your oranges and yellows, greens, look how many greens we've got. Going from a lovely sort of fir tree, a really dark forest green, all the way through to this lovely, it's like pistachio sort of lime green. You've got all your teals.
Lovely.
You've got a couple of whites. Then you've got all your lovely sort of dark sea blues going into a grey blue. And then we've got all the greys, more blues. And then you've got your neutrals here. You've got a really nice mix of sort of different browny greys, grey greys, and then your browns. So you wouldn't really need to mix colours with this set.
With this one, you could literally just go to them.
Just go, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be thinking, right, I'm doing Christmas cards, I want a nice proper green. There we go. You're doing summer cards, I want a fuchsia. There we are. So, you've got everything you need here, really.
You could almost label these up as well. So if you've got the lid,
yes,
you know, you can get those like sticky labels, self-adhesive labels.
Yes.
You could actually paint a bit onto like the little circles or whatever.
Yes,
and
do a nice
that layout.
Yeah, do yourself a good swatch. So you know which colour. But the other thing with the HIMIs, because they are quite opaque, the colour you see in the palette is quite true. You know, sometimes with watercolours, they just look like a dark blue, and then you go on it and it's actually purple. These are quite true to colour because they are opaque. So you kind of know what you're getting when you dive straight into these.
And were these 12 mil pans? I can't remember.
12 gram, yeah,
12 grams.
yeah, the same, and the same twin pot design.
Lovely.
So this one is definitely maxing out the colours. So it's what I like is that we've got different prices, haven't we?
Absolutely, yeah.
We've got
Well, this is the thing,
We've got
yeah.
something for everyone here.
But they're all affordable. I mean, lots of people are going for this particular set. And I have to say, I'm with you on this one because I'm not one for mixing the colours.
No, I'm not.
And I think exactly like that Dusky Rose, that beautiful kind of peach tone.
Yes.
Those greens. If you want to know bang on that you're getting that colour every single time, this is the way to do it.
It is. I'm quite lazy when it comes to mixing colours, and the most I really want to do is maybe add a bit of grey to something.
Yeah, so it's making it lighter or darker.
Or a bit of white to make
Yeah,
it more pastel.
yeah.
That's kind of the limit. I think it's because I'm useless at maths. It's the same sort of thing where you've got to kind of remember, well, what do I need to mix with that to get that?
My attention span's not that long.
And I've got my fantastic hunky dory colour wheel in the book, but
yes, yeah.
It's just not something I would choose to do.
Sometimes if you're sitting down and you're having a creative session and you're playing around and you maybe got your journal or whatever, and you don't mind experimenting. But if you haven't got a lot of time and you want to
get straight into it,
colours, this is the way to do it.
Exactly. And I have to say, I do quite like doing a colour wheel and experimenting with mixing a little bit if I'm playing. But when I'm doing a project, I'm a bit impatient.
Well, I'm the same. I'm the same. Now, don't forget, get your brushes as well. So you've got obviously all these gorgeous paints. Do try out the different HIMI brushes. So if you do want to get hold of your brushes, then obviously we've got the set of 3, very affordable at $5.99. We've got that fabulous large set that we looked at as well earlier on, $12.99. One thing that we haven't shared with you, which completely forgot about.
Yes.
Yes.
Now this is a beauty.
So what's this all about then?
This is a lovely travel palette.
Okay.
And what I love about it is it might be a travel palette, but you've still got a good, decent palette.
Yeah.
Because quite often with travel palettes, they're tiny, and I'm a bit messy. I mean, I've got the larger one, and I'll show you what a mess it is.
Let me hold that for you. Oh.
So I'm not very contained when I use a palette. So I do need quite a large palette when I'm working because I tend to just go a bit mad. And instead of just going in one area. So I like these. This is the larger version.
So will you have to wash that before you actually use it again?
You could, but of course, this is reactivated. So
of course, yes, just spritz
and I've got to say, it kills me not to wash this because I am a bit of a tidy crafter, and every now and then I do just give it a wash because I can't bear it. But if you wash it, you're wasting all this paint really because you can come back in and use all of this. Just you've just got to wet it and go. So I try not to wash it.
I love that one. It looks like there's a little smiley face. I don't know whether that's by accident.
Oh, that was where I was mixing colours earlier. So yes, I love, and that one is really compact.
That's the one that we've got. So yeah,
because you've still got a nice big flat area.
Yeah.
But then you've got all these little individual wells, which are great for sort of putting out your base colour and then mixing them here.
Nice. I mean, that could sit quite nicely within a little kind of travel wallet or bag or something like that.
And I like the little handle as well.
Quality,
it's really good quality.
$6.99, that's what you're paying for that. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, why not pop it into your basket, especially if you've already shopping for other bits and pieces. Paid your post and packing, you might as well add that one in as well, mightn't you? Treat yourself to those those fabulous brushes maybe, or check out the larger set. Obviously, everything is available on the website. When are you back with us then, Sharon?
I'm not back for till about the 25th, I think.
That can't be right.
I know.
That can't be right.
I know.
That phone call will be happening next week. Don't you worry about that. Now, I'm going to be back with you tomorrow. So I'm got a bit of a run coming up over the next few days because Davey B's going off on his jolly holidays.
Off on a holiday.
So, I will see you tomorrow. I'm on the earlier shift, so I'll be joining you from 1 o'clock through until 5. So keep yourself safe. Have a bit of a sing-song maybe if you fancy it.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about. I'll see you tomorrow.